Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
DF. Lin Xiu's soul and body shuddered. Leon's strength was just as fierce as her title implied, the immortal Lion King of Night Raid. But Lin Xiu had been prepared. Clutching her tail, he unleashed the combined effects of his succubus bloodline and the Red Dragon Emperor. Leon, who had been relying on her king of beast form for too long, had grown used to following pure instinct. Like a cat surrendering to its nature, she quickly became entranced and unable to resist. Moments later, a crisp system chime rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring luck. Source of luck, Leon. Initial ability grid, +1. Current total, 17. Night raid base. Meanwhile, Akame wandered aimlessly through the base, weighed down by a loneliness she had never felt before. One by one, her companions had gone to Lin Xiu, each in their own way. Hill and mine had left first, fresh from a bath, whispering about what outfits they'd craft with slime tonight. Najinda followed. She chain-smoked, gargled, and chewed mints, muttering about not wanting the smell of cigarettes to linger when facing Lin Xiu. Then Leon. She hadn't bothered with fancy clothes, only saying she intended to face him in her beast form. Akame could only respect her boldness. Chelsea was next. She carried herself with quiet joy, as if every effort of hers had finally been rewarded. And now, it was Akame's turn. She had made no real preparation, only her usual JK uniform and a lighter dinner, embarrassed by the thought of revealing a too full stomach before the governor. With a sigh, she stepped into the teleportation circle. Governor's mansion. A flash of light brought Akame to Lin Xiu's residence. The sight that greeted her would burn into her memory forever. Her sister, Qrome, was nestled in Lin Xiu's arms like a child, her face slack with bliss. Her black silk-clad feet rested in his hands, and her eyes rolled back in mindless satisfaction. Akame froze. The Qrome she saw now was the same as always, save for a few torn patches of stockings. So, it could be done this way? Akame thought grimly, realizing she had learned something new. Lin Xiu turned his head, smiling faintly. Hey Dong, your sister's here. Qrome lifted her gaze, extending a hand toward Akame. Sister, this way, we could be together forever. Akame hesitated. Lin Xiu had already erased Qrome's burdens with a single devil's chess piece. His honeyed words had ensnared her heart. And Akame herself, she wanted a better empire, a future free of suffering. Lin Xiu had the strength to make it real. When given a choice between tragedy and hope, who wouldn't choose hope? Sister, come closer, Qrome urged, smiling like a child. A faint click. A girl in a hat appeared behind Akame, pressing her gently forward. Akame blinked in confusion. A doll? Qrome's puppet. Doya. But this one was warm. Alive. Too real. Before she could think further, Lin Xiu's lips were on hers. His succubus bloodline clouded her mind, flooding her body with heat and fogging her thoughts. Guided by Qrome's hand, Akame sank down beside them. Ding! Congratulations! Previous life's goal, reconciliation of red eyes and black eyes in bed. Reward, golden entry, Pluto's blessing. Pluto's blessing. Affinity with the underworld and earth raised to the highest level. Grants the bond of the underworld god. The slain may rise again as death's servants, bound to the host forever. Akame remembered little afterward, only fragments. Lin Xiu's voice praising her pale thighs, the difference between her calf socks and Qrome stockings, the way his touch seemed endless. Still, through the haze, she asked the question that lingered in her heart. Governor Lin Xiu, can you really save this empire alone? Lin Xiu smiled. If one man alone could save it, then the empire wouldn't be worth saving. That's why I need people like you by my side. Her resolve steadied. Then from this moment, I'll help you build that future. The empire belongs to its people as much as its emperor. Lin Xiu chuckled softly. That's the answer I expected from you, Qitong. Half an hour later, as the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet pulsed, Akame fainted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring luck. Source: Red Eye and Black Eye. Initial ability grid +2. Current total 20. Thus, Lin Xiu had taken all of Night Raid, half with their consent, half by his own force. As he'd once said, most girls in this world only needed their hearts untangled, their ideals answered, and their hopes fulfilled. Then, willingly, they gave themselves to him. Ding! Congratulations. Previous life's goal. Complete collection of Night Raid, Red. Reward. Ring of Usurpation. Ring of Usurpation. Forged by Pandora from the divine tool once wielded by the god of steel, this ring seizes the power of defeated gods. Unlike the standard artifact, the system's version grants the host every ability the fallen god possessed, and those powers can evolve further after slaying the god's true self. Any being who governs the laws of reality, the disobedient gods, DxD's pantheons, EXE's abominations, even Jobless world's human gods, can be stripped bare by it. The Ring of Usurpation. Are you pushing me to kill gods? Lin Xiu mused. In the DxD world, plenty of gods wouldn't be missed. But even a red-level reward, capped at Dragon God class, might not be enough against the three horrors of the EXE world: the evil god, the ghost god, and the demon god. Still, he smiled. There was no fear in him, only determination. For now, he had Night Raid, his growing power, and a path forward. That was enough. After crushing Night Raid, Lin Xiu's path entered a new stage. Esdeath, once the ruthless general, seemed like a different person after being knocked out by his kick. She abandoned most military affairs and instead clung to Lin Xiu, dragging him to shop and spend time together. Her sudden devotion became so constant that even Finalizing started complaining. Lin Xiu's free time, already limited, was stretched thinner than ever. Finalizing's lessons with him were reduced, which only fueled her frustration. Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital, life took an odd turn. With Night Raid suppressed, public security appeared to improve. Nobles breathed easier without assassins lurking in the dark. But for the commoners, improved security only meant the old aristocrats grew bolder, squeezing them harder. If not for the overseas wealth Lin Xiu brought in, the capital might have collapsed under corruption. Even then, crime crept back within a month. The problem was simple. The empire's rotten distribution system remained untouched. Any new resource Lin Xiu introduced was quickly devoured by entrenched nobles. He knew then, when his new empire rose, the old order would have to be purged. At the governor's office, plans for open rebellion reached their final phase. Xiu, Lin Xiu said, eyes fixed on the maps and reports. Before the people turn their anger on me, we must strike. How are preparations in Chang'an? She handed him a neatly written dossier. Lin Xiujuan, 7 or 8 states around Longxi Prefecture are already under our control. The west, southwest, and northwest are ours. The south and southeast belong to the Revolutionary Army. The north and northeast remain with the Empire. She pointed at the map divided into 3 colors. As soon as we raise our banner, the Empire's dragon energy will fracture. The Supreme Imperial gear will weaken. That will be our chance to destroy the Empire in one decisive blow. Lin Xiu nodded. The west and southwest, Guangzhou and Chengdu plains, were the legendary twin cores of founding dynasties. Qin, Han, Tang all had risen from there. With modern science and industry behind him, Lin Xiu held an even stronger foundation than the ancients. Against the Empire or the Revolutionary Army, it would be like an adult bullying children. And Majeshan, he asked, studying Chelsea's intelligence on the Revolutionary Army. Once war begins, our troops will teleport directly into their mountain strongholds and crush them in a single strike. Good. Make sure she coordinates with Chang'an. I'll personally hunt down dangerous species to strengthen our forces. Xiaoyu nodded. According to Miss Heidong's reports, Najeshidan is working smoothly with the army. That evening, Lin Xiu set aside the Imperial Atlas. He had noticed something troubling. The Empire's dragon energy didn't match the portion clinging to the young emperor and his ministers. Too much is missing, he muttered. Absorbed by the supreme Imperial gear? No, its passive state shouldn't drain this much. He resolved to uncover the truth later that night. Before leaving, he hugged Xiaoyu from behind. You've worked hard, Xiaoyu. She smiled gently, holding his hand. No, I'm glad to be by your side, helping you build this new future. I believe Lin Xiu is the one most fit to govern this world. Her loyalty was as steady as ever. But Lin Xiu whispered differently this time. What I mean is, stay with me tonight. It took her a moment to catch his meaning. Blushing, she lowered her head. All right, but don't focus only on me. You've taken responsibility for many girls. They too deserve happiness. Lin Xiu chuckled, patting her head. Always so thoughtful, even now. Later that night, Funina was her usual mischievous self. Esdeath had taught her some questionable knowledge, and she used it boldly. Lin Xiu indulged her, their strange lessons continuing until she left a playful lipstick mark on his cheek as tribute from the emperor. When he returned to his mansion, hot water was waiting. Xiaoyu's habit, no matter how many times he told her not to. Tonight, she was waiting in his bed, blushing but graceful, welcoming him home as a wife would. She noticed the lipstick mark immediately. Lin Xiu, what is that? He laughed lightly. A gift from His Majesty. It wouldn't be right to wipe it away. Xiaoyu pouted, bit his shoulder, then gasped when she realized her teeth couldn't even pierce his defense. Before she could scold him further, Lin Xiu pinned her gently, eyes narrowing. Xiaoyu, do you hear breathing under the bed? Her heart froze. Had someone followed them here? Or had someone been invited without his knowing? The night, which began in warmth, suddenly turned tense. You're still thinking about others at such an important time, Xiaoyu. Sometimes, you don't have to be so gentle. Lin Xiu gently stroked Seiyu's soft long hair. In fact, as early as when he entered the room, Lin Xiu knew that there was a young girl hiding under his bed. That girl was none other than Chang Mao, the daughter of the former minister Tiaoli. Under the floor, when Chang Mao heard Lin Xiu call out her name, her delicate and fair face gradually turned red. In fact, she didn't want to sacrifice herself so quickly, but this evening she was successfully persuaded by Shagan. According to Xiaoyu, the beautiful girls under Lin Xiu have gradually formed small groups. For example, there are Cornelia, Tsukushi, and Bonnie from the Empire Elite Group, Kuriko, Jin, and Doya from the Strengthening Group, Main Seal and Leon from the Night Raid Organization, Akagi and Kiron from the Sisters Group, Teiko and Merad from the Assassination Society Group, Madame Rosa and Arya from the Mother-Daughter Group, and so on. Although Xiaoyu has the highest status, she inevitably feels a sense of crisis. So, she brought in Chang Mao, who was also Lin Xiu's childhood sweetheart. During his time at the governor's office, Chang Mao gradually developed a sense of crisis. After realizing that he would most likely be unable to compete with those small groups without Xiaoyu's help, Chang Mao let go of his last bit of grudge and agreed to Xiaoyu's request. Thus, the childhood sweethearts Xiaoyu and Chang Mao officially debuted. Now that he was exposed, Chang Mao had no choice but to crawl out from under the bed and watch the scene in front of Lin Xiu with a red face. She didn't want to watch it, and there was no way she could be forced to watch it. Besides, as Lin Xiujuan's second childhood sweetheart, Chang felt that he had the need to learn and appreciate it as much as possible. After successfully convincing himself, Chang Mao began to observe and learn unscrupulously. Miss Saya, has she learned yoga? Can she do this kind of moves? Damn, Lin Xiujun is so perverted. Biting feet is fine, but why did he bite Seiyu's white socks? Wow, wait, the hair is also okay? Indeed, Miss Sao's hair looks very good. I've learned something new. In front of Lin Xiu, Xiaoyu smoothed her black hair, letting it flow naturally and spread to Lin Xiu's waist. Holding Lin Xiu's hand with both hands, Xiaoyu looked at Lin Xiu seriously. Lin Xiujuan, you are the man who will rule the new empire, and because of this, I cannot selfishly tie you to my side. So, I don't care how many wives you have now or in the future, as long as you always have a place for me in your heart. Listening to Seiyu's confession of her feelings, Lin Xiu just gently stroked Seiyu's long, smooth hair as if stroking some treasure in the world. Well, Sao's black hair really feels great to the touch. Xiao's remarks were extremely humble. In fact, Xiao has always had some inferiority complex since she was a child. This inferiority complex was brought to her by Lin Xiu. Her childhood sweetheart is so outstanding, but she is so ordinary. However, she is also the person of the opposite S*X with whom Lin Xiu has the best relationship. She has always been regarded by the villagers as Lin Xiu's future partner. This expectation has never changed since Lin Xiu became village chief, town mayor, city lord, county governor, capital governor, interior official, and governor. However, the pressure on Xiu is increasing. She was just an ordinary country girl. If she hadn't been with Lin Xiujuan, she would probably be the most inconspicuous princess in the countryside. How could she be Lin Xiu's wife? In order to shut up other people, Xiu had no choice but to study nonstop so that she could keep up with Lin Xiu. Because of this, she didn't even have much time to cultivate her relationship with Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu read Seiyu's inferiority complex and whispered to her pink earlobe. "Seiyu, what are you talking about? You definitely have a share in the position of legal wife, JJ. According to the rules of Akame Killer's world, he can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Plus, he will become the emperor, so there will be even more vacancies under him." Yeah. After receiving Lin Xiu's formal answer, Xiao's eyes were filled with crystal tears. "Xiujun, although there is still a huge gap in status between me and His Majesty the Emperor, I will definitely try my best to help you. After all, Xiujun is my childhood sweetheart. After all, I've loved Lin Xiuquan the most since I was a child." Listening to Seiyu pouring out her feelings, Lin Xiu slowly reached out and pushed the black-haired girl down on him. He chose to comfort Seiyu with facts. The 18%. Seiyu tilted her head back instantly. Her long flowing black hair drew a graceful arc in the air, and her black pupils turned white instantly. All along, Xiao's favorability has actually been up to standard, but she has always had a knot in her heart. Until this moment, her heart knot was completely untied. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Xiao. Blank initial ability grid +1. Current initial ability grid number is 22. During this period, I also subdued the black-eyed puppet duo Zeya. Fight! Congratulations to the host for completing the goal of the previous life, saving Xiu Blue, who was not saved in the original plot. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Title: Girl's Savior. Title: Girl's Savior. Any girl who longs for help from others will naturally rely on the host. After receiving the host's help, the host's favorability will be greatly improved. Young Savior, what's the necessary skill to take advantage of an opportunity? After complaining, Lin Xiu devoted himself to responding to Xiao's feelings. Compared with words, Lin Xiu is better at expressing her love for Xiao through actions. Soon, Xiao fainted in extreme happiness. Realizing himself, Chang Mao swallowed and took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu. Lin Xiujuan, please give me your guidance in the future. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Chang Mao. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 23. The next day, boom! There was a loud thunder in the Imperial capital. Since the thunder did not come from the sky, Lin Xiu woke up immediately. Lin Xiu stood up and looked in the direction where the thunder came from. Is there something wrong? Realizing that Lin Xiu had left her body, Xiu woke up and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Something really happened. The owner of this lightning bolt is General Bud. General Bud? Is he fighting someone? Xiujun, General Bud has taken action. It must be something important. We must act quickly. Xiu cheered up and prepared to get up and gather people to deal with it. No, that's fine, Xiu. I can go alone. You were very tired last night. You should get some rest today. Lin Xiu held down Xiao's hand. In fact, due to the blood infusion from Lin Xiu, Xiao's body was now filled with unprecedented strength. However, she did not reject Lin Xiu's feelings. Okay, Xiujuan, I'll leave it to you. Make sure you return safely. Xiao looked at Lin Xiu with a gentle yet firm gaze, full of trust in her. Lin Xiu originally wanted to teleport to the destination in one breath. But, just as he was about to leave, a huge ice star appeared in the sky above the governor's mansion. Is Esdeath's heavenly ice star? After all this time preparing, Esdeath finally came to challenge me for a second fight. If I'm not mistaken, the minister has been forced into a corner. Today will be the final wave of the minister's forces counterattack. Swoosh! The next second, Lin Xiu stepped forward and appeared above the governor's mansion. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden. Boosted Gear Scale Mail. Explosion. Boom! The colorful black magic ball exploded in the air, like the sun, easily melting the ice ball encountered. After handling the ice ball, Lin Xiu looked down. As expected, a group of people gathered at the gate of the governor's mansion. The leader is none other than Esdeath. However, in addition to the people who followed behind him that Lin Xiu had seen in the original plot, Lin Xiu also saw a large number of soldiers wearing gas masks behind them. Is this poison gas? A relic of Dr. Fashion? This minister, in order to weaken the Governor General's office's combat effectiveness, actually spread poison gas right here in the Governor General's office? This is the minister's style. Bang! The next second, Lin Xiu crashed down from the sky to the earth, creating a gust of air that blew the spreading poisonous gas back from the governor's mansion. Esdeath, are you here to fight me today? You brought so many people with you for the second fight. This doesn't seem like something you would do. Lin Xiu looked at the people behind Esdeath. The 4 Rakshasa ghosts, the wild hounds. The minister has sent out all the people he, Wang Na Zhao, can. You're talking about these people. Esdeath looked at the Imperial weapon users behind her and smiled. Governor Lin Xiu, if I tell you that these people are gifts I prepared for you, will you be happy? As soon as these words were spoken, all the Imperial tools users turned into black question mark faces. Esdeath didn't care about the doubtful looks from the others and continued. Haven't you conquered so many beautiful girls from the night raid? I thought you were interested in strong women, so I brought some here this time, just as a gift for you. 11. As Esdeath said, there are indeed 3 beautiful girls in her team, namely, Suzuka, who belongs to the 4 Rakshasa demons, has black hair and black eyes. She wears a kimono, a hakama boots, and her outfit is quite imposing. It's a pity that she is a perverted M-welcome. She is also a horse-headed girl belonging to the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. She has beautiful short silver hair and wheat-colored skin. She is a standard dark-skinned beauty. The last one is Dotya, who belongs to the Wild Hound. Dotya wears a butterfly hairpin and a cute gothic princess dress. Her slender feet are wrapped in a pair of pink striped stockings, which makes her look charming but cute. Of course, Esdeath didn't mind that Lin Xiu liked strong women, because she is the most powerful woman. After self-righteously confirming the fact that Lin Xiu liked her the most because she is the most powerful, Esdeath did not mind bringing some gifts for Lin Xiu. General Esdeath, what did you just say? You said Governor Lin Xiu subdued the members of the night raid. Why didn't you tell me such important news earlier? I'll report it to the minister right away. As he spoke, Ji, one of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, glanced at Zhu Tian beside him. The two of them immediately hit it off, leaped up from their positions, and fled directly into the distance. They had already noticed something was wrong between Esdeath and Lin Xiu. Since these beautiful girls are gifts brought by Esdeath to Lin Xiu, then what are they? Are they sacrifices brought by Esdeath to Lin Xiu? Unfortunately, they realized it too late. With Lin Xiu right next to them, there was no way they could escape. Bang! Bang! 2 ice spikes flew out from the ground, accurately piercing from bottom to top through the 2 Rakshasa 4 ghosts who were about to escape. What? General Esdeath took action? Suzuka subconsciously looked towards Esdeath. Then she realized that Esdeath did not make a move, She was just looking at Lin Xiu with fanatical eyes. So it wasn't General Esdeath who just attacked, but Governor Lin Xiu. Before Esdeath could make a move, a fat man wearing a clown mask threw out several gems. Great picture, explosive ball. Go, kill Governor Lin Xiu, and all the rewards will be ours. The fat clown's name is Shangpu. In the original plot, he was a member of the scum group Wild Hounds summoned by Sheila. Before joining the Wild Hounds, he was a serial killer who loved children the most. His personality was twisted and perverted. He called children angels and did not want them to grow up to be dirty adults. Therefore, he tortured and killed all the children. Among Esdeath's hunters, there was a young teacher named Lan, whose students suffered at the hands of Shangpu. In the original plot, the clown Shangpu was killed by Lan. But now the plot has not advanced to that time, and Shangpu is still alive and well. Of course, the so-called living a good life is only for now. T-dash. Swoosh. Lin Xiu casually threw out an ice sword. Flame Jade. Shangpu wanted to resist with the power of his Imperial weapon. It's a pity that the normal Imperial weapon user is only as strong as a high-level demon, and a disabled high-level demon at that, and cannot compare to an orthodox, pure-blooded demon with abundant magical power. When facing a demon king-level opponent, it can be said that there is no resistance at all. Without any suspense, the ice sword pierced through the flames and hit Shangpu's fat belly that looked like a huge target. Leviathan style. Ice explosion. Because these ices were created by Lin Xiu using the water of Leviathan, it is natural that these ices have the same properties as the water of Leviathan. Puff! Like a watermelon that had rotted inside. Shangpu's fat body turned into a pool of blood. Go ahead. Izang sensed something was wrong and prepared to attack with everyone else. Next second. The cold wind is howling. Lin Xiu simply waved his hand in the direction of Esdeath, and their bodies were frozen in a wall of ice several thousand meters thick. Lin Xiu had no intention of playing house with these people. Bang! The ice shield protecting Esdeath's body broke, and Esdeath slowly walked out of the ice shield intact. The Ice Queen lowered the brim of her hat slightly, and an unprecedented chill permeated her entire body. The last time she fought with Lin Xiu, she was not fully prepared and had not accumulated her strength well. This time, after a month of preparation, Esdeath's ice power has accumulated to a level that is enough to destroy the world. As expected of the man I'm attracted to, Lin Xiu, let me show you what I've prepared for you this month. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A chill powerful enough to freeze time surrounded her body, and pieces of ice armor appeared out of thin air, covering Esdeath's perfect figure. A few seconds later, a lone figure wrapped in ice armor appeared in front of Lin Xiu. Cheats, the Empress of Binglan. The Empress of Binglan is a variant skill of General Binglan. In the original plot, Ice Mist General is Esdeath's special trick for group battles. During the final battle in the Imperial capital, after the Supreme Imperial artifact was defeated, Esdeath released the energy stored by the Ice Cavalry for many days in one go, forming a massive blizzard that could cover almost the entire empire. According to the original plot, Esdeath's Ice Mist General is powerful enough to cover an entire country, a true national secret. She's a walking natural disaster. Originally, this move was developed by Esdeath to deal with the army and screen strong people who could provide her with pleasure. But now, in order to deal with Lin Xiu, Esdeath changed her concept of creating secret techniques. The Binglan General, who was the best in group battles, became the Binglan Empress, who was the best in single battles. Esdeath used all the cold energy originally used to create natural disasters to create this ice armor. Esdeath, you're quite good at studying. Lin Xiu smiled and expressed high recognition for Esdeath's learning and creative abilities. There is no doubt that this set of ice armor was created based on the image of his Red Dragon Emperor's armor. Lin Xiu knew that Esdeath had noticed his extreme offensive and defensive abilities after putting on the dragon armor, and knew that it would be difficult for her to deal with him if she did not have the same level of offensive and defensive abilities. So she came up with this trick. Then let's see which is stronger, Your ice armor or my dragon armor? Boom! Green spiritual energy gushed out, and Lin Xiu, accelerated by the jet nozzle, instantly arrived in front of Esdeath. Just in time. Esdeath smiled happily, and the nozzle behind Bing also sprayed out ice blue icy gas. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. With a powerful power and nearly invincible defense, Lin Xiu and Esdeath flashed back and forth and fought dozens of times in an instant. Yes, that's it. That's it. Let me feel more. More. Esdeath felt a pleasure she hadn't felt in a long time. Compared to slaughtering the weak, fighting against strong opponents of the same level is more likely to make Esdeath climax. At extreme speed, Lin Xiu and Esdeath's figures kept flashing, sometimes appearing on the ground, sometimes appearing in the sky. Just by waving the ice sword in her hand, Esdeath is enough to send out a gust of wind that can destroy the heavens and the earth. However, even such a powerful ice energy, even such a powerful force, could not break Lin Xiu's dragon net armor. It couldn't leave even a scratch on the dragon armor. A month later, Lin Xiu's power reached a new level, reaching the highest level of the highest demon. After using the Forbidden Hand, although he did not reach the Super Demon King level, he could also call himself a quasi-Super Demon King. If Esdeath were still limited to gathering strength, it would be absolutely impossible for her to break this level of Forbidden Hand armor. Esdeath, do you know? This world and you are both inherently flawed, Lin Xiu said as she easily dealt with Esdeath's attacks. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Congenital deficiency? Esdeath frowned. Although she was talking to Lin Xiu, her speed and strength did not decrease in the slightest. Yes, it's a congenital deficiency. Although this world has some spiritual energy, the beings in this world do not have a systematic method of cultivation. They can only passively train their bodies to strengthen their physical fitness. In this regard, those super dangerous species that are born with racial talents are much stronger than humans. Esdeath, by drinking the blood of a super dangerous species, you have laid the foundation for breaking free from the shackles. But in my world, everyone can break free from these shackles. Even without using the blood of extremely dangerous species, humans can still gain spiritual energy through appropriate cultivation methods. After practicing to the end, even if you're still a human, you could transform into a being like an immortal or a heroic spirit. Esdeath's icy blue eyebrows furrowed slightly. You mean, you're not from this world? Esdeath knew that Lin Xiu wouldn't tell such a meaningless lie, which meant he really wasn't from this world. You could say that it's precisely because I'm not from this world that I'm so special. Esdeath, don't you think this world is too boring? No matter how hard the beings in this world try, it will be difficult for them to produce someone stronger than you. So, do you want to come to my side of the world? In my world, there are dragon kings and demon kings who can easily destroy nations. There are immortal gods who can establish supreme kingdoms. And there are dragon emperors and dragon gods who are powerful enough to destroy the world. Fighting these strong men is what you should do. Esdeath swallowed, and her already fanatical gaze became even more fanatical. Indeed, Lin Xiu is the treasure given to her by God. With so many strong people to challenge and defeat, she doesn't have to think about how to make the weak in this world stronger so that they can challenge her again. Governor Lin Xiu, I agree with your suggestion. But now, let's end our fight first. You should still remember the agreement we made. When the agreement between the two was mentioned, a rare blush appeared on Esdeath's face. End the fight. Yeah, it's time to end the battle. Lin Xiu shrugged, and the ice sword in his hand instantly dissipated, replaced by a glorious holy sword. A jajaj. After deflecting Esdeath's ice sword dozens of times, Lin Xiu struck Esdeath's ice armor in the waist and abdomen with a single sword strike. Sixth secret sword, Poison Mothblade. Mothblade is a sword technique developed to target heavily armored enemies. When engaging in close combat, the user can transmit high-frequency vibrations through the blade, allowing the vibrations to penetrate armor and directly reach the enemy's body. Under the internal force of the poison moth blade, Lin Xiu's sword energy penetrated the ice blue armor and directly entered Esdeath's. Poof! Esdeath spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with organ fragments and instantly lost all her strength. And then the next second, bang! Just like last time, Lin Xiu unleashed the camel kick, kicking Esdeath in the stomach with great force. This feeling really makes me miss it. Even though she was stepped on by Lin Xiu, Esdeath's eyes showed a hint of joy. Being stepped on by Lin Xiu, Esdeath did not feel depressed at all, but instead felt relieved. All right, Governor Lin Xiu, this second fight is my defeat. You can go to the Emperor now. That minister seems to be trying to use the Emperor to accomplish some scheme. You've been guiding His Majesty for so long. Isn't it just to eat it when it's ripe? Esdeath understood Lin Xiu too well, because to some extent, she is like that too. After every battle, she would deliberately release some enemies in order to gain stronger opponents in the future. The difference is that she raised an enemy, while Lin Xiu raised a beautiful girl emperor. Lin Xiu seemed not to hear what Esdeath said and continued. Esdeath, besides lacking magic power, a lack of physical strength is also an innate shortcoming of the powerful in this world. I'll leave this chess piece to you. After absorbing this chess piece, you will be qualified to continue climbing to the top. Of course, as a price, you will become mine, just like those girls who attacked at night. Sayo, I'll leave Esdeath to you. I'll go ahead. After saying something to the back, Xiu's figure disappeared from a spot. OJ, after Lin Xiu left, a bloody queen chess piece fell on the ground at 793, flashing with enchanting brilliance. Imperial capital. Above the general's mansion, Lin Xiu's figure emerged. Looking at the ruined general's mansion, Lin Xiu had a solemn expression. The lightning strike just now came from the general's mansion. But how did General Bud get defeated when his death came to my side? Judging from the flow of the earth veins, there seemed to be some unusual movement in the Emperor's dragon veins not long ago. Could it be the supreme Imperial weapon? No, it's impossible. With the Supreme Emperor's enormous stature, I would be able to detect any unusual movement immediately. In other words, the minister still has a backup plan that can kill General Bud? Interesting. Lin Xiu quickly locked onto the target, and soon found General Bud in the ruins. His body was not seriously injured, but his vitality was like a candle in the wind. If you don't get treatment quickly, you might lose your life in a matter of moments. Sizzle. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed across the Imperial armor. General Bud's body was stimulated by lightning, and his vitality was restored a little. Opening his eyes, General Bud looked at Lin Xiu with a look of relief. He still waited. Lin Xiu, at the end of his life, arrived in front of him. At this time, Bud didn't even have the strength to stand up and could only lie on the ground and talk to Lin Xiu. Governor Lin Xiu, help me take out the tiger talisman from my arms. Good. Lin Xiu raised his hand, and the Leviathan water turned into the shape of a palm, and he quickly took out a tiger talisman from Bud's arms. Cut my finger in yours, and let our blood enter the tiger talisman at the same time. Good. Lin Xiu didn't say anything and just followed Bud's instructions. Da-da. 2 drops of blood fell. Bud and Lin Xiu's blood fell on the tiger talisman one after another. As the blood flowed in, the tiger talisman emitted bursts of light, golden light. Seeing the tiger talisman react, Bud's vitality recovered a lot. But Lin Xiu knew very well that this was just a so-called last flicker of life. Holding the tiger talisman, Buddha slowly spoke. Governor Lin Xiu, what do you think of Her Majesty Funina? Very cute, very beautiful, and very innocent. Then, are you willing to marry His Majesty and become the regent of the empire? Bud said in a deep voice. If I didn't want to, I wouldn't have spent so much time with her. Lin Xiu replied. Okay, that's good. Bud smiled with relief. Governor Lin Xiu, swear before me now that after you become the regent, you will pass the throne to the child you and Her Majesty Fu Nina have conceived. *7. I swear, if I rule the empire, the next emperor will be the child of Finalizing. Lin Xiu didn't mind at all who would be the next emperor, because, let alone the next emperor, he didn't even care much about the current emperor. He came here just to complete the world strategy mission. After the mission is completed, he will not stay in this world. The reason why he acted according to Bud's words was because he wanted to see what Bud was going to tell him before he died. After hearing Lin Xiu's oath with his own ears, Bud finally fulfilled his wish. In this way, he finally had the face to face his ancestors in the underworld. Governor Lin Xiu, please accept the order. Here, the 99th great general of the empire, Bud, abdicates. The imperial governor, Lin Xiu, inherits the great general's tiger tally and becomes the 100th great protector of the empire, succeeding Emperor Yadrimeleth. Lin Xiu did not take the tiger talisman, but just looked at Bud calmly. Bud didn't care that Lin Xiu didn't take the tiger talisman and continued. The process is over. Now let me say something personal. Governor Lin Xiu, Your Majesty, there is danger over there. The minister has somehow gained access to the highest power in the empire and summoned the being that had signed a pact with the first emperor. You must rescue His Majesty. If you can rescue His Majesty, then there is still hope. As he spoke, General Zaida's voice gradually faded. At the end of his words, Bud dropped his hands, looked up at the sky silently, and his pupils gradually dilated. Obviously, this is the last words he must say, even if he has held on until now. Lin Xiu stood up, glanced in the direction of the palace, and then glanced at Bud. Bud, even though you were seriously injured, you still held on until now to tell me the information. I received it. You've done what you were supposed to do. Now it's my turn. With Lin Xiu's feet as the center, the green healing area continued to expand and soon enveloped Bud. After more than 10 seconds, Bud opened his eyes with some confusion. He glanced at Lin Xiu, then glanced at the treatment area under Lin Xiu's feet. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Bud never thought that, even though he was already an old man, there would still be a day when he would feel embarrassed. Old man, there are some things you should tell that little girl yourself. I don't want to take over the position of a general. As for the Imperial Palace, Lin Xiu looked at the Imperial official with a calm gaze. After arranging Bud's affairs, Lin Xiu walked into the palace. At this time, Finalizing was trapped in the deepest part of the palace, her pretty little face wrinkled into a ball. Governor Lin Xiu. After seeing Lin Xiu arrive, the Imperial girl stood up instantly, her eyes full of encouragement. Your Majesty, Finalizing, I'm here to take you away. Lin Xiu said little and walked towards the Emperor's throne with firm steps. Wishful thinking. Beside the throne, the minister couldn't help laughing. Is the throne so easy to approach? As the Emperor of the Empire, before the Empire completely declined, the Emperor himself possessed the strongest protection. As long as the Emperor is in the Imperial capital, where the dragon energy is the strongest, no one can harm her. Bang! With a heavy thud, Lin Xiu crashed into the protective shield in front of the throne. As expected, just like the original plot, the Guardian Divine Machine, the Supreme Emperor has a built-in protective shield that can protect nearby units. However, Minister, you miscalculated this time. The shield of the Supreme Throne, after expanding, is not solid. The minister's biggest mistake was to expand the shield that was originally close to his body. After it's enlarged, Lin Xiu can treat it as a barrier and pass through it directly. The incarnation of God, Vamana, activate. Lin Xiu took a step forward, came in front of the minister, and kicked him with all his might. The minister's body flew backwards and was deeply embedded in the palace wall. Taking 2 steps forward, Lin Xiu penetrated the shield of the Supreme Emperor's throne and came to the front of the throne. Lin Xiu took 3 steps and came to Finalizing, picking up the surprised Imperial girl. After 4 steps, Lin Xiu and Finalizing disappeared from the spot together. WEF! The minister was horrified when he saw Lin Xiu penetrate his shield. This was the shield of the Supreme Emperor. How could it be penetrated? This is terrible. His majesty has been taken away. The divine machine that protects the nation will lose its most powerful means. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to use that trick. The minister looked at the golden imperial edict in his arms. On the other side, the governor's mansion. As soon as he returned to the governor's mansion, Lin Xiu began to deploy troops. Since the other party has already entered the stage of directly attacking Bud and Fanina, it's time for me to enter the final stage. Xiu notified Chang'an to immediately launch an uprising and march towards the imperial capital. For point 9, Nagesida, report to the Revolutionary Army and tell them that you have completed the assassination of Governor Lin Xiu and General Bud as planned. Tell the Revolutionary Army to send troops as soon as possible. According to Lin Xiu's request, Jie Shitan did not carry out any assassination missions during this period. Her explanation to the Revolutionary Army leaders was that she had been secretly planning during this period to kill the Imperial Governor Lin Xiu and General Bud. Although the Revolutionary Army may soon get the news that I am not dead, there is no turning back once the arrow is shot. They will then have no choice but to march according to the original plan. According to Lin Xiu's plan, if both sides launched uprisings simultaneously, the empire's national destiny would be severely damaged. The power level of the Supreme Emperor's throne would plummet to the level of a demon king. Ever since Lin Xiu issued the order to launch the final plan, the entire governor's office quickly took action. 2 hours later, all of Lin Xiu's men evacuated the imperial capital and returned to Chang'an. Now that Fanina has been rescued, there is no need to stay in this imperial capital. From now on, the imperial capital will become history, a spiritual symbol that the old empire has been defeated. The same is true for the minister. Lin Xiu did not choose to fight a decisive battle with the ministers while rescuing the little emperor. After all, if he hadn't invaded the imperial capital, executed the ministers, and wiped out the old nobles, how would anyone know that he was establishing a new empire? Chang'an capital. Inside the prefect's mansion, girls with colorful hair colors all looked at Lin Xiu, who was standing at the upper seat. Among them, there are Imperial tool users and generals who are already under the jurisdiction of Chang'an City, as well as Imperial tool users who were conquered by Lin Xiu later, such as Seiryu, Kuriyori, Akihira, Main, Nagashida, etc. According to the prearranged plan, Seiyu will be responsible for attacking the imperial capital, and Nagashida will be responsible for attacking the Revolutionary Army. By setting up a local teleportation array, our troops and generals can reach the designated battlefield as soon as possible. Seiyu, I understand. Nageshin, well, leave the Revolutionary Army to me. At this time, Nageshiden had been living in Chang'an for some time in order to reorganize the army. During the time she lived in Chang'an, Nageshiden had fully understood the necessity of letting Lin Xiu rule the empire. Therefore, she was not opposed to helping Lin Xiu eliminate the Revolutionary Army, which was a cancer. Compared with the Revolutionary Army that would rather leave hidden dangers of the previous dynasty, bring in foreign enemies and seed land, Lin Xiu's line ball is not too high. However, what Nageshin didn't know was that Lin Xiu wasn't necessarily a high-class person. She just pursued something different from them. Since the prosperity of the empire can gain more dragon energy and national fortune, making him stronger, why wouldn't Lin Xiu do it? By the way, Duelling Esdeath has also returned with us. What are you going to do with her? Xiu asked again. How should we deal with her? Of course, we should try to give her a 10-month vacation. Lin Xiu chuckled and looked at Esdeath, who was visiting the governor's mansion. Night. In Lin Xiu's room, Esdeath arrived as promised, wearing white boots and white stockings. The Ice Queen with ice blue hair opened Lin Xiu's door aggressively. As soon as Lin Xiu opened the door, she activated Mocha Potmo again. Under Lin Xiu's calm gaze, the Ice Queen Esdeath threw him to the ground, twisted her slender waist, and sat on him. Governor Lin Xiu, I lost the second round, but this third round may not be the same. Esdeath's face was flushed, and her expression was shy with an unprecedented excitement. She is not the kind of woman who refuses to admit her failure, even though she knows she has failed. Therefore, Esdeath decided to try a different way to win and defeat Lin Xiu on another battlefield. Governor Lin Xiu, I've noticed that when you look at me, you subconsciously look at my thighs and boots. Could it be that you are actually an M? Then we are really amazing. Esdeath reached out and gently stroked Lin Xiu's face, as if she was touching the most precious treasure in the world. Esdeath, I will teach you a lesson today. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he was treated like an object. What's the point? Esdeath unbuttoned the first button of her uniform, revealing the mark of the Imperial artifact, Devil God Appearance, Devil's Essence. The black mark contrasted beautifully with Esdeath's fair skin, making it particularly eye-catching. What's the reason? This is the truth. Everyone who appears to be an S actually has the potential to be an M. Sizzle. Behind Lin Xiu, the enhanced slime streaked through the air and hit Esdeath's military skirt at an astonishing speed. Death! Esdeath felt pain, and her icy blue eyes narrowed instantly. However, after coming to her senses, a hint of aftertaste flashed in her eyes. Interesting. Governor Lin Xiu, are you trying to play a game with me? I'll play along to the end. Whoever wins this battle will take the lead in the future, and whoever wins will be S. Esdeath's long ice blue hair fluttered in the wind, and she did her best. She had only one goal. Didn't Lin Xiu want to turn her from an S to an M? Then she had to conquer Lin Xiu while protecting herself. This kind of thing is always a two-way street. Okay, let's try it. Lin Xiu also showed some interest. Such a fierce wild horse made him very interested in conquering it. Beauty is only worthy of the strong. If this beauty is also a strong person, then the one who can possess her can only be the strongest among the strong. At least in this world, Lin Xiu believes that he is the only one who has this qualification. Holding down Esdeath's long, ice blue hair, the sadistic general with ice blue hair subconsciously wanted to resist, but found that he couldn't do it at all. This feeling of being completely suppressed by the opposite S*X and unable to even resist made her female instincts surge. Completely different from her previous conquests of others, an extremely novel feeling of being conquered filled Esdeath's heart. She used to be a hunter. All hunters are people who like to walk on the edge of life and death and get pleasure from fighting with and hunting prey. Esdeath also likes the thrill that comes with danger. But now, facing Lin Xiu, an unprecedentedly powerful enemy, Esdeath finally felt like a prey. But she doesn't hate this feeling. Esdeath is very strong. Whether it's physical ability, Imperial weapon ability, combat quality, or even fighting will, Esdeath is the best in the world. Mentally, Esdeath is nearly indestructible. As a child, Esdeath was tortured by the law of the jungle and became a qualified hunter. She was so strong, or twisted, that she could remain calm even when her family was wiped out. When she grew up, her sadistic nature was brought to its limit. Even after drinking all the magic god appearance, Devil's Essence, she was still able to suppress the Imperial weapon's regret that could drive people crazy with her strong self-esteem. Nowadays, Esdeath has become a complete form. After absorbing the Queen's Peace, not only has her own ice control ability increased, but her physical strength has also been greatly enhanced. The young man, whose body was filled with white fairy energy, fought with Esdeath, feeling each other's breath closely. Esdeath did everything she could, and Lin Xiu was no exception. The final winner was naturally Lin Xiu. Esdeath's physical abilities are very strong, but compared to Lin Xiu, who can use Vimona, the incarnation of God, she is still far behind. The incarnation of God, Vamana, can not only transform Lin Xiu into a giant, but also expand only certain parts of his body, such as his hands and feet. Coupled with the camel, who became more and more courageous as the battle went on. In the end, even the Ice Queen Esdeath could only roll her eyes and fainted while trembling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Esdeath. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 23. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the goal of the previous life. Conquering Esdeath goal. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Explosion Magic, specialized for the world. Explosion Magic, anti-world specialized version, the product of the evolution of Explosion Magic, Megumin version. In addition to the original feature of infinite amplification as long as the chanting time is long enough, it also has the feature of anti-world. Asterisk, 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 against barriers, worlds, field magic, etc., as long as it faces an existence with a world barrier attribute. Explosion Magic can cause extremely strong restraint damage to it. I don't know how much time passed. Outside Lin Xiu's door, looking at the scene in front of her, a certain Imperial girl invited by Esdeath swallowed hard. It was the first time she saw Esdeath like this. The Emperor girl actually came with Esdeath, but after Esdeath stopped time, she stayed outside the door until Esdeath could no longer maintain the state of stop time, and she was released. After being freed, the Emperor girl covered her eyes with her hands and watched the battle with Esdeath. Soon, the final outcome of the battle was announced. Under the influence of the blood infusion technique, the Empire's most powerful female general fell, like a wild beast successfully hunted by a hunter. Only a single white boot and her white silk stockings beside the bed testified to Esdeath's former stubbornness. Point 0. Esdeath has a strong character, and Lin Xiu does not have the ability to break her will, but it is no problem to defeat her physically. Seeing how badly Esdeath was defeated, the Emperor girl's hard-earned courage retreated a lot, and she wanted to run away. However, she just took a step back, and the next second, she found herself in Lin Xiu's arms. Your Majesty, today, let's have the last lesson. After today, Your Majesty will be able to graduate. Your Majesty, are you unwilling to attend class? I personally have no problem with Your Majesty's reluctance to attend classes. However, the Empire is currently in crisis. If Your Majesty does not unite with me, the 1,000-year-old Empire might end in your generation. Also, seeing that Your Majesty wears boots every day, Your Majesty shouldn't mind being in contact with me, right? Lin Xiu looked at the pair of boots filled with white symbiote under Funina's feet and continued to smile. The Emperor girl puffed up her face. She was actually threatened? And the most uncomfortable thing was that she had to accept Lin Xiu's threat. As Lin Xiu said, now that the Emperor's legitimacy has been taken away, she can only rely on Lin Xiu to help her regain the throne. Governor Lin Xiu is a pervert. A hypocritical pervert who likes other people's feet. A pervert. Having said that, Funina still sat in front of Lin Xiu very skillfully and kicked him very skillfully. Your Majesty, I must explain that I am not a foot control. I am a total control. As he spoke, Lin Xiu skillfully pinched the Emperor girl's white socks and feet that kicked towards his face. A wave of warmth spread from her feet to her whole body. The Emperor girl thought of Lin Xiu's teachings over the past month, and the feeling of feeling Lin Xiu's aura at close range in her boots. Her already watery eyes became even more charming. Soon, the Emperor girl took Esdeath's place. Although her abilities were not as great as Esdeath's, and her short legs and white socks were not as great as Esdeath's long legs and white stockings that went over her knees, she was the Emperor of the Empire. As an Emperor, you must face any difficulties head-on. Unlike Esdeath, who never gives up, Finina doesn't have such a strong character. So, just a few minutes later, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound while sucking the Emperor girl's white socks and jade feet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Finina. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 24. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement. Conquering the Emperor girl, Finina, gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Atavism Leviathan Bloodline, gold. Atavistic Leviathan Bloodline, gold, the product of the further advancement and atavism of the Leviathan bloodline. In addition to its own blood purity and blood power surpassing the first generation of Leviathan, it also has an awakening in the direction of atavism. Using the atavistic Leviathan bloodline, the host can obtain the bloodline ability of the female demon combined with the host. The stronger the bloodline and strength of the female demon combined with the host, the higher the host's collection degree. After the collection degree reaches a certain standard, the ancestral Leviathan bloodline can further evolve, moving towards the most original demon bloodline that gathers all the laws of heaven and earth and then differentiates. Note, the Gremory family is the lineage among the 72 demons that inherited the most abilities from Lilith, the mother of demons, and possesses many characteristics of pure-blooded demons. Collecting the blood of one Gremory family member is equivalent to collecting the blood of several or even dozens of pure-blooded demons from other families. Does the system mean that I should collect the blood power of the 72 demons, especially the demons of the Gremory 310 family? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. He had this tendency long ago, but in order to avoid being killed by the devil Lucifer, Lin Xiu had no tendency to develop in that direction until his strength reached the set goal. With Lin Xiu's current strength, he really didn't have the courage to say something so outrageous in front of Surzex. Let me help every generation of the Gremory family's head solve the infertility problem. But speaking of it, there are quite a few members in the Gremory family, and because of the differentiation of bloodlines, the hair color and abilities of the heads of each generation of the Gremory family are different, so it can be said that there is everything. In addition to their diverse and outstanding appearance, each generation of the Gremory family head is also quite powerful. Not counting the generation of Demon King Lucifer, the strength of each generation of the Gremory family head has reached the level of Demon King at the very least. Ding! The 72 pillars of demon bloodline are the bloodlines differentiated from the demon mother Lilith's resonance with the myriad ways of heaven and earth. Conversely, as long as we collect the fragments of the laws in the 72 demon bloodline genes, we can deduce them backwards. If you can obtain the original demon bloodline that can resonate with the myriad paths, you will receive the myriad paths protection from the origin of the world during battle, gaining a huge bonus. Damn, refining all the ways against the flow? Is this the bloodline of the devil? Why does it sound like I'm cultivating the chaos body? Lin Xiu couldn't help but complain. Despite all the complaints, Lin Xiu is still prepared to work towards this goal. After all, who doesn't want chaos pressure? Soon, Lin Xiu decided on the next stage of the strategy. There's no need to rush with the Gremory family. At least we have to wait until the two conditions of the succubus bloodline reaches above purple and the strength is enough to compete with the devil Lucifer are met before taking action. Other demon families can follow suit. Lin Xiu has received a lot of information from Rebel in the past few days about the pure-blooded demon family's interest in him. Many people have already contacted Rias or Rebel privately, planning to have their female, pure-blooded demon offspring marry Lin Xiu, even if it's just as a concubine. However, given that these pure-blooded demon families require a male offspring to be naturalized into the original family, Lin Xiu has never responded. Soon, the already fragile Funina was defeated. However, unlike the gentle Emperor girl, Esdeath is not the type to give in easily. Therefore, the next morning, Lin Xiu did not wake up naturally, but was awakened by Esdeath's actions. Esdeath took advantage of the fact that Lin Xiu had been inside her all night, and after waking up, she began her revenge without Lin Xiu's consent. In her opinion, as long as her heart has not given in, she has not lost. It is normal for the weak to lose to the strong. She has lost to many dangerous species before. However, customers should not lose their enterprising and pioneering spirit just because they lose to a strong opponent. Esdeath. Lin Xiu was shocked and looked into Esdeath's ice-blue eyes. MBS. Esdeath looked back without showing any weakness, her face full of provocation. Esdeath, I call you Esdeath, and you call me Governor Xiu? Huh. Esdeath's already slightly rosy cheeks became even redder. Yes, she also felt that she should change to a more intimate name. BB18, Esdeath asked Lin Xiu tentatively, her eyes full of girlish feelings. Esdeath is such a queen-like character who reveals a girlish aura from time to time. Dawn's fourth battle began quickly. Since Lin Xiu had to do his work right after getting up, he put all his effort into it from the start. As for the result, it is naturally the same as before. Under extreme torture and unprecedented impact, Esdeath was forced to release the time-stop state and fell down again. I always feel that this kind of thing will happen more and more in the future. Lin Xiu let go of Esdeath's hair, undid her twin ponytails, stretched, and walked out the door. At the gate of the prefect's mansion, Xiu and a group of generals looked at Lin Xiu. While Lin Xiu was enjoying the spoils of war, the entire Chang'an, no, it should be said that the entire Longxi prefecture and several nearby prefectures had completed their war preparations. Mr. Lin Xiu, everyone is ready. Give the order. Xiu's eyes were rarely excited. All right, according to the original plan, Bazhou and Shuzhou will advance southwest. Yongzhou and Liangzhou will advance towards the imperial capital and the central plains. The core forces of Longsizhou will simultaneously attack the imperial capital and the revolutionary army headquarters. Yes, sir, Saya replied heroically. Thanks to the existence of the teleportation array and the instant communication array, Lin Xiu's military orders can always be delivered in the first time, and it can be said that he has the upper hand in the battle. After roughly arranging everyone's work, Lin Xiu looked towards the direction of the imperial capital. Other people's tasks have been arranged, and now it's my job. Imperial capital. After arriving at the imperial capital, the vanguard troops who arrived early immediately reported the situation of the imperial capital to Lin Xiu. Oh, the imperial capital is deserted? The minister completed the evacuation in just one day? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. No, Xiujuan, it's not like that. Xiu shook her head. It's more like taking refuge than evacuating. Standing on the wall of the outer city, please point to the west city. On the city wall of the inner city, a huge circular pit demonstrates its unparalleled presence. So that's how it is. It turns out the minister has already wreaked havoc once since I left. Lin Xiu knew very well what attack caused the big hole. Lord Xiu, besides the civilians, the Imperial Guards and Esdeath's original troops have also disappeared. According to the spy's report, the minister ordered these troops to attack Chang'an with all their might. If we had set out last night and traveled day and night, the fastest cavalry unit would have reached Hanggu Pass tonight, Xiu reported. We can only reach Hanggu Pass tonight, and we're just cavalry. Without a teleportation array, mobility in this era is truly low. Xiu, since the minister has already cleared the battlefield, we don't need to send troops into the imperial capital. All the troops you lead will turn back and head south to support Jeshan. I can handle the problems in the imperial capital by myself. The reason why Lin Xiu wanted the army to accompany him was so that he could capture the imperial capital without hurting too many poor people. Otherwise, Lin Xiu could clear the field with just one explosion magic. Now that everyone is left, there's no need for Lin Xiu's army to stay. Okay, I'll go support Najeshin right away. Xiu took one last look at Lin Xiu, then went to carry out Lin Xiu's orders without looking back, because she believed in every decision Lin Xiu made from beginning to end. Soon, Xiu evacuated the imperial capital with his army. Lin Xiu strolled through the imperial capital. Although his pace was slow, he moved very fast. An ordinary person can only take 1 meter in one step, but Lin Xiu can take dozens or even hundreds of meters in one step. Just like that, maintaining this leisurely and unhurried attitude, Lin Xiu quickly toured the entire imperial capital. In this way, the detailed information of the imperial capital has been entered. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Boost. Green aura surrounds his body. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden. Boosted Gear Scale Mail. Explosion. Boom. A huge, exploding magic ball fell from the sky. The black exploding magic ball continued to expand, completely enveloping the imperial capital, which was tens of kilometers in diameter, at an astonishing speed. A few seconds later, what appeared before Lin Xiu was the Imperial capital that had been reduced to a scorched earth. In a huge circular pit, everything disappeared. Of the entire Imperial capital, only a small area at the core of the Imperial city remains. Because of the protection of the Supreme Emperor's artifact, the core area of the Imperial city was spared from Lin Xiu's explosive magic. Swoosh! Lin Xiu accelerated and came in front of the minister who was covered by the transparent shield. Oh, Ernest, you're being sensible this time. You didn't expand the shield like last time? Last time, because Ernest expanded the shield, Lin Xiu easily used the power of Vamona, the incarnation of God, to take away Finalizing. Because he suffered a loss last time, this time the minister directly limited the shield to the surface of the body. Looking at the completely destroyed Imperial capital, I was filled with anger. This is his money, his territory. Governor Lin Xiu, if I'm not mistaken, you should like Her Majesty Finalizing very much, right? There's something that's been working for a long time, and I want to show you. In front of Lin Xiu, the minister opened a piece of gold and silk. I grant you a marriage to the 16th princess, Finalizing. Marriage granted. Ernest. This imperial decree takes effect immediately. Enclosed in the imperial family's supreme imperial artifact. Protected by the imperial dragon Qi and the supreme imperial artifact. I hereby decree. How is it? This is the late emperor's will. Deck. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. It's not just the late emperor's edict, right? I can also feel the late emperor's blood in your body. In order to gain the approval of the supreme emperor, you even injected the blood of the previous emperor into your own body. How perverted. Since the minister was using all his strength to activate the imperial weapon at this time, Lin Xiu finally discovered that there was something wrong with his aura. Ha, that's right. Well, after the imperial edict's approval, I have become the regent of the empire. How about it, Governor Lin Xiu? Do you still like this gift I prepared for you? Gift? Speaking of gifts, I have one for you too. Lin Xiu smiled happily and took a step forward. The incarnation of God was activated, and Lin Xiu disappeared in front of the minister. Just when the minister thought Lin Xiu had run away, Lin Xiu flashed back in front of him. Here, Ernest, this is a gift for you. Boom! Lin Xiu threw a bloody head back in front of Ernest. Looking at the extremely familiar face on the head, the minister was stunned for a moment. That was the head of his son, Sheila. Looking at the extremely familiar face on the head, the minister was stunned for a moment. That was the head of his son, Sheila. The minister never expected that even though he had sent Sheila to attack Chang'an, Lin Xiu could still find Sheila on the march. How is it? Do you like the gift I gave you? Lin Xiu smiled slightly, then threw the body part of the seed out again. When the head and body were separated, the holy sword clone on Sheila's chest was quite eye-catching. As early as when she was watching anime, Lin Xiu was very concerned about the target on Sheila's chest. Isn't wearing clothes that look like a target an invitation to shoot at the bullseye? So, Lin Xiu accepted Sheila's invitation. Fortunately, Lin Xiu did not disappoint Sheila's painstaking efforts and directly hit a perfect ring. Looking at Sheila's body, the minister finally lost the last bit of his sanity. Traitor Lin Xiu, I want you to pay the price. Boom, 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 boom. There was a sudden earthquake. A tall mecha rose from the palace. Surrounded by the transparent shield, the minister quickly merged into the supreme imperial gear. Bite! Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline quest. Final. The minister's counterattack gold. Task level gold. Mission description. With the emperor abducted and Esdeath missing, the minister feels extremely threatened and goes completely mad, ready to use any means necessary to eliminate the host. Quest requirements. Defeat the Supreme Emperor and eliminate the minister's trump card. Note: after completing the main storyline quest end, the world's erosion level reaches the minimum standard, and the host will be recognized as a native life form in the world of Akame/ and can freely use the techniques and abilities of other worlds to influence and transform this world. After taking a look at this system task, Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. As expected, besides the supreme Imperial weapon, does the minister have any other trump cards? Otherwise, how did Bud lose yesterday without using the supreme Imperial artifact? Buzz! A flash of red light flashed across the ferocious face of the Supreme Emperor. The next moment, a fierce red laser shot out from his mouth. A red beam of destruction shot out, shooting towards Lin Xiu on the ground of the palace. Too slow, Lin Xiu dodged the minister's destructive beam with just a flash. Amidst the backdrop of explosions and destruction, Lin Xiu flashed to the head of the Supreme Emperor's weapon. Sideways kick. The head of the Supreme Emperor's weapon, which was made of a special material, was not kicked off directly. However, under the powerful force, the entire body of the Supreme Emperor fell to the side. Bang! With a loud thud, the Supreme Emperor's weapon fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust hundreds of meters high. Minister, you don't think that my size is limited to the size I used to fight Bud, do you? The height of the Supreme Emperor's throne is indeed several times taller than Bud's Thunder Gundam. But Lin Xiu's figure can also be infinitely raised. The reason it only got that high last time was because General Bud was only that tall. Security Eyes Gauntlet, Giant Mode. While the Supreme Emperor equipment was climbing up, Lin Xiu's body gradually grew larger, quickly becoming a size that rivaled the Supreme Emperor equipment. Boost, 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 boost. Bang! With a fierce punch, Lin Xiu directly hit the ferocious face of the Supreme Emperor. Chunks of metal flew everywhere. It was clearly just a flying piece of metal, but it flew for dozens of kilometers and then plunged into the ground, as if it could never be pulled out. What? The minister was surprised by the power displayed by Lin Xiu, and hurriedly stood up, trying his best to activate the Supreme Emperor's weapon. The minister swung his fists, shot lasers from his mouth, and even shot a laser from his waist. It's useless, minister. Lin Xiu held the head of the Supreme Emperor's weapon against the destructive beam and smashed it onto his knees. Bang! With a loud bang, the head of the Supreme Emperor's weapon was destroyed, and a blood mark also appeared on the head of the minister in the Supreme Emperor's weapon. Don't underestimate me. The minister had practiced martial arts in his early years, and although he had neglected them quite a bit, it didn't mean he was powerless. The minister grabbed Lin Xiu's caged hands with both hands, and the Supreme Emperor's hand ejected a huge amount of energy, barely breaking free from Lin Xiu's restraints. It's a pity that having a combat consciousness is one thing, but having a combat consciousness is another. But the minister's fighting spirit was still too weak in front of Lin Xiu. Today, rebellions broke out simultaneously in Chang'an and the southern part of the empire, and the dragon energy of the empire has been weakened to the lowest point. The Supreme Imperial tool that could originally display Super Demon King level power can now only display Demon King level strength. If it was only at the Demon King level, it would be impossible to cause any effective damage to Lin Xiu, who was about to become a Super Demon King. Esther. Tilda. The holy sword that kills the devil responded to Lin Xiu's call. From the Red Dragon Emperor's jewel, which was tens of meters in diameter, extended a golden holy sword that was hundreds of meters long. Boost, 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 boost. Swoosh! The strengthened holy sword tore through everything and severed one of the Supreme Emperor's arms. Bang! The sound of a piece of metal falling to the ground. The minister hurriedly picked up the fallen arm. With the powerful self-healing ability of the top Imperial weapon material orichalcum, the minister reattached the arm. But it's just this arm. As the minister reattached the arm, Lin Xiu's holy sword pierced through the Supreme Emperor's chest. It hurt so much, 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 so much. The pain was so severe that it could make one faint, and the minister felt as if he was about to collapse. No, I have no choice but to use that trick. Use the Imperial Dragon energy as a sacrifice. Summon them quickly. I hereby declare your true name in compliance with the contract between you and the First Emperor, EC Cloud Dragon. Now is the time to fulfill the contract. Dragon energy continues to gather on the land of the Imperial capital. Above the palace, a golden dragon energy of the Imperial Way rose into the sky, broke through the dark clouds, and flew quickly towards the target location. High Yuuma. Lin Xiu frowned. In his mind, there was only one being that fit the image of East Sea Cloud Dragon, and was strong enough to be summoned by a minister. Is it that dangerous dragon-type creature that can cut through space with its hair? In progress. When the Emperor was making the Imperial implements, the first Emperor once sent a large army to the Far East. Even further east, in the clouds of the sky, the first Emperor's invincible army suffered its first defeat. The dangerous creature that brought defeat to the first Emperor's army was none other than the East Sea Cloud Dragon. Afterwards, the first Emperor used the hair shave from the East Sea Cloud Dragon to create an Imperial weapon, the Silk Thread Imperial Weapon, Thousand Changes Crosstail. The strongest thread of this Imperial weapon, the Boundary Cutting Thread, is so strong that even space cutting cannot cut it. The Boundary Broken Silk is just one of the strongest hairs of the East Sea Cloud Dragon. Compared to the strength of hair, the strength of the East Sea Cloud Dragon scales and claws is several times higher. This kind of East Sea Cloud Dragon is definitely the most dangerous species in the world of killing Akame. The Cloud Dragon is the most dangerous species that fits the dragon's appearance in the legends of ancient Eastern countries. A dragon can be big or small, can rise or hide. When it is big, it can create clouds and fog. When it is small, it can hide its shape. When it rises, it soars in the universe. When it hides, it lurks in the waves. Clouds rise. A huge gray-white dragon descended from the sky and rushed directly from the top of the Supreme Emperor's head into his body. Oh, you arrived so soon. According to the intelligence gathered by the data this dragon seems to be able to teleport itself to any place where clouds exist. The data clearly showed Lin Xiu the entire process of the fusion of the East Sea Cloud Dragon and the Supreme Emperor's weapon. In the process of integrating into the body of the Supreme Emperor, the East Sea Cloud Dragon replaced itself with the spine of the Supreme Emperor's weapon and covered the surface of the Supreme Emperor's weapon with its own dragon scales. Most importantly, the East Sea Cloud Dragon poured all of its dragon energy into the Supreme Emperor's body. Under the blessing of the dragon energy of the East Sea Cloud Dragon, the power of the Supreme Emperor's weapon was once again maximized. Kaka. 8 small cloud dragons emerged from behind the Supreme Emperor's body, guarding the Supreme Emperor's body in the center. The already towering Supreme Imperial artifact was now enveloped in the clouds of the East Sea Cloud Dragon. This combination of biology and technology was even more bizarre than any previous Supreme Imperial artifact, and even more unique than the previous Supreme Imperial artifact. What the hell is Yamada no Orochi? What biotechnology? I was wondering why the dragon energy balance in the Imperial capital wasn't right. It turns out, apart from maintaining the Supreme Imperial gear, all the excess dragon energy was consumed by you. The first Emperor was truly a man of great talent and strategy. Although he was unable to defeat the East Sea Cloud Dragon, he successfully used the Empire's dragon energy to cultivate the East Sea Cloud Dragon, allowing it to help at critical moments. Just a Super Demon King level East Sea Cloud Dragon. It's not enough. The Red Dragon Emperor's precious jade bursts forth with unprecedented brilliance. Click! As if breaking through some kind of limit, the spiritual energy around Lin Xiu began to expand at an astonishing speed. Tyrant Dragon is a forbidden move that completely releases the dragon's soul. From ancient times to the present, the fate of the 2 Tianlong hosts has often been not good, and they usually die because of using Tyrant Dragon. Therefore, a lot of resentment is accumulated in the caged hands of the Red Dragon Emperor and the light wings of the White Dragon Emperor. If the host of Air Tianlong is of mediocre aptitude, they will most likely fall into a state of crazy use of Tyrant Dragon due to resentment, and eventually die due to exhaustion of vitality. Only a genius like Valley, who is both human, Qian, Li, Zhao, and demon blood, and can use magic power instead of vitality, can use Tyrannosaurus so casually. However, now, there is one more person who can use Tyrannosaurus without any damage. As Lin Xiu's strength continues to improve, now, Lin Xiu is only one step away from opening the Tyrant Dragon. Now, with the help of the uninjured Tyrant Dragon opportunity awarded by the system, Lin Xiu finally delivered the finishing blow. Buzz, 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 buzz. As the spiritual energy exploded, green spiritual energy circles continued to emerge from Lin Xiu's body. The Red Dragon Emperor's powerful voice resonated throughout heaven and earth, proclaiming its unparalleled presence. Awakening to the principle of seizing supremacy from one's own god. The second heavenly dragon. Infinite laughter, worry, and fantasy. As the Red Dragon Overlord, will plunge you into the Red Lotus Purgatory. Juggernaut Drive Ballon. Click. After using Tyrant Dragon, Lin Xiu seemed to hear the sound of shackles breaking. That's the feeling. After using the Unharmed Tyrant Dragon bonus a few times, Lin Xiu's proficiency in a magic formula finally reached the level where he could use Tyrant Dragon. From now on, Lin Xiu can finally activate Tyrannosaurus Rex freely. Of course, the most important thing is that in the Tyrant Dragon state, Lin Xiu can already use the true power of the Red Dragon Emperor. His overall strength has also stabilized at the Super Demon King level. Let me see what other tricks you have. Wong. Lin Xiu flashed and appeared behind the evolved Supreme Emperor. Squeak. Sensing Lin Xiu's arrival, the Supreme Emperor's weapon also transformed into clouds and mist and dissipated on the spot. Oh, it can actually transform into clouds. Looking at it this way, rather than saying that the Supreme Imperial artifact borrowed the power of the EC Cloud Dragon, it would be better to say that the EC Cloud Dragon took over the Supreme Imperial artifact. It's a pity that this level is not enough. Leviathan Flow, Dissolving Sea. 14. The blue-purple Leviathan water continued to gush out, and in an instant, dark clouds covered the sky, and raindrops continued to fall. In the Leviathan water with its powerful solubility, the figure of the Supreme Emperor, which had originally dissipated in the mist, reappeared. No, it's more than that. Under the powerful corrosive force, the surface of the Supreme Emperor's weapon, originally covered with dragon scales, gradually corroded. Eng, 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 eng. After emitting a threatening roar, the Supreme Emperor's weapon and the 8 small layer dragons behind it opened their mouths at the same time. Spiritual power and dragon energy continue to converge and transform into pure destructive power. Judging from the energy level, after fusing with the East Sea Cloud Dragon, the power of the Supreme Emperor's weapon has reached the Super Demon King level. Double play? If so, I've never refused a duel invitation. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. The Red Dragon Emperor spread his wings, and the 12 dragon wings showed violence and ferocity. Each dragon wing is adorned with several green gems, and each gem shines with an extremely bright brilliance. Eng, 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 eng. Along with the sound of dragon roars, dozens of precious jades on the dragon-shaped Lin Xiu's body continued to shine. As the spiritual power of the green gem burst out, green spiritual energy continued to gather in Lin Xiu's chest. Boost, 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 boost. Longina Smasher. God-destroying Smasher. Boom! A pure green spiritual energy beam shot out from his chest. The Red 043 Destruction Beam and Lin Xiu's God-destroying Crushing Cannon met in midair. Boost, 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 boost. Without any suspense, the Red Destruction Light was quickly pushed back by Lin Xiu. Yours! Under the bombardment of the God-destroying Crushing Cannon, one of the Supreme Emperor's arms and 2 dragon heads turned into clouds and dissipated. Bang! With a camel kick, Lin Xiu descended from the sky and directly stomped Donghai Yunlong into the ground. Looking at the Supreme Imperial weapon struggling beneath his feet, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. EC Cloud Dragon, right? I don't care what contract you sign with the First Emperor. Now, I'm giving you one last chance. Submit or die. Lin Xiu couldn't stay in this world for a long time, and Esdeath couldn't stay there for long either. So Lin Xiu was still happy to leave a backup of Donghai Yunlong in the Akame killer world. What a pity. Ang. A massive dragon soul burst out from the Supreme Emperor's weapon. As it burst out, it quickly condensed into a solid form, wrapping itself around Lin Xiu's dragon armor. Ka. As Lin Xiu was entangled by the body of the East Dasha Sea Cloud Dragon, his dragon armor kept rubbing against each other, making a rather ominous sound. Really? Is this the choice you made? Then I can only say, you made the wrong choice. First secret sword, Rhino Strike. First secret sword, Rhino Strike, allows the user to concentrate all their strength on one point. This move can be called the strongest anti-object secret among the 7 secret swords. Bang! Kakaka. The sound of bones breaking. After Lin Xiu launched Rhino Strike, he dealt a lot of damage to Donghai Yunlong and successfully freed it from the snake-binding state. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xiu's hand, the hundreds-meter-long golden holy sword, appeared again. Boost. As the strongest and most dangerous species in the world of Akame Killer, Donghai Yunlong can use various powers such as spiritual power, magic power, dragon energy, etc., and his physical fitness is also top-notch. However, this is both his strength and his weakness. With both magical and physical defenses, Donghai Yunlong often doesn't pay much attention to protecting himself, but only attacks with all his might. And this is its weakness. Concept Empowerment Demon Breaker. 7th Secret Sword, Lightning. With the extreme speed brought by Lightning, the Holy Sword of Demon Slayer, with a magic-breaking attribute, tore through the body of Donghai Yunlong. Ang. As his body was severed, Donghai Yunlong let out an unprecedented roar of pain. There you go. Fortunately, as the strongest life form in the world of Akame Killer, Donghai Yunlong has rich combat experience and transformed his body into clouds in time to stop the serious injury. After turning into clouds, the wound that was originally gushing blood healed instantly, and the East Dasha Sea Cloud Dragon disappeared again on the spot. I want to escape. Boost. Condense. Lin Xiu was frantically accumulating power and compressing at the same time. Under Lin Xiu's compression, the explosive magic ball, which originally had a diameter of tens of kilometers, was compressed to a size of 1 kilometer. Explosion. Boom! Under the highly concentrated explosive magic ball, the East Sea Cloud Dragon was directly forced to exit the cloud state due to the excessive concentration of magic power. After exiting the Lux state, the dragon body of the East Sea Cloud Dragon was devoured crazily by the exploding magic ball. The time is now. Dragon Eater. Ang. Taking advantage of the East Sea Cloud Dragon's weakness, a red dragon soul flew out from Lin Xiu's caged hand. That is the evolved dragon soul of the Red Dragon Emperor. The translucent Red Dragon Emperor's dragon soul roared and pierced through the body of the East Sea Cloud Dragon. Soul taken, dragon soul swallowed complete. The next second, Donghai Yunlong lost his soul and gave up all resistance. He and the Supreme Emperor tool were completely swallowed by the exploding magic ball. Bite! Congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline mission. Final. The Minister's Counterattack Gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Level 2 Special Chess Piece. Level 2 Breaking Chess Piece. The advanced Breaking Chess Piece has powerful characteristics that surpass the Breaking Chess Pieces. Feature 1. Enhanced Strength. After advancement, the unconventional chess pieces will be targeted at all races for correction and enhancement. Every time a new race is conquered or a contract is signed with a new race, a set of supplementary chess pieces corresponding to that race will be added. Currently, the host's chess pieces have been distributed and reorganized according to race. Feature 2. Quantity Enhancement. In addition to the queen, chariot, knight, and bishop, each with its own special effect, a new special soldier piece will automatically spawn each day. A first-tier special piece can only form a single strong team. However, a second-tier special piece, over time, can form a powerful army. Feature 3. Enhanced Stealth. After the chess piece is upgraded, it gains the effects of invisibility and physical change. Even if it is checked by professional instruments, no abnormalities can be found. Feature 4. Enhanced Resurrection Ability. An ordinary demon chess piece that can resurrect the recently dead. As long as the body of a special chess piece is intact, it can be pulled back even if it has been dead for a long time. After advancing to the second-level special chess piece, as long as there is part of the body and part of the soul, it can be resurrected. Note: when using a special chess piece to revive, you cannot revive a being whose strength is greater than that of the host. Swoosh. Using the power of Vamana, the incarnation of God, Lin Xiu passed through the Supreme Emperor's tool that was on the verge of breaking and brought out a fat piece of meat covered in blood. KR. The minister wanted to scold Lin Xiu, but he found that he didn't even have the energy to scold Lin Xiu and could only give her a murderous look. Under the minister's gaze, Lin Xiu smiled brightly. Minister Ernest, you've enjoyed so much wealth and glory. How could you die so easily? With a body as big as yours, I believe it can definitely withstand the torture of 3,600 cuts. If it is used as oil for sky lanterns, it will definitely last for a long time. Looking at Lin Xiu's brilliant smile, the minister's fear reached its peak, and he fainted. The other side, on the Revolutionary Army side, while Lin Xiu was dealing with the minister, Najeshin also launched a general attack on the Revolutionary Army headquarters. A steady stream of troops and logistical supplies were transported to the south through the teleportation array, and at the same time, a large number of wounded were teleported back to Chang'an for treatment. After dealing with the ministers, Lin Xiu did not interfere too much in the remaining unification process. People will not cherish things that are too easy to obtain. He has created the so-called big trend and does not handle everything personally. In order to maintain stability after the founding of the country, Lin Xiu allowed the general trend to change. Lin Xiu is not a savior, and it is impossible for him to save everyone. The reason why he established Chang'an and promoted social progress and development was not only because doing so could quickly capture the beautiful girls in the world of Akame Killer, but also because of the system's main quest. Everything requires a process. If the productivity of society reaches the standard, but the people's thinking does not keep up, it will cause serious trouble. Lin Xiu has greatly accelerated the pace of productivity improvement. Considering that the people in other parts of the empire are still living in an agricultural society, Lin Xiu has no intention of letting them become fat all at once and rush into the industrial age. Everything is for the prosperity of the new empire. 7 days later, Najeshin wiped out the remaining revolutionary forces in the south. The Imperial troops who went to attack Chang'an chose to surrender to Chang'an after losing their rear base. In the Imperial capital, Lin Xiu sent troops to invite all the original residents of the Imperial capital back to the Imperial capital. In the Imperial capital that had become a ruin, Lin Xiu raised his finger to the sky. Under the blue-purple magic, Lin Xiu used the reconstruction technique from the DxD world to rebuild the Imperial capital. After completing the main story mission and Lin Xiu can finally freely use the techniques from the other world. After witnessing the miracle that only gods could create, the people of the capital looked at Lin Xiu with fanatical eyes. The mountains, the land, and the people responded to each other, and inexplicable forces continued to converge towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu closed his eyes and felt it silently. So that's how it is. Is this what they call dragon energy and national destiny? It's very similar to the power of faith in the DxD world. Another month later, the coronation ceremony is ready, and everyone is looking forward to the new emperor's ascension to the throne. During this month, Lin Xiu collected all the plot characters that he had not collected before. The four Rakshasa ghosts. The masochistic kimono girl Ling Lu, silver-haired, black-skinned, beautiful girl with a horse head. After being frozen by Lin Xiu, Ling Lu and Matu were released a week later. Lin Xiu did not give them a chance to choose. Lin Xiu and Esdeath taught Ling Lu, a masochist, a lesson, causing her to faint from extreme humiliation and excitement. Matu was very proactive. During Lin Xiu's education, he took the initiative to ask about her various preferences. When it was her turn, he fully utilized the powerful physical functions he had cultivated in the Royal Fist Temple. Wild Hound, Duotea was also frozen by Lin Xiu. After being unfrozen and learning that Lin Xiu was interested in her body, she stroked her bulging belly and basked in the sun in Chang'an the next day. Oberg Assassination Society. Gilbert, Cassandra, and other female assassins of the society. Gilbert and Cassandra, both of them are Maillard's maids. Gilbert possesses incredible strength, capable of taking out dangerous creatures with his bare hands. In the original story, he fought to the death to protect Marad's retreat from a combined attack by the Imperial Assassination Corps and the four demons of the Rakshasa 437. Cassandra can manipulate flying rings with her four hands to cook dangerous creatures. In the original story, like another maid, she fought to the death to protect Marad's retreat. During the 2 months of establishing a substantial relationship with Lin Xiu, Maillard was completely conquered by Lin Xiu. She discovered that, indeed, men could satisfy her more. Considering that the others had already formed a small group, Maillard made full use of his position as the leader of the Assassination Society and sent his 2 maids and a large number of female killers from the Assassination Society to Lin Xiu's bed. Porus's widow and daughter. While commemorating those who died in the founding of the new empire, Lin Xiu discovered a very familiar mother and daughter. After learning from the blonde young woman that her situation was the same as that of Madame Rosa, Lin Xiu announced on the spot that she would take her into the harem. Later, Lin Xiu found out that the blonde young woman was named Arona, and the blonde loli was named Sayaka. Arona learned about Lin Xiu and their special nature from Madame Rosa, thanked Mr. Porus for his kindness in taking care of her, and finally chose to accept Lin Xiu. After Arona passed out with her eyes rolled back, Sayaka took the initiative to sit on Lin Xiu. Although her petite and cute body was trembling constantly, Sayaka took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu and even kissed her with tears in her eyes. Bite! Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, becoming Sayaka's father. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Talented ability. Fatherly love is like a mountain advanced. Innate ability. Fatherly love. Blue when facing a Lolita-type character, you will further gain their attention and love. Those who possess this innate ability are destined to be the one that Yuan loves. Looking at this further developed talent of father's love is like a mountain. Lin Xiu was silent for a long time while his soul and body felt refreshed. He remembered that the first time he obtained this talent was when he was fighting against Cerealis in the Apocalypse world. Could it be that every time I fight a lowly character, I can level up this talent ability? When Lin Xiu thought of this, his expression became slightly less serious. Could it be that the skill Father's Love is like a mountain, can be upgraded to gold or red level in the future? As the Akame Slayer world draws to a close, the DxD world remains unchanged. The most significant change is in Lin Xiu's technique, learning, and construction. After completing the first copy world, the system enabled a new function, allowing Lin Xiu to activate some initial abilities when he was born in the Akame-chan world. In the world of Akame Aizen, during the more than 10 years before awakening his memories, Lin Xiu not only learned the techniques of the world of Akame Aizen, but also learned a lot of knowledge from the other world from the unnamed spellbook. Although the learning speed is not as fast as when Lin Xiu used his memory, it is equivalent to Lin Xiu's normal learning for nearly 2 years. All I can say is that the art of technique is too profound and extensive, and it is impossible to learn without sufficient knowledge. In other aspects, on the other hand, the relationship between Rias and Ravel, the two newly engaged, beautiful young fiancés, is becoming increasingly delicate, gradually moving from the sister stage to the competing for favor stage. There is definitely harmony on the surface. Rias, who has already obtained the status of first wife, is not such a stingy person and can still tolerate Ravel. However, after witnessing Ravel dragging her followers along many times, Rias became a little hesitant. Rias is very confident in her own charm, but she is only confident that she can compare with Ravel, not confident that she can compare with Ravel and all her followers. Are you kidding me? How can one beautiful girl compare to 16 beautiful girls with different styles? What's more, there are two pairs of twins among them. Under such hesitation, Rias even considered recruiting her followers to join the group. However, it was just an idea. Lin Xiu had only tried to test Akino and Kaneko a few times and had no intention of forcing his followers. In addition to the two fiancés, Seraful and Amano Yuuma, two girls who often dated Lin Xiu, also underwent subtle changes. As for Amano Yuuma, she entered a state of being both proactive and trying to improve herself. Lin Xiu felt that it could be called actively playing badly. She was quite proactive during the date, but the most intimate action was limited to kissing, and she had no intention of continuing. Lin Xiu could see that she had already entered the final stage and was just about to make the final decision. As for Seraflor, she was very close to Lin Xiu. After Lin Xiu became a married man, without the previous constraints, she started to have more and more fun with Lin Xiu. Every time Lin Xiu left Seraflor, her face was filled with the scent of milk. Of course, there were also things on Seraflor's side that Lin Xiu was concerned about. That is, Seraflor would mention Sona in front of him from time to time. In the past, Seraflor never mentioned other things when she was playing COS. As the matter progressed, Seraflor even suggested that Sona join a show that Lin Xiu and she were preparing together and act as the blue magical girl of her second brother. Of course, Lin Xiu agreed to this. He hasn't had much contact with Sona recently, simply because he wants to grind down the arrogance in Sona's heart so that she can accept the reality that he has a harem. If Sona is willing to play the role of a magical girl, Lin Xiu feels that Sona has already taken the first step in letting go of her pride. Then, there was the matter of the old Demon King that Lin Xiu had always been worried about. After Lin Xiu displayed his Demon King level strength, the old Demon King seemed to have lost interest in attacking him. Lin Xiu knew that this was because he had become stronger, and because he was the one who married instead of the one who was buried. It was not a disgrace to the pure-blooded Leviathan. However, Lin Xiu believed that the old Demon King faction would eventually take action against him, because as Lin Xiu's name in the underworld becomes more and more famous, soon, Lin Xiu will be recognized by the public as the orthodox Leviathan, and those defected old Demon Kings will become heretics. After all, Lin Xiu's Leviathan bloodline is genuine. After defeating the Supreme Emperor, nearly a month passed in the DxD world. Considering that the speed of Akame Killer's world is 5 times that of the DxD world, that is to say, more than half a year has passed between the Apocalypse world and the Akame Killer world. During this half year, Lin Xiu improved his techniques and martial arts knowledge while training his immortal power and magic power. During this period, Lin Xiu's power was upgraded from mid-level Supreme Demon to Initial Demon King. Of course, to the people in the DxD world, only a little over 2 months had passed. From the time Lin Xiu was discovered until now, it had only been a little over 2 months, and Lin Xiu's strength had risen from an unknown low-level demon to the level of a Demon King. The last time Lin Xiu defeated Laval, his true strength was only at the peak of the upper demon level. At this point, if the demons in the underworld knew that Lin Xiu had the power to rival the 4 Demon Kings, they would probably flock to sell their daughters to Lin Xiu. Unlike before, when they were only willing to marry but still want to leave one child with their own surname, this time they probably don't even need to have 10 children with their own surname. Compared to a mere child, it is more important to establish a good relationship with Lin Xiu before she takes the throne. In addition to the improvement of his strength, Lin Xiu also completed another main task in the world of Apocalypse. That's right. In addition to the task of killing zombies, Lin Xiu has another main task in the world of Apocalypse, which is to build shelter. The reason why Lin Xiu was able to complete the main task of killing zombies so quickly was mainly because his personal strength was too strong and he eliminated the zombies too quickly. However, unlike the 1.9 zombie killing mission that was completed immediately, the other building a shelter mission was completed on a scheduled basis. After Lin Xiu's personal guards captured the last refuge in the Apocalypse world, a system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. Bite! Congratulations to the host for completing the first main mission. Build a shelter with the strongest possible shelter capacity within 6 months. Bluta. Note: the more heroines the shelter contains, the greater the total number of people, and the higher the bonus. Mission level: blue gold. Not only did he take in all the heroines, he also took in a large number of heroines from other worlds with enhanced soul powers, and even integrated the entire world, becoming the king of the world. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Concept ability: not so distant utopia, gold. Conceptual ability: utopia is not far away. It can allow people who are connected to you to obtain the same level of protection as you. Concept ability: any place where the host's power can be deployed is considered to be within the host's protection range. The moment Lin Xiu saw this system reward, an idea instantly popped up in his mind. This ability seems to be able to work in conjunction with the Supreme Imperial gear. As Lin Xiu said, the ability of Utopia, not far away, can be linked with the Supreme Emperor's gear. After some experiments, Lin Xiu successfully shared part of the defensive power of the Supreme Emperor's weapon with some of his harem members. Although the shield's defensive power will weaken with more members sharing it, it can be activated instantly. As long as I set up a circuit that can be activated when everyone encounters danger, the shield will automatically open when encountering special circumstances. It will be no different from everyone being able to use the shield. In a sense, this also greatly improves the efficiency of the Supreme Imperial gear. Compared to only being able to protect members of the royal family, it's more convenient to be able to protect anyone you want. After completing all the main quests in the Apocalypse world, Lin Xiu devoted all his energy to the main quests in the Akame kill world. After the founding ceremony, Lin Xiu proclaimed himself emperor, named the old Emperor Finalizing as empress, Esdeath and Xiu as assistant empresses, and announced the establishment of the new empire. Without a doubt, this is the most effective way to bestow titles and stabilize the morale of the harem and the military. Finalizing has the highest status, Esdeath is the strongest, and Xiu has the longest seniority. Apart from them, the other concubines in the harem are not qualified. After the establishment of the new empire, Lin Xiu first rested for half a year and promoted the technology and industrial level of Chang'an to the entire empire. After Lin Xiu was able to use the techniques of the DxD world, the world of Akame no-kill has been further developed and has shown a trend of moving from the industrial age to the magic industrial age. Most importantly, Lin Xiu passed down various techniques from the DxD world to the Akame Chan world. After the main mission was completed, the world rules of Akame Killer's world were changed, or in other words, the world rules were eroded, becoming more in line with the rules of the DD world and system. Since you can use the techniques of another world, you can also use the training methods of another world. After Lin Xiu passed down the cultivation method, within just half a year, many powerful people with strength reaching the level of intermediate 22nd level demons or even upper level demons emerged in the empire. Unlike the world of Apocalypse, the upper limit of the world of Akame Killer has been fully developed, and dangerous species at the Super Demon King level have been born. Therefore, it is very difficult to reach a higher level with the strength that has already been fully developed. The original Esdeath's strength was probably at the highest level of a demon, and with the Imperial weapon that could exert the power of a Demon King, she was invincible in the world of Akame /. After using the special chess piece, although Esdeath's strength improved, she only barely reached the Super Demon King level when she burst out with all her strength, which was far inferior to Lin Xiu after using the Forbidden Hand. There's no way around it. Compared to those who are born without magic power, Esdeath's essence of the devil is far ahead in bloodline development. If you were too far ahead in the past, it means that your subsequent potential is not as great as others. Of course, Esdeath's combat talent was still sufficient. Even if her improvement was not as great as others, she still relied on her own talent and hard work to firmly sit in the first place under Lin Xiu. In addition to improving technology, passing down skills, changing systems, and preparing the army for war, Lin Xiu did not fall behind in other progress. Considering the True Apocalypse World Complete Collection in the Apocalypse World, Lin Xiu began to collect some beautiful girls with unique soul strength in the Akame Killer world. According to the setting of the world of Akame Killer, these beautiful girls should be the parallel world counterparts of the heroines in other worlds. Lin Xiu's collection plan lasted for more than half a year. During this period, Lin Xiu resurrected a large number of beautiful girls seen in the original plot, such as Hill's best friend who betrayed her, a beautiful girl of a foreign race who invaded the night raid base, the girl who served as an informant for the night raid during a Ningdao and was captured by the horse head in the original plot, the girl who acted as an informant in the palace, but was threatened by Sheila and chose to betray night raid, and so on and so forth. Finally, after resurrecting Martha, who was very friendly to Chi Tong and left an indelible impression on Chi Tong, and sending her to the dragon bed that night, Lin Xiu finally heard the system prompt sound. Bite! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Collect all the items in the world of true Akame. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Akame Slashing World, Child of the World Qualification, Red. The World of Akame Killer, Qualification of the Son of the World. After collecting all the heroines, the host becomes the son of the world recognized by the world. As the son of the world, the host can change the rules of the world to a certain extent. In addition, the host can also consume part of the world's origin to unlock the life form of the life form selected by himself. After the life form is unlocked, the life form will grow to the growth limit of the world in one go. Note 1. When unlocking the life forms of the original male and female protagonists, there is no need to consume the world origin because it has been unlocked once. Note 2. The growth limit of Akame/'s world is the Super Demon King level. The next day, Lin Xiu began his final conquest of the Akame-chan world. Esdeath led her army north to conquer the northern ethnic groups that had not been completely wiped out last time. Najeshidan led his army southward to conquer South Vietnam and the island countries in the South Pacific. Cornelia led her army westward, conquering the Mediterranean, the Middle East, and Europe along the Silk Road. Cao led his army eastward, first conquering Korea, then Fuso, and then joined Esdeath along the Bering Strait to conquer North America and South America together. Each of Lin Xiu's followers possesses the strength of a quasi-general, and all opponents along the way are defeated at the first touch. This is no longer a crushing of strength, but a crushing of national strength and the times. How could a group of countries in the agricultural age possibly resist an empire that was about to enter the magical industrial age? With the help of the teleportation array, Lin Xiu conquered all the other countries in the Akame world in just 1 month. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission 1. Within 2 years, establish your own power. Completion stage. Build an empire and conquer the world. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Supreme Emperor Privilege, Red. Supreme Emperor Privilege, Red. As the Emperor, you cannot use lower abilities. One random ability is automatically upgraded to red quality, and 3 abilities are automatically upgraded to gold rating. In addition, all the host's existing system rewards below purple quality have been automatically upgraded to purple quality. From now on, all abilities of the host that have not reached purple quality will be automatically upgraded to purple quality. Ding! The quality of Vamana, the incarnation of God, has been upgraded to red. Ding! The rewards for True Secret Sword Skill, Water, Immortal Body, and Slime Symbiote have been upgraded to gold. The general gains from the world of Akame Kill are as follows. Blue, Talent Ability, Fatherly Love like a Mountain. Blue has been upgraded to purple. When facing a Lolita-type character, you will further gain their attention and love. Destined to be someone loved by Lolita. Title, Maiden Savior. Blue, now upgraded to purple. Any girl who longs for help will naturally rely on the host. After receiving help from the host, her favorability will be greatly improved. Purple, Judgment of the Ten Kings. Sekuriti version incorporates the Judgment of the Ten Kings moves from the Sarihara storyline into the Sekuriti's Gauntlet armor, increasing his combat capabilities in various situations. True Secret Sword Skill, Water, Purple, has been upgraded to gold. The evolved sword skill inherits all the functions of the secret sword skill and true water breathing and strengthens them. It can further enhance the host's moves and blood awakening level. When performing True Secret Sword Technique, Water, you can add different breathing techniques to the secret sword technique according to your needs. When using breathing techniques, you can also use corresponding secret sword techniques according to different situations. Encyclopedia of Imperial Equipment Manufacturing and Repair. Purple, the encyclopedia used by the first emperor to manufacture Imperial equipment. Using the Encyclopedia of Imperial Equipment Manufacturing, as long as the corresponding dangerous materials are available, the corresponding Imperial equipment can be manufactured. Sage's Body. Purple, upgraded to gold. Sage does not refer to the sages in the Naruto world, but the sages in the DxD world. The immortals in the DxD world are born with immortal power and coexist with Tao. They have unique talents in both techniques and close combat. Not only does life energy increase significantly, blood infusion. Purple, a special infusion method that uses body fluids as a medium to infuse one's own blood into another's body, helping them improve their aptitude and life form. Gold, God Slayer, Momentary Ice Emperor. Gold, the companion of the God Slayer, Eternal Ice Princess. The God Slayer possesses the ultimate power of ice. In the absolute stillness of ice, the Tao is the moment, and the moment is eternity. The Momentary Ice Emperor is the Eternal Ice Emperor. Legend has it that Bingji is the companion of Bingdi. Her power comes from Bingdi, and she is an indispensable part of Bingdi. Power, Camel, Gold after use. You can obtain divine-level kicking and lower limb techniques. The power of the kick and your own endurance are greatly increased. The fighting skills and combat awareness have also reached the divine level. The sense of pain is numb, the bleeding will stop, and the damage feedback from strong blows will be reduced to a minimum. Note, after the system has been improved, it can be used even if you're not injured. The more serious the injury, the greater the strength bonus you receive. Explosion Magic, Anti-World Specialized Version. Gold, the product of the evolution of Explosion Magic, Megumin version. In addition to the original Infinite Amplification as long as the chanting time is long enough feature, it also has the Anti-World feature. Against barriers, worlds, field magic, etc. As long as it faces an existence with world, barrier attributes, Explosion Magic can cause extremely strong restraining damage to it. Atavistic Leviathan Bloodline. Gold, the product of further purification and atavism of the Leviathan bloodline. In addition to its own blood purity and bloodline power exceeding 0.73 of the first-generation Leviathan, it also has an awakening in the direction of atavism. By using the atavistic Leviathan bloodline, the host can gain the bloodline abilities of the female demon with whom the host has intercourse. The stronger the bloodline and power of the female demon with whom the host has intercourse, the higher the host's collection level. Once the collection level reaches a certain standard, the atavistic Leviathan bloodline can further evolve, moving towards the original great demon bloodline that gathers all the principles of heaven and earth and then differentiates. Supreme Imperial Equipment. Gold to be precise. All Imperial equipment have evolved similarly to the artifacts in the DxD world, but the Supreme Imperial equipment has the highest grade and is listed separately. At this stage, Even if the protagonist who possesses the supreme Imperial weapon is not in the world of Akame/, he can still have an all-round shield at the peak of the Super Demon King level. In the future, as the sole power of all intelligent life forms in the Akame/world increases, there is a possibility of further improvement. Conceptual ability. Utopia, not far away. Gold, it allows people who are connected to you to obtain conceptual abilities with the same level of protection as you, as long as the host power can be deployed. All are considered to be within the host's protection range. It can be linked with the Supreme Emperor's artifact, granting the Supreme Emperor's artifact's all-round shield to those who are connected to it. Strengthened Slime Symbiote. Upgraded to gold, a slime symbiote strengthened by the Emperor's privilege. Its protective and various auxiliary abilities are even greater, and it can even be used as an alchemical and forging material. Its effectiveness far surpassing the world's strongest magical metal, orichalcum. Red. Supreme Emperor Privilege. Red, as the Emperor, all system rewards of the host will be maintained at a minimum purple level. All rewards now and in the future that do not reach the purple level will be automatically upgraded to the purple level. In addition, one of the host's random abilities will automatically be upgraded to a red rating, and 3 abilities will automatically be upgraded to a gold rating. Akame Killer World. Qualification of the World's Sun. The effect is similar to the qualification of the World's Sun in the Apocalypse world, and it gives you a huge bonus when fighting in the Akame Killer World. It has the ability to unlock the local authority to limit growth. Incarnation of God. Dwarf Amano. Red, one of the 10 incarnations of Vishnu to save the world. The rest is omitted. One of the abilities randomly enhanced by the Emperor's privilege. It possesses multiple abilities including disguise, huge shrinkage, world crossing, and contract. While Esdeath and the others were conquering the world, Night Raid was also busy. Using this strengthened slime symbiote, whose quality has been upgraded from blue to gold after evolution. Lin Xiu is transforming the Empire's Imperial weapon. According to the system description, the quality of the golden strengthened slime symbiote as an alchemical material and forging material far exceeds that of orichalcum. In other words, the Imperial weapon enhanced by the enhanced slime symbiote will definitely be much more powerful than the original Imperial weapon. Using the knowledge from the unnamed mantra document and the compendium of Imperial equipment in his mind, Lin Xiu repaired and strengthened all the Imperial equipment, including the Supreme Imperial equipment. On the day when all the Imperial tools were strengthened and repaired, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second main mission. Within 2 years, try to collect as many Imperial tools and Ministerial tools as possible. Completion stage. Collected, repaired, and strengthened all Imperial tools. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Imperial Evolution Gold. Imperial Equipment Evolution. Gold including the Supreme Imperial Equipment. All Imperial equipment will evolve instantly, with the potential and possibility to be selected beyond the original specifications. The evolution method is similar to the artifacts in the DxD world, which can use the power of the user's mind to produce evolution in different directions. After obtaining the evolution of the Imperial weapon, Lin Xiu studied the Supreme Imperial weapon that became even stronger after evolution, while working hard to develop the world of Akame/. On the one hand, Lin Xiu needs the dragon energy and national destiny of the world of slashing scarlet eyes to activate the Supreme Imperial device. Considering that the Supreme Imperial device is driven by national destiny and dragon energy, the stronger the country is, the better. On the other hand, this is also Lin Xiu's promise to the girls in the world of Akame Kill. I still have a lot of DxD world spells left. If I gradually invest them in the Akame/ world, it should be able to maintain prosperity for a long time. To prevent my empire from being damaged by rebellion in the future, I need to improve the social class mobility system and the distribution of benefits. Human nature is to pursue profit. However, if I, as the most powerful and violent group in the empire, could become immortal and only pursue national interests instead of personal gain, the empire could still maintain its growth for a long period of time. Personal interests? Money? Power? Army? These things mean nothing to Lin Xiu. As a result, with the influx of advanced magic technology and new governance concepts, the world of Akame Killer experienced unprecedented prosperity. In the DxD world, nearly 2 months have passed since Lin Xiu's engagement. On this day, Lin Xiu was still sleeping in the world of Akame Killer when he received a contact from Rias. A holy sword master from the church is here? Okay, I'll be right back. Is it finally here? After roughly arranging the affairs of the Akame/world, Lin Xiu was instantly teleported back to the DxD world. The first moment Lin Xiu arrived at Juwang College, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Bite! Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline quest, the Holy Sword Master of the Church. Task level: Purple. Mission description: because the church's holy sword was stolen by the fallen angel Kirkbull, the church sent the remaining 3 holy sword users to take back the holy sword. Now, one of the holy sword users has died, leaving only Irina and Zenobia from the original plot. Considering that Juwang Town has been considered the host's territory, the host naturally cannot ignore this lunatic who wants to start a war on his territory. Quest requirements: leave behind the church's 2 holy sword users and defeat the fallen angel Kirkbull. Is it really Kirkbull? Lin Xiu didn't care for Kirkbull, just a roadside wretch that had been kicked away by Wally. CCFF. Compared to Kirkbull, Lin Xiu was more interested in the 2 holy sword users of the church. If I remember correctly, beneath their church's white robes, they all wore tight black combat uniforms. Their already explosive figures, paired with the tight black combat uniforms, were truly impressive. After taking a step forward, Lin Xiu came from her home to the old school building. Bang! As soon as Lin Xiu opened the door of the old school building, he was thrown to the ground by a beautiful orange-haired girl. Xiu Jun, I miss you so much. The orange-haired girl felt the scent of Lin Xiu and found that Lin Xiu smelled better than before. The orange-haired girl is named Irina, and she is Lin Xiu's childhood sweetheart. When she was little, Irina looked a bit boyish, but now, after entering puberty, she has grown into a beautiful and graceful girl. Irina's cascading orange ponytails reflected a honey-like luster in the light, and her emerald green eyes were watery and charming. When she looked at Lin Xiu, in addition to the joy of meeting an old friend, there was also a hint of subtle shyness. Of course, what attracted Lin Xiu's attention the most was Irina's black, close combat suit. The glossy black, tight-fitting combat suit perfectly outlines Irina's slender and graceful figure. The full and round chest line is about to burst out under the metal breastplate, and after being gathered to a wasp waist that can be grasped in one hand, it suddenly extends into a breathtaking hip and leg curve. The combat uniform is made of an elastic material similar to one-piece stockings, and the hollow design at the base of the thigh reveals a small piece of absolute territory. The smooth skin as white and tender as the first snow forms a sharp contrast with the matte black stockings, and the warm and fleshy feeling of the girl's legs can be vaguely seen when she walks. The golden lines around her waist are like vines, highlighting the fullness of her chest and the slenderness of her waist. While admiring Irina's grown figure, suddenly, a blue-haired figure came into Lin Xiu's sight. The blue girl with green highlights has sharp eyes, a crisp and neat temperament, and a naturally cool aura. The same combat uniform exudes a completely different sense of oppression on her. Her slender yet powerful shoulders and round, perky hips create a sharp hourglass silhouette, while her ample breasts create a striking cleavage in the deep V neckline. The hollowed-out waist reveals her toned abdominal muscles, while her powerful waist is cinched in a sharp curve. The torn opening on the outer thigh of the combat suit makes the absolute territory more aggressive. The snow-white skin glows white against the black stretch fabric, and the taut thigh muscles swell with every step, like a female leopard ready to pounce. But Lin Xiu knew that although Zenobia looked like a cold goddess at first sight, actually, she is a fool. All right, you're almost there. Irina, We're here to discuss serious matters. Don't forget who you are. Zenobia felt obligated to pull Irina away from Lin Xiu. Huh? What business? Aren't we here to have a free meal? Irina tilted her head. Free food. The corners of Leah's mouth twitched slightly. Oh my God. She was saying why these two people had to wait for Lin Xiu to come before talking. I guess besides thinking that Lin Xiu was the one in charge, they also wanted to take advantage of Lin Xiu's childhood sweetheart status to eat at her place. Ahem. We're here to eat for free, so we can talk about serious matters. After all, how can we have the energy to carry out our mission without a full meal? Zenobia coughed tactically and took the opportunity to cover her slightly red face with her hands. They really had no money left. After eating Lin Xiu's meal, they would probably have to sleep on the streets tonight. But sleeping on the streets is fine. As long as I have enough to eat, that's all. Free food. Lin Xiu smiled subtly and looked at Zenobia's belly. The curve is very explosive, but I don't know if it is naturally so good or because of hunger. In order to prevent Zenobia's cow-like figure from shrinking and causing her to have a bad experience in the future, Lin Xiu felt that she should do something. Zhuanai, could you please prepare some food? Lin Xiu looked at Zhuanai, who was serving beside her. As Rias's partner, Lin Xiu also has the power to order Aquino around. Aquino was stunned for a moment, then revealed a gentle smile. Yes, I understand. Ladies, do you have any favorite types of cuisine? Recently, whenever Lin Xiu was mentioned, Zhuanai was a little dazed, because Rias asked her some strange questions recently. Rias, Aquino, do you really like Lin Xiu? Otherwise, you wouldn't have done something like testing Lin Xiu's feelings for me in front of me before. If you like Lin Xiu, I can accept you. As for your feeling that natural blood is impure, I believe Lin Xiu won't mind. After all, Lin Xiu thinks he is a big pervert who doesn't care about girls as long as they are pretty. Aquino clearly remembered that Rias used to mind her being close to Lin Xiu. How come you don't mind it now that you're engaged? Because she has already accepted Ravel, so she is no longer burdened by debt? Aquino had never been in a relationship before, so she didn't know the reason for Rias's change. The only thing Aquino was sure of was that she did care a lot about the matter between Rias and Lin Xiu. Until now, Aquino could still recall the party scene where Rias and Ravel's followers were lying on Lin Xiu's big bed together. Every time he thought of this scene, Zhuanai felt hot all over. While thinking about Lin Xiu, Aquino walked up to Irina and Zenobia with a notebook. Can I order food? Of course, Irina. Aren't we childhood sweethearts? Besides, you have such a great figure. Wouldn't it be a waste if you starved yourself and became thinner? Lin Xiu replied with a smile. He found that it was fun to tease silly girls like Irina and Zenobia. It took Irina several seconds to understand what Lin Xiu meant, and her face gradually turned red. Really, Lin Xiu, you are now a demon, and I am now the holy sword master of the church. Even if we said when we were little that we would get married when we grew up, that's a childhood thing. Now we have to keep our distance. Goo. As soon as she finished saying this, Irina's stomach made a rumbling sound, making her already rosy face red all the way to her ears. Well, she admitted that she actually still liked and relied on Lin Xiu. Otherwise, she would not have thought of asking Lin Xiu for help the first time when she was hungry. Lin Xiu noticed Irina's reaction, smiled, and continued to press on with her heartlessness. Really? Irina, have you actually forgotten the promise we made when we were little? Lin Xiu's eyes gradually dimmed, and his expression seemed extremely lost. Combined with the purple-level succubus bloodline, the lethality is maximized. Alas, I thought you were serious, Irina, and have been working hard since we separated. Lin Xiu sighed, as if he were a tragic man who had been defrauded of his feelings. No, Xiujuan, it's not like that. In fact, I have always liked Xiujuan. Seeing Lin Xiu's lost expression, Irina suddenly stood up and hugged Lin Xiu, giving her a warm and fragrant facial cleanser. Feeling the material of Irina's close combat suit, Lin Xiu's breathing suddenly became much heavier, because he smelled the unique scent of a holy girl on Irina's combat uniform. If Amano Yuma's characteristic is first love, then Irina's characteristic is childhood sweetheart. Lin Xiu felt that as a man, it was normal to have some fantasies about childhood sweethearts. Irina also felt Lin Xiu's breath. But in order to comfort Lin Xiu, she suppressed her shyness and held Lin Xiu's head against her chest. Lin Xiu really likes Irina's cute look of being shy, but unwilling to let go of him, son. Lin Xiu's breathing became more intense. Xiu can stop. Irina's delicate body trembled. If she was not mistaken, Lin Xiu seemed to open his mouth. As Lin Xiu and Irina came into direct physical contact, the succubus bloodline took effect. Irina's body secreted various hormones crazily, preparing for reproduction. Her originally fair and tender thighs were stained with a hint of red. Just when Irina was at a loss as to what to do because of Lin Xiu's excessive behavior, someone finally reached out to her. Master Lin Xiu, Miss Irina, how about we order first? Akino frowned and reminded with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Xiu finally retracted her tongue and let go of Irina, who was about to faint. Bullying and educating Irina is indeed quite interesting, but Lin Xiu would not do anything too extreme when they first met. That's right, Irina, you should go fill your stomach first. It's rare that you've grown so well. If you starve and become thin, I'll be very sad. Feeling the lingering milky fragrance of Irina, Lin Xiu looked at Akino with a hint of teasing. Normally, it would be Rias who reminded him at this time. What on earth is causing Akino to be confused about her own identity? Lin Xiu turned to look at Rias. Leah and Lin Xiu's eyes met in the air, and Su Xiu instantly understood Leah's meaning. So, Rias is already thinking of dragging Akino into the battlefield? After all, Ravel had over a dozen beautiful maidens as her followers, including 2 pairs of twins, so it was normal for Rias to feel a sense of crisis. After being released by Lin Xiu, Irina breathed a long sigh of relief and slumped down on the sofa. It took her a while to recover. Really, Xiujuan, why didn't you care about my figure and growth when I was little? As expected, men all like big ones. Irina puffed up her cheeks. You're wrong, Irina. As for me, I like them all, big or small. Lin Xiu replied seriously. Hearing Lin Xiu's answer, Irina pouted her red lips in dissatisfaction. Indeed, Xiujuan, you must like both big and small girls. Otherwise, how could you have married that young lady from the Phoenix family? After coming to her senses, Irina finally remembered that Lin Xiu was not only engaged, but also had 2 fiancés. How could such a lustful Lin Xiujun only think about her after she left? Lin Xiujuan, it's decided. I will never hug you like this again. Irina was very angry, and the consequences were serious. She found that after she left, her childhood sweetheart seemed to have turned into a scumbag. Moreover, she almost fell in his trap just now. After much reflection, Irina vowed never to listen to Lin Xiu's sweet talk again and never to bury her heart in Lin Xiu's arms again. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I'd like hamburger patties and curry chicken. Although she was very dissatisfied with Lin Xiu, Irina was not very polite to Akino. By the way, Zenobia, how about you? Zenobia still had that aloof look on her face, seemingly unaffected by the affection between Lin Xiu and Irina. Of course, the reality is that with her intelligence, it was difficult for her to understand what had just happened. She just saw Irina hugging Lin Xiu and didn't know that Lin Xiu sucked it many times while enjoying the facial cleanser. The devil actually wants to treat us to a meal. It seems that the etiquette of the 10 demon clans is very good. Zenobia habitually put on a superior attitude towards the evil spirits. It's a pity that Irina won't indulge her. Bang! Seeing that Zenobia was still sulking, Irina hit her hard on the head, leaving a big red bump. Zenobia, don't be so rude. Lin Xiujun invited us to dinner, so we must thank him properly. Irina still has a clear sense of right and wrong. When Lin Xiu invited them to dinner, out of consideration for their past friendship, she, as Lin Xiu's childhood sweetheart, did not accept it openly. Zenobia, an outsider, had even less right to act pretentiously. Zenobia lowered her head, still somewhat unconvinced. But she found that she could only refuse to accept the result, and could not say anything to refute it. In any case, they were invited to dinner, so they shouldn't act too unfamiliar. Although it's not right to thank a demon, but just this once, thank you for treating us to dinner, Zenobia said softly. Zenobia is only an icy beauty on the surface. In fact, she is very simple inside, or rather, very stupid. While Akino was cooking, Rias found an excuse to ask Lin Xiu out alone. After Rias's explanation, Xiu finally understood why Akino was behaving strangely today. I see, Rias, you actually told Akino about this. Lin Xiu knew that this act of recruiting Juno fully exposed Rias's current situation of having a sense of crisis. Although at least a quarter of Lin Xiu's time was allocated to Rias, facing more than a dozen people alone was still too much pressure for Rias. Although she and Ravel had formed a First Lady and Second Lady alliance to manage the harem, 2 months later, Rias fully felt the fact that a single fight is not as good as a group fight. Lin Xiu was always excited when he challenged Ravel and all of her followers. After seeing them many times, Rias felt that she needed to do something. That's why she took the initiative to test Akino. After thinking for a while, Rias looked into Lin Xiu's eyes seriously and said, Xiu-jun, I can see that Akino has feelings for you. This kind of affection for the opposite S*X has only been shown to you, Xiu-jun, since she was a child. Well, considering how lustful Xiu-kun is, you shouldn't mind Akino joining in, right? Rias crossed her arms, her azure eyes gleaming with a hint of ridicule. Of course you don't mind. Rias, you should know what kind of person I am. As he spoke, Lin Xiu slowly moved towards Lias's red lips. If I only know that you, Lin Xiu-jun, are a lecher. Having said that, Rias was quite skilled in connecting with Lin Xiu's kiss. While letting Lin Xiu move in and out her mouth, Rias said, By the way, Lin Xiu-kun, if you want to win Akino's heart, you need to pay special attention to some things. What should I pay attention to? Lin Xiu smiled helplessly. Rias seemed a little worried that he wouldn't be able to successfully capture Akino, and she was actually giving him some advice in advance. Lin Xiu-kun, I want you to be careful not to show any ill feelings towards Akino's wings. How do you say that? Lin Xiu-kun, you should know that Akino has fallen angel wings in addition to devil wings, right? Yes, I know. 037. Actually, Akino's fallen angel wings were inherited from her mother, Himejima Yuri. 30 years ago, a baby girl was born into the Himejima family, one of the 5 major families. This baby girl was extremely special because she possessed the purest bloodline of a fallen angel. The Himejima family, a family dedicated to exorcising demons, were extremely angry about the birth of a fallen angel within their family. However, considering that the baby girl's parents had committed suicide to apologize, the Himejima family reluctantly adopted the girl. 18 years later, the baby girl who was born a fallen angel grew up and was named Himejima Julie. However, misfortune struck her again. One day, 18 years ago, she became pregnant even though she had never had S*X with anyone. After becoming pregnant, Himejima Yuri fled the Himejima family. 10 months later, she gave birth to a daughter and named her Himejima Yuri. Lias's story was obviously different from what Lin Xiu remembered. However, since there are precedents such as Takagi Riko and Miyamoto Kuriko, Lin Xiu would not be too surprised by this. As Lin Xiu was listening, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Bite! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot quest, The Regret of Himejima Mother and Daughter. Quest level, Gold. Task description. After being conceived by heaven, Himejima Yuri gave birth to Himejima Akino, and the mother and daughter lived together in a shrine. One day, a wounded male, fallen angel, suddenly broke into the shrine. The male fallen angel was a good man and was willing to take over Himejima Yuri and give the mother and daughter a safe haven. However, things happened unexpectedly. When Himejima Yuri was hesitating whether to accept Baichio's kindness, the Himejima family's pursuit troops came up. It turns out that ever since Himejima Yuri was discovered to be pregnant and ran away, the Himejima family has been hunting her down. Because Baichio was not there at the time, Himejima Shuri was brutally murdered, and Himejima Akino was almost emotionally broken. A asterisk. A few minutes later, after Rias and the system's dual explanation, Lin Xiu completely understood what happened to Himejima Akino. Because she was born a fallen angel, Akino felt that she was born filthy. The reason why she wanted to reincarnate as a demon was largely to eliminate her fallen angel wings. However, things did not go as planned. After being reincarnated as a devil, Akino's fallen angel wings did not disappear. Instead, they turned into a hybrid with half fallen angel wings and half devil wings. In that case, Rias, I have to tell you something. Lin Xiu let go of Rias, who was a little obsessed. What's the matter? Rias broke away from Lin Xiu, her watery eyes filled with a hint of confusion. You must be curious about why I would touch Irina, whom I just met, right? Actually, they were sent out by the church, the god of the Holy Sword Bible. Lin Xiu quickly explained the reason to Rias. So, they are cannon fodder sent by the church? Indeed, if that's the case, it will be better for you, Lin Xiujun, to accept them. Since Rias chose to drag Akino into this, she naturally wouldn't have any objection to Lin Xiu finding another girl. In a sense, Rias didn't dare to object, because even though Lin Xiu said they would have multiple children in the future and solve the Gremory family's infertility problem, that was ultimately a future that had not yet been realized. If that doesn't happen, she will be considered a disqualified wife, as she can only give birth to a child with a Gremory family name. That's why Rias accepted Ravel so easily. With Ravel around, even if she only gave birth to one child, the other demons wouldn't say anything. While Rias and Lin Xiu were discussing, Akino had already prepared the corresponding dishes. At the dining table, Zenobia and Irina swept through the crowd like whirlwind. Zenobia seemed to regard these foods as demons that must be defeated, and vowed to completely destroy them. Irina was fine, as she took her image in Lin Xiu's heart into consideration and was much more reserved than Zenobia. Really, Zenobia, even if you've been hungry for so long, you can't give up on maintaining your ladylike image, right? Irina mentioned the word ladylike image, which was completely absent from them. Huh? Still looking like a lady? Irina, why do you think we're starving? Zenobia was furious when she mentioned being hungry for so long. Don't you understand why the two of us are starving, Irina? Isn't it because you, Irina, used the funds without permission to purchase a so-called saint's portrait? But that St. George's portrait, how can we not buy it and enshrine it properly? Irina became less and less confident as she spoke. She was indeed too excited when she bought it. Later, when they were praying to the portrait, they saw something like an emoticon on the portrait and then realized what was going on. But it feels like I've been cheated. Zenovia's faith is not as strong as Irina's. For example, when her life is in danger due to the church's mission, Irina will carry out the mission with the belief of dying for the Lord, while Zenovia will try her best to save her own life. Of course, this doesn't mean that Zenovia is not pious. However, Zenovia felt that she should not die so easily. Only by living could she better believe in the Lord and spread the Lord's faith. Lin Xiu looked at these two typical dumb and unhappy combinations, smiled, and asked, Irina, if I'm not mistaken, you two should both be carrying holy swords, right? The church's holy sword user is looking for me, so I guess there's something going on. You actually knew our identities before we even revealed our holy swords. You're truly the blasphemous demon, Lin Xiu. Irina and Zenobia both raised their heads at Lin Xiu's words, but of course, they didn't slow down their eating speed. A blasphemous demon? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. When did he get such a silly nickname? That's right, Xiujuan. Now many church members in the church call you a blasphemous devil. Irina also nodded. Xiujun, Didn't you show off your special physique during the live broadcast that makes you immune to the holy sword? Yeah, that's right. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing this, Lin Xiu instantly understood the reason. So, those church members can't accept the existence of demons that are immune to holy power. So, they can only label me a blasphemer. Only people in the church can do this kind of self-escape. Self-escape. Hearing the word self-escape, Zenobia frowned fiercely. However, perhaps remembering what Irina had said to her, Zenobia did not get angry just because she was unhappy. Irina was also afraid that Zenovia's rude words would upset Lin Xiu, so she quickly replied, "By the way, Xiu-kun, didn't you just ask us, the holy sword masters of the church, what business we have with you?" Actually, the story is this. Recently, the fallen angel Kirkbowl attacked several locations of the church and stole the church's holy sword. In order to reclaim the holy sword, the church, Irina opened her red lips slightly and gave the answer that Lin Xiu expected. A few minutes later, "So, you were sent out just like that. $1*G at carat." Rias asked in disbelief. She had already heard that sending out a holy swordsman in this situation meant sending someone to deal with the problem. Kirkbowl, a cadre-level fallen angel, possesses strength at least as strong as a peak demon king, or even stronger. With Zenobia and Irina's strength, they still want to find Kirkbowl to take back the holy sword? Isn't this courting death? Rias even doubted that they combined couldn't even defeat her. In the past 2 months, with her personal hard work and Lin Xiu's blood infusion method, Rias has been promoted to the highest level demon. Her strength has increased by an unknown amount. Facing the questions from Lin Xiu and Rias, Zenobia answered firmly, "For the Lord, it's all worth it." "Oh, even if it costs your lives, you would still do it?" Lin Xiu asked back. He knew how firm Zenovia's faith was. Without knowing that the God of the Bible was dead, Zenovia's faith was still firm. But in the original plot, after learning the news that the God of the Bible had passed away, Zenovia's faith collapsed, and she gave up on herself and became a demon. Facing Lin Xiu's question, Irina was the first to answer. "Even if it means sacrificing our lives, we will do so. At the very least, we must destroy the stolen holy sword and never let it fall into the hands of the fallen angels." "Yes, the mission must be completed," Zenobia said after hesitating for a few seconds. "Is that so? Well, I have a proposal. What do you think?" Lin Xiu said with a smile. "Since the minimum requirement is to destroy the holy sword, how about just handing it over to me? In my hands, it would be much better than the hands of a fallen angel, right? After all, I'm a so-called blasphemous demon and already have my own holy sword. It's only natural to have a few more holy swords from the church in my possession, right?" Lin Xiu's words immediately made Zenobia and Irina fall into a daze. Is there such a plan? Zenobia hurriedly used her not-so-bright brain to think. Indeed, Lin Xiu Leviathan had the experience of using the holy sword to cut his palm in public without getting hurt. In other words, he probably also had the holy sword gene. It was not a bad choice to hand it over to him. Most importantly, this way we can gain his strength and make him our helper in fighting the fallen angels. Considering his relationship with Irina, he should be willing to take action if there is a suitable reason. Zenobia was persuaded, but Irina disagreed. "Zenobia, what are you talking about? Destroying the holy sword and handing it over to Xiu-kun are two completely different things, right?" Hearing this, Lin Xiu took the initiative to hold Irina's hand. "Irina, don't you want to see me again? Even if you complete the task of destroying the holy sword, it will be difficult for you to survive. Instead of that, why not just hand over the holy sword to me?" Looking at Lin Xiu's worried eyes, Irina remembered the scene of Lin Xiu blowing hot air and licking her chest just now. Xiu-jun, don't look at me like that. No, don't touch my hand. Okay, I agree. Isn't that enough?" Thus, the transaction was successful. If the 7 Excaliburs, or the holy sword Durandal of the church, can be absorbed, Esther's quality should be able to be raised to gold. Although it's sufficient at this stage, Zhao Qianhao, considering the future, A martial body that hasn't reached gold or even red quality will definitely not be enough. But fortunately, there are many holy swords in the DxD world, and I should be able to meld out a red-level holy sword in the future. Ding! Hosts don't need to worry about the quality of rewards. When a host completes the 3rd dungeon world, the system will undergo a major upgrade. At that time, the host can store, synthesize, or enhance the abilities and items rewarded by the system. The stored lottery draw times can be used to synthesize higher-level lottery draws, or to strengthen your existing abilities. According to the system rules, 3 low-level rewards can be combined into a high-level reward. That is, 3 purple lottery opportunities can be combined into a gold lottery opportunity. When synthesizing, take the host's Holy Sword prototype as an example. Under normal circumstances, a purple-level Holy Sword prototype requires 2 purple-level draws to upgrade. However, since it has already absorbed the purple quality Holy Sword of the Demon King Slayer, it now only needs 1 purple-level lottery draw to upgrade its quality to gold. According to the system, the synthesis function awarded by the system is the most important ability for me to resist the DxD world. In 10 days, the system will have finished searching the 3rd dungeon world. By then, we must unlock this feature as soon as possible. Lin Xiu sighed. The invasion of the core of evolution from the DxD world made him very uneasy. He estimated that the time when the DxD world was attacked by the DxD world would be much earlier than the original plot. Red quality rewards are capped at Dragon God level, while color quality rewards have no cap. If the upper limit is Dragon God level, it's obviously not enough to deal with evil gods that surpass the Dragon God. To fight against evil gods, you must obtain at least several colorful rewards and develop them to a very high level. After obtaining Lin Xiu's promise to cooperate, Zenoa and Irina stayed at Lin Xiu's invitation. Originally, Zenovia absolutely did not want to live in a demon's house. But who says they really have no money? Considering that Lin Xiu is both Irina's childhood sweetheart and their current partner, living in Lin Xiu's house is undoubtedly the most appropriate. However, the two of them didn't know that living in Lin Xiu's house was equivalent to being eaten up half by Lin Xiu, and it would be difficult for them to move out again. Lin Xiu believed that with the long time they spent together, the effect of the succubus bloodline for a long time, and the final fatal blow, the two swordsmen will be devoured by him in no time. But what Lin Xiu didn't expect was that due to Zenovia's not reading the air behavior, this time was suddenly brought forward a lot. While choosing a room, Zenovia noticed another church member living in Lin Xiu's house. You're the exiled witch? If I remember correctly, your name is Asia. Upon seeing Asia, Zenovia called her witch without hesitation. Hearing Zenovia addressing Asia as witch, Lin Xiu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He knew that Zenovia had no ill intentions. She was just a fool, and she just insisted on believing in the church. But one thing is for sure, just because Lin Xiu is not angry, it doesn't mean that Lin Xiu doesn't mind. As expected, for a woman like Zenovia, who firmly believes in Church 980, the most appropriate thing to do is to destroy her faith. Just like Asia in the past, as long as their faith is not destroyed, the church will remain an absolutely correct existence in their hearts. Only by destroying their faith can they transform from being vassals of the church into their true selves. Lin Xiu couldn't help but think, do you know me? Asia's beautiful eyes opened slightly, her expression slightly elegant, which, after living here with Lin Xiu for more than 2 months, she almost forgot that she was a witch recognized by the church. Zenovia, I have to correct you on one thing. Asia is not a witch, Lin Xiu said with a smile. As expected, the people in the church need correction. Whether it was Asia, Hailu, Zenovia, or Irina, they were all very reluctant to listen to others before their beliefs were destroyed. Not a witch. If not a witch, why does she have the power to heal demons? Zenovia habitually retorted with the church's explanation. Okay, Mr. Lin Xiu, you don't have to say anymore. I have already accepted the fact that I am a witch. Asia smiled gently and took Lin Xiu's hand. Aisha, Whether you're a witch or not, you are the person I like, and even more so my woman. I will not allow others to make foolish attacks on you with wrong ideas. Lin Xiu calmly held down Aisha's hand that was holding his. Bet. Listening to Lin Xiu's words, Asia's emerald eyes gradually filled with tears. When they feel wronged, many adults will appear calm and unmoved. However, when they are separated from the external environment, they will show their weak side in front of their family members. After living together with Lin Xiu for a long time, Aisha has already regarded Lin Xiu as her own family. Aisha was touched by Lin Xiu's behavior defending her. But, in Zenovia's opinion, this scene was disgusting. Oh, your woman? So, which Asia, after your spiritual corruption, are you willing to offer your body to the devil? Asia didn't answer Zenovia. She just held Lin Xiu's hand and shed tears of joy. Okay, Asia, although I like the way you cry, I think it's better for you to cry when you serve me at night. Lin Xiu gently touched Asia's red lips and wiped away the tears from the corners of the blonde saint's eyes. Since he had already decided to correct Zenovia and Irina, Lin Xiu had no intention of holding back. Lin Xiu asked while holding Aisha, Zenovia and Irina, let me ask you, was the divine weapon invented by the God of the Bible? Yes, it was indeed God who invented the divine weapon. This is a blessing bestowed upon mankind by God. Zenovia nodded. Then another question. Do you choose the God you obtain? Of course not. Whether humans can obtain the artifact is determined by the Lord's will. Zenovia continued to respond calmly. Then, one last question. She was clearly given this divine weapon. So why is Asia blamed for the artifact being able to heal demons? Lin Xiu's voice was calm as always, but it carried an unquestionable majesty that made Zenovia take a step back. Maybe the artifact given to her by God couldn't cure demons originally, but because she was an evil person, her artifact could cure demons. Zenovia was still stubborn. Seeing that Gino's client was unwilling to face reality, Xiu curled his lips and continued. You mean the gods made a mistake? God will not make mistakes, but... Zenovia was overwhelmed for a moment. Seeing that Zenovia was completely at a disadvantage, Irina extended a helping hand. The Lord gave Asia this ability because he wanted to test her, to test the strength of Asia Allgate's faith. Can she still believe in the Lord and trust in Jia, even when her fate is at stake? What she is going through now is what the trial requires. Irina's words were more tactful than Zenovia's. It's a pity that their beliefs were wrong. Lin Xiu glanced at Irina, smiled, and shook his head. Irina's faith in the church is even stronger than Zenovia's, to the point where she can give a self-consistent explanation. Since this is a trial given to Asia by God, why do you call her a witch before the trial is concluded? Is it just based on the church's decision? Silence. Zenovia and Irina were silent. They really couldn't find any reason to refute it. Now they're caught in a paradox. If the church is not wrong, then God is wrong. But God cannot be wrong. So the church is wrong? Is the church wrong? They didn't dare to think about such things. At least Irina didn't dare to think about such things. Irina was silent, thinking carefully about the conflict between Lin Xiu's logic and the church's logic. But Zenovia is different. Although her belief is not as firm as Irina's, she is the type who sticks to her principles. Since the church hasn't made a decision, and the gods haven't made a decision either, then she is now guilty. Whether you are willing to acknowledge this as a test from God is your business. But we only believe what the church says. Since the church says Asia is a witch, then, in my eyes, she is a witch. Ha ha, it seems you won't give up until you see the Yellow River. Lin Xiu chuckled. Zenovia is indeed Zenovia. She won't turn back until she hits the wall. No matter what, you should acknowledge the voice of God in the church, right? Of course. Zenovia and Irina replied at the same time. Okay, Aisha, are you willing to produce evidence that you are recognized by the gods? Lin Xiu looked at Aisha. Yes, I do. Asia's recovery was more resolute than ever. Originally, Asia was unwilling to confront Zenovia and Irina. However, after seeing Lin Xiu arguing for her, Asia felt that she had to respond to Lin Xiu's feelings. Oh, proof of divine approval? Where is it? Zenobia was really interested in what Lin Xiu said. It's on Asia. If you fight Asia, you'll understand. Behind Lin Xiu's villa, Zenobia and Irina took off their white church robes, revealing their perfect curves wrapped in tight black combat uniforms. Irina glanced at the mimic holy sword on her arm and decided to give one last piece of advice. Hey, Lin Xiujuan, isn't it just a witch's name? Let's stop calling her Asia the Witch, okay? There's no need to make Asia fight us, right? No, no. Lin Xiu and Zenobia replied at the same time, scaring Irina so much that she took several steps back. I need to make you realize your mistakes. Lin Xiu, I'm also interested in what the blasphemous demon Lin Xiu said, that Asia is recognized by the gods. Zenobia, but even if you're really interested, Zenobia, you don't have to agree to Lin Xiu's bet, right? Irina was a little overwhelmed. Before the battle, Lin Xiu and Zenobia made a bet. If the evidence Lin Xiu presented was enough to overturn the church's claims, then she would devote herself to Lin Xiu just like Asia. On the contrary, if it is not enough to prove it, Xiu will act as a life experience against Kirkbull. Zenobia thought for a few seconds with her not-so-smart brain and agreed to Lin Xiu's conditions. The reason is simple. If what the church tells her is wrong, then doesn't it mean she doesn't need to obey the church's commandments? As a reward for Lin Xiu proving the truth to her, Zenobia didn't mind giving Lin Xiu a chance. Xiu-kun, I remember Saint Asia's ability is healing, right? Why do you want Asia to fight us? After reluctantly taking out the holy sword, Irina asked curiously. Although Irina did not agree with Lin Xiu's statement, in order to take care of Lin Xiu and Asia's feelings, she changed back to the title of Saint Asia. If only Zenobia could be so sensible, then at least the destruction of their faith would be delayed a lot. Irina, it's better for you to see the truth with your own eyes than for me to tell you. Asia, is everything okay? Yes. Xiujun, I will convey your wishes well. Asia's eyes flashed, and a powerful red-gold light burst out from her body. Enveloped in the crimson gold radiance, Asia's curvy figure was wrapped in pieces of crimson gold armor. A few seconds later, a figure with a slender figure and a slim figure appeared before Zenobia and the others. It was obvious that the wearer was a woman wearing red gold armor. The Garden of Love embraced by the Holy Dragon Princess is a forbidden item for the artifact Smile of the Virgin Mary. After activating the forbidden skill, Holy Dragon Princess's Garden of Mercy, Asia's already formidable healing abilities were further enhanced. Most importantly, her defense was greatly enhanced, allowing her to unleash an invincible defensive field. In the original story, Asia's forbidden hand was awakened when Issei Hayudu's parents were kidnapped by Rizabim. Having just awakened her forbidden hand, Asia used the absolute defensive power of the Garden of Love embraced by the Holy Dragon Princess to block all of Li Zevim's attacks. No matter how weak Li Zevim is, he is still a transcendent. At least he has the experience of a super demon king. With her newly awakened forbidden hand, she can defend against attacks from those who transcend. Even if Asia's forbidden hand has no offensive power, her invincible defensive power alone is enough to make her stand out from the crowd. As for Lin Xiu, Asia's forbidden hand was not awakened because of the explosion of her spiritual power to protect others. Asia's forbidden move, Pure 160, is the result of Lin Xiu's resource accumulation and Asia's hard training. In the original plot, Asia's forbidden hand armor was golden, but the Asia in front of Lin Xiu was wearing red gold armor. The reason is very simple. In the original story, Asia's forbidden hand was called the Holy Dragon Princess's Garden of Mercy because it was blessed by the Golden Dragon King Fafnir. But now, Asia did not establish any exchange panties for the Dragon King's help contract with Fafnir, so the color of her forbidden hand armor became a red gold color that was a combination of Lin Xiu's Red Dragon Emperor and Asia's own holy power. There is no doubt that the dragon soul of the true Red Dragon Emperor, who has surpassed the Tianlong, is much stronger than the Golden Dragon Lord Fafnir, who is the Dragon King. In other words, Aishi's upper limit will be much higher than in the original plot. Not to mention the future. Even if it's just Asia right now, she's an existence that many people will never be able to catch up with in their entire lives. Boom! A burst of crimson gold spiritual energy. Just pure spiritual energy. Blew Zenobia and Irina dozens of meters away. This strength. Demon King level? How is that even possible? Zenobia was surprised by Asia's strength. The strength of the Church's Holy Sword users is roughly at the upper demon level, and this is the combat power after adding the Holy Sword. In terms of combat power alone, the vast majority of Holy Sword users have not reached the upper demon level. Even though her Holy Sword of Destruction is quite special and can unleash the sword light of the highest level demon, she is still far from being a match for the Demon King level master. Compared to the previous generation of Durandal users, she is still far behind. But strength alone can't convince me. Come out, Durandal. Ka. Space shattered, and a magnificent blue holy sword wrapped in gold rims tore through the void. The next second, Zenobia pulled the holy sword out from thin air and presented it directly to Asia as a greeting gift. Boom! Pure. Having sensed Asia's strength, Zenobia had no intention of holding back. Boom! Without Asia dodging, the violent holy sword aura instantly enveloped her. The earth was torn apart and the ground was blown away, but the golden armor on the bed, standing on the earth, remained intact. A dozen seconds later, Asia's figure reappeared within the scarlet gold domain. Compared to before, Asia's figure has not changed at all. In Zenovia's surprised eyes, Asia said calmly, "Miss Zenobia, you're wrong. What I want to show is not power, but the possibilities of the artifact system. If you say that bestowing me with a divine weapon and then leaving me homeless is a test given to me by the Lord God, then does this already evolved artifact mean that the gods wish to see my progress? Otherwise, the gods could have completely cut off the possibility of my artifact evolving, right?" Humph. Flimsy arguments. Irina, what are you still looking at? Are you bewitched by this man? If I'm not mistaken, the blasphemous demon Lin Xiu has reincarnated the witch Aisha into a demon. With the holy sword's properties, as long as we can leave a scar on her, we will win. Here it comes. Although Irina felt that Lin Xiu would help her even if Zenobia was defeated, it was indeed not a good idea to slack off in front of Zenobia. While her companions were fighting, she was slacking off. As a good girl who had received a good education in the church, Irina would never do such a thing to betray her companions. "Shokan, I apologize to you for Zenovia's disrespect, but a fight is a fight. I have to go help Janovic first." "Well, go ahead, Irina. Anyway, whether you go or not, you can't defeat Asia." Lin Xiu smiled and nodded. Mr. Lin Xiu is truly a man who doesn't understand romance. Irina puffed up her cheeks. She hoped to hear something like, "Be careful when fighting," rather than something discouraging like, "You definitely can't win." "Zenobia, here I come." After a light shout, the Ili army joined the battle, dancing the holy sword of form like the Changshan serpent. A jajaj. The sound of metal clashing continued to ring out, and the slender holy sword of mimicry and the stout Durandal kept bombarding Asia's forbidden hand armor. Faced with the forbidden hand armor that even transcendents find difficult to break, Zenobia and Irina felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. How did Asia become so strong all of a sudden? I feel like even Kirkbull, the 10-winged fallen angel, can't break Asia's defenses. Irina muttered to herself. Irina and Zenobia are very close and work well together. The biggest problem is it can't be broken. It can't be broken at all. Asia's defense was too strong. The red-gold barrier between them and Asia was like a natural moat. However, even so, Zenobia did not give up. "Irina, we're going to use a roaming tactic next. Normally, the artifact user's restraint won't last long. As long as we can hold out until her time runs out, we'll win." After he finished speaking, The frequency of their attacks decreased rapidly, and their tactics became mainly focused on delaying time and protecting themselves. Seeing that they were still stubborn, Lin Xiu shook his head. Asia, since the forbidden method can't convince them, we have to try another method. Well, I understand, Xiujun. Originally, Asia had hoped to convince Zenobia with just the forbidden hand. Although beating someone into submission is one method, Asia is well aware that for those obsessed with the church, even if they are physically beaten into submission, their spirit will never yield. The only way to truly defeat them is to conquer their hearts. The red gold armor turned into a point of light and dissipated. Asia stood there with her hands in a prayer position. 14. 8 white angel wings slowly opened from behind Asia, and white feathers filled the entire sky. What? After seeing Asia's angel wings, Zenobia stopped in her tracks, her eyes filled with disbelief. How is that possible? The witch Asia, who they thought had been reincarnated as a devil, actually grew angel wings. Well, the strength of 8 wings is pretty good. Lin Xiu still recognized Asia's current strength. Generally speaking, the stronger the luck of the person who absorbs the extraordinary chess piece, the greater the increase will be. Asia is worthy of being one of the heroines of the story. More than a month ago, after absorbing the second-order exceptional chess piece, Asia directly grew 6 angel wings, and her strength was also upgraded from the intermediate demon after absorbing ordinary chess pieces to the advanced demon level. After more than a month in the DxD world, more than half a year in the copy world, Asia's wings increased to 8, and her strength has been upgraded to the highest level of demon. Seeing this, Lin Xiu nodded with satisfaction. At her current rate of growth, Asia should be able to grow into a 10-winged angel within a month, 5 months in the dungeon world. With a little effort, even 12 wings wouldn't be a dream. Zenobia sighed. Ever since she saw Asia grow angel wings, she could no longer lift the holy sword in her hand. Could it be that the blasphemous demon Lin Xiu is using an illusion? Have we fallen into an illusion controlled by him? Zenobia looked unwilling to accept the fact. No, Miss Zenobia, you should know clearly that these are angel wings. Asia raised her fair little hand, and the pure holy power slowly condensed. After witnessing Asia using the holy power, Zenobia instantly lost all her strength and collapsed to the ground. Irina's situation was not much better. With her mind lost, the girl's watery pupils kept trembling, and the holy sword of mimicry in her hand also returned to its original form. These are indeed angel wings, and the power in your hands is indeed holy power, but how is this possible? Zenovia's holy sword fell to the ground, and she held her head with both hands, crouching in a defensive posture with her hands on her head. Seeing this, Lin Xiu glanced at their luggage and then stretched out her hand towards their luggage. Swoosh! In the distance, a holy cross containing divine power was pulled out by Lin Xiu from the luggage of the 2 people. Irina, this should be the communication bus you use to communicate with the church. Huh? How did you know that, Xiujun? And why did you take out the cross? Irina tilted her head at first. Then she understood what Lin Xiu meant. Could it be that, Lin Xiujun, you want to? Yes, I will contact the church directly. In front of Zenobia and Irina, Lin Xiu sent a communication to the church through reverse operation. Beep, beep, beep. A dozen seconds later, the holy cross flashed with light and the call was connected. Lin Xiu, are you the person in charge of the church? Lin Xiu got straight to the point. Church? Yes, I'm the church liaison. You are? The staff member who answered the phone was very confused. This fluctuation and this voice were obviously different from the holy sword user who had contacted her before. Could it be that they lost the communicator? Or is it worse, that they have been captured by the enemy? Lin Xiu. I am Lin Xiu Leviathan, the quasi-demon king of the underworld. Now, I want to talk to you about something that only a demon king-level being is qualified to know. Are you qualified to know and handle this? If not, please hand the communicator over to someone who is qualified to know and handle this. Lin Xiu knew exactly how to talk to customer service. Just put forward your request directly, and then ask if they have the authority to solve the problem. If they do, solve the problem. If not, report it to the higher authorities. Church, Lin Xiu Leviathan, you are that blasphemous demon. What happened to the church's holy sword user? Lin Xiu, there are some things you have no right to know. Church, okay, I understand. I will immediately look for a qualified teaching leader who can connect with you. Mr. Lin Xiu, why did you contact the church? Irina frowned slightly. She didn't understand what Lin Xiu wanted to do. Why? To tell you something you already know, of course. Hearing this, Asia pursed her red lips slightly and recalled herself at 22 not long ago. She felt that she had guessed what Lin Xiu was going to do next. Should I go and help Lin Xiujun run a bath first? Asia thought seriously. Soon, the connection was reconnected. This time it was no longer the voice of a young girl, but the voice of a much more mature woman. Church, hello, Master Lin Xiu Leviathan. I am Griselda, a saint sister of the church. May I ask why you are contacting us through the communication device of the church's holy sword user? Griselda? Hearing this name, Lin Xiu's mind popped up relevant information. Griselda, full name Greta, in the original plot. She served as an exorcist for the church and was a strong person who could be ranked among the top 5 female exorcists. Saint Sister Griselda was a strict person. She was very sharp-tongued and would scold anyone who showed no respect for others. In the early church, Griselda was the only one who could make Zenobia lose face, and she was also one of the few people who could control Diorio, the user of the god-destroying Thunder Prison. Later, after the angels also obtained the reincarnation technology of the demons, Griselda was reincarnated as a reincarnated angel under Gabriel, with the position of Q. Before reincarnation, she was Irina's boss and also Zenoa Sr. at the church headquarters. Since Gabriel's suit is hearts and Griselda herself is the queen, Griselda is known as the Queen of Hearts. Griselda is very powerful and plays a significant role even in the later plot. As the bishop of the Diorio team, she participated in a large number of international competitions attended by god-level masters. Anyone who can participate in the international raiding game competition is the absolute elite of each force. There is no doubt that Griselda holds a very important position in the church and is indeed qualified to negotiate with Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, Griselda, if I remember correctly, you watched Zenobia grow up since she was a child. You should be considered Zenovia's adoptive mother, right? Griselda, Lin Xiu Leviathan, is this the question you want to ask me? Lin Xiu, you should know what I want to ask you. Do you want me to ask you more clearly? Okay, then I'll ask more clearly. Why did the church send these holy sword masters to carry out the mission of reclaiming the holy sword from the fallen angel Kirkbull? Such a mission is almost impossible to survive. Griselda, because this is the responsibility of the holy sword master. The church needs to respond to the theft of the holy sword, but cannot provoke a war. Therefore, sending the holy sword master is the most appropriate. Even if Zenobia was dumb, she still figured it out. Didn't they say they were sent out because the church couldn't mobilize enough experts? But judging from the conversation between Lin Xiu and Griselda, it seems that's not the case. Lin Xiu glanced at the adorably clumsy Zenobia and continued. Lin Xiu, so this is why you watched your adopted daughter die. Griselda, this mission isn't a suicide mission. There's still hope for survival. Furthermore, I can't stop the church from requiring a holy sword master to fulfill their responsibilities. Griselda's words completely confirmed the church's stance, causing Zenobia and Irina to fall completely silent. However, the next second, Lin Xiu's words made the two of them raise their heads instantly. Lin Xiu, since the church has decided to use the holy sword master in exchange for stability and peace, how about giving it to me directly? Griselda, Lin Xiu, the minimum requirement for the church to send them is that they destroy the holy sword. If that's the case, I will destroy the holy sword on their behalf. However, in return, please treat them as if they were dead, because they will become my people. After a long silence, Griselda continued. Griselda, Master Lin Xiu, if I'm not mistaken, you're willing to help because Irina is your childhood sweetheart, right? Indeed, if you take action, even if you cannot defeat Kirkbull, you can still take the holy sword back from him. However, I'm sorry that I cannot agree to your request. If you're truly willing to help them, I am willing to personally reward you for your efforts. I really appreciate your willingness to help them. However, they have been living in the church for so many years. It would be better for them to continue living in the church in the future. Griselda was very happy that Zenobia and the others had met Lin Xiu, but she still didn't want them to stay with Lin Xiu. As a holy nun of the church, it is only natural that she would not want the church's holy sword user to be with the devil. However, Lin Xiu is not the kind of person who values material rewards. Lin Xiu, you disagree? What if I tell them that they've learned something they shouldn't know and can no longer return to the church? Griselda, what information? Could you please tell me in detail, Master Lin Xiu? Griselda suddenly had a bad feeling. Lin Xiu, they already know the information that the gods are dead. Lin Xiu said calmly. Zenobia, huh? Irina, huh? Griselda. Griselda was completely numb. Lin Xiu said they already knew that the gods were dead, but judging by their reactions, they clearly just found out. If you say that to her face, you won't even act anymore, right? Xiuquan, what did you just say? Irina immediately threw herself on Lin Xiu, looking at her with an eager look. I say the God of the Bible is dead. I have proven this to you many times. Why am I immune to the holy power, even though I'm a demon? Why can I use the holy sword, even though I'm a demon? Why is it that Asia, having become a witch, can continue to refine her artifacts? Why was Asia able to become an angel, even though she was expelled from the church? All of this is because the God of the Bible is dead. Lin Xiu's voice was like the pronouncement of a court of justice, completely sentencing the two people's beliefs to death. Dong dong! After two loud thuds, Zenobia and Irina knelt on the ground, their clean black combat uniforms stained with weeds and dirt. Griselda, Lord Leviathan, what did you just say? Griselda asked hurriedly. She seemed to have heard something extraordinary from Lin Xiu just now. At this moment, Griselda no longer cared whether Zenobia and Irina knew that the god was dead. Compared to these two people, Lin Xiu's words are undoubtedly more important. Griselda, if I heard correctly, you just said Asia became an angel? Is the Asia you're talking about the Saint Asia you took in? The church has strict control over its saints, so the church now knows that Lin Xiu has taken an Asia and a large number of saints. But Zheng Lai Shengwei took in the saint girl? Why did Lin Xiu say that Asia was reincarnated as an angel? Lin Xiu, you heard it right. Asia has indeed become an angel. Griselda, but how is that possible? After the death of the god, the reincarnation pool in heaven almost stopped working and can only barely maintain the number of angels. Asia has never been to heaven, so how could she become an angel? Griselda could only think of one answer to this question. A few seconds later, she heard the answer from Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, because me. Griselda, because you. Lin Xiu, that's right, because of me. You should know that my pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline is a mutation. Griselda, yes, the church's leaders attributed your invulnerability to the holy sword to a mutation. However, everyone knows this is just a lie to temporarily reassure people. It's understandable that he's not harmed by holy power, but it's inexplicable that he can wield a holy sword as a demon. It is precisely because of the inexplicable nature of this that the church gave Lin Xiu the title of blasphemous demon. This title is actually more like a disclaimer of non-responsibility. Anyway, our church doesn't know what happened to Lin Xiu. Since he's a blasphemer, it's normal for him to do things that violate the teachings. Lin Xiu, since my physique can mutate, then why can't my chess pieces mutate as well? Griselda, chess piece mutation? Are you saying you used the chess piece to transform Sia into an angel? Grihan's voice became a little louder. For anyone in the church, this is a fantasy. Lin Xiu, I know what you're thinking. You want me to lend the chess piece to the celestial realm for research, right? Give up. I won't lend the chess piece to the celestial realm for research. Griselda was speechless. If he didn't want to lend it to her, why did he bring it up in front of her? Lin Xiu, don't misunderstand me. I won't lend out chess pieces, but that doesn't mean I won't allow you to reincarnate angels again. As long as the heavens continue to send me beautiful girls like Zenobia and Irina who suit my taste, I am willing to reincarnate them as angels in front of the heavens. Lin Xiu's meaning is very simple. Send the person I want on my bed, and I can help the heavens demonstrate the process of reincarnation. Nowadays, Lin Xiu's body strength has been upgraded to the Demon King level, and when using Tyrannosaurus, he can maintain the strength of the Super Demon King level. Coupled with his powerful immortality and the unimpeded incarnation of God Vamana, as long as he is not facing an existence beyond the level of the main god, such as Orpheus or the Red Dragon God Emperor, Lin Xiu is confident that he can escape unscathed. What's more, the heavens don't have the fighting power of the main god level. Normally, the 12-winged seraphim in heaven only had Super Demon King level combat power. Even if 4 seraphim attacked together, Lin Xiu was confident that he could take on 4 alone. Normally, with the strength of these seraphim, they would not be able to protect the legacy of the Bible supplement. Now, the reason why the scope of belief in the God of the Bible can still be preserved is entirely because the 4 great seraphim have adopted an extremely conservative strategy. First, block the news of the death of the God of the Bible, so that other pantheons will think that the God of the Bible is still alive. Secondly, they no longer actively expand their faith, but choose to shrink it. High-level angels rarely go out and all stay in the safest heaven. Finally, all beings that have an impact on faith must be expelled. For example, Asia, considering that she can heal the demon's injuries, the church can only deprive her of her sainthood and expel her. It can be said that all the efforts of the current world forces are simply to keep the forces created by the God of the Bible continuing to exist. That's all, because the current heaven is already doing its best just to maintain its existence. Faced with a celestial realm that could only defend but not actively attack, Lin Xiu acted a little too presumptuous. Anyway, even if the God of the Bible left some backup plan, it would probably be something that can only be used when the heaven is about to be destroyed, so there's no need to worry at all. Perhaps because Lin Xiu's words and desires were too pure, it took Griselda a while to react. Griselda, sorry, Lord Leviathan, this isn't something I can decide. Please wait a moment. I'll help you activate the fast track and quickly contact the important figures who can make decisions on matters like 950. Faced with such a major incident, even Griselda could only transform herself into a customer service representative and help Lin Xiu find someone who could handle the matter. Not long after, a gentle male voice came from the Holy Cross. Michael. Hello, Master Lin Xiu. I am Michael, currently presiding over the Heaven Realm. It is an honor to speak with you. In fact, long before you showed your ability to be unaffected by the Holy Sword, the Celestial Realm had already planned to contact you. Lin Xiu, oh, really? Then why hasn't the Heaven Realm taken any concrete action so far? Lin Xiu was not surprised that Michael intended to contact him. After all, he was a rare individual who was not affected by the holy power. What really puzzled him was that Zechariah's attitude towards him seemed a little too respectful. Michael, in order to avoid making a mistake, if the Celestial Realm proactively contacts a single individual unaffected by the holy power, it will inevitably cause trouble for both parties. You will be considered disloyal to the demon clan, and the Celestial Realm will be considered compromising with blasphemers. But now, since you have demonstrated the power to reincarnate an angel, that is a different matter. Master Lin Xiu, are you free to come to the Heaven Realm in the near future? There is a very important matter in the Heaven Realm that requires your attention. Lin Xiu, me? Coming to heaven? Are you kidding me? Lin Xiu really didn't expect that Michael would actually invite him to heaven. Michael, Master Lin Xiu, I'm not kidding. If I just had something to tell you, I certainly wouldn't be inviting you to the heavens in person. But the current situation is that there are some things that can only be confirmed by you coming to the heaven. Lin Xiu, confirm? Michael asked me to go to heaven. What did he want to confirm from me? The next second, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's head. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the stage-type plot mission. The test of the God of the Bible. Quest level, gold, colored. Task description. Before his death, the God of the Bible had done his best to arrange his affairs after his death. Among them, the most important thing is that his wife is looking for the next son of the world in the DoD world. In order to fight against powerful invaders, the DxD world must give birth to its own child of the world. Moreover, he cannot be an ordinary son of the world, but must be a son of the world with the ability to not be bound by the world. For this reason, the God of the Bible, before his death, pushed for changes to the rules of the DxD world and even established a special identification system in the heavens, so that when a child of the world who met his requirements was born in the DxD world in the future, he could promptly identify them. Task requirements. Complete the test of the God of the Bible. The test is carried out in stages. Every time you complete a test related to the battle, you can enter a lucky draw. A test from the God of the Bible. Lin Xiu now understood why Michael respected him so much. But is it possible for me to pass the test of the God of the Bible? I shouldn't be the child of the world of the DxD world, right? At most, I am the child of the world of the Apocalypse world and the world of Akame / Because the qualification of the son of the world in the Apocalypse world and the Akame kill world was obtained by collecting all the heroines, Lin Xiu did not think that he was the son of the world in the DxD world now. Ding! As long as it is a task issued by the host has the possibility of completing it. The host is indeed not the child of the world of the DxD world, but the host still has the qualifications to take the test. I see. Then let's go to the heaven. After finding out the reason why Michael asked him to go to heaven in person, Lin Xiu did not hesitate any longer and immediately agreed to Michael's request. Michael, do you agree? Thank you so much for your understanding and trust. After this incident, no matter what the outcome, you will be the eternal friend of heaven. Lin Xiu, forever friends? Do you in heaven have the habit of giving your friends the nickname blasphemer? Michael, I'm sorry, Master Lin Xiu, you should know that I have to do this in order to maintain the belief system left by the God. Michael said with a wry smile. Lin Xiu, of course I know. That's why I'm willing to come to the heaven, isn't it? So that's what happened. Asia and Olivia, I'll leave these two in your care while I head to the heavens. As fellow church members, please get along well with each other. After giving a brief explanation to Asia and Olivia, Lin Xiu took a step forward and left home. At Lin Xiu's house, Zenobia and Irina lay on the sofa, their minds in a mess. There's no way. The amount of knowledge they received today is simply too much. Lin Xiu, this blasphemous demon, has many violations of doctrine, but forget about that. This is something that has already spread in the church, and they have been mentally prepared for it. But what the hell is God is dead? And how can Asia be reincarnated as an angel? Did the church's leaders seem to know that the God was dead? Furthermore, they even deliberately sent them on missions that would result in their deaths. The accumulation of so much unbearable information caused the two girls who believed in God to collapse. Asia and Olivia looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Leave it to them. What can they do? The after effects of the collapse of faith after knowing that the gods are dead are too strong. Oh, Miss Olivia, I have an idea. Asia seemed to suddenly remember something and whispered something in Olivia's ear. Oh, so that's how it is. Indeed, this method works. Soon, in front of Irina and Zenobia, Asia and Olivia placed their hands in prayer position, closed their eyes, and recited the scriptures. The Lord said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. God formed man from dust from the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And man became a living being. Call for a stall. A man shall leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. Abram believed in the Lord, and the Lord counted it to him for righteousness. The Lord said to Moses, "I am who I am." And he said, "Thus you shall say to the Israelites, I am has sent me to you. This blood shall be a sign for you on the houses where you are. When I see the blood, I will pass over you, and no plague will come upon you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. You shall have no other gods before the Lord, and no one shall take the Lord's name in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. The ethereal and sacred sound of Bible readings filled the room. Listening to the familiar biblical text, Irina and Zenovia's gazes gradually recovered from their distracted state. The reason they recovered was not because they were moved by the two and regained their faith, mainly because these Bible passages were actually read out by Asia. Does this former saint named Asia still maintain her faith in the gods even now? Ms. Asia, are you trying to tell us something by chanting the Bible? Zenovia asked, try to muster some energy. Well, you two should be familiar with my situation, right? Asia smiled with utmost gentleness and tolerance. Being deceived by the devil, expelled from the church, and even targeted by fallen angels. This is what I experienced not long ago. But after going through all this, I still maintain my faith in God. Even if the God is dead, so what? The God's church and ideals are undoubtedly correct. As believers, we must pass on this legacy. Asia's words left the two of them silent for a long time, and after a while, they sighed. I didn't expect Saint Asia to be so open-minded and strong. Knowing that the gods are gone and still regaining faith, I can't do that. Zenovia was moved by Asia's spirit and changed back to the title of Saint Asia. Hearing this, Asia shook her head. How can I possibly accomplish something this difficult by myself? It was Shoujun who helped me regain this faith. It was Shoujun who filled my empty body and soul and helped me find a new direction in life. Asterisk, Zenovia frowned. What did she hear? Aisha said that Lin Xiu filled the emptiness in her body and soul. Filling the soul is easy, but what about filling the body? Zenovia is rather stupid and slow. Her brain is not flexible. But Irina was different. She understood Asia's meaning immediately, and her fair face gradually turned rosy. Love, 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 love. Asia, you haven't done that with Lin Xiu? Yes, that's right. Shoujun is very gentle, but also very powerful. Asia caressed her cheeks with both hands, recalling the wonderful feeling she had when she was having S*X with Lin Xiu. Sure enough, she really liked the feeling of Lin Xiu's symbiont soaking in her body. It gave her an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and security, making her feel like she was a living being. Wait, Asia. Looking at Asia's dreamy eyes, Irina remembered something. Shoujun asked for us from the church. Could she be planning to do the same to us? Of course, isn't this as it should be? Who asked Lin Xiujun to be such a lustful boy? Asia responded with a smile. After hearing Asia's explosive speech, Irina buried her head in the sofa. However, even so, the rest of her exposed skin became unusually rosy. Considering that she couldn't go back to the church, Irina didn't object too much. Originally, when she saw the video of Lin Xiu's wedding robbery in the church, she had already given up the idea of developing any further relationship with Lin Xiu. Who could have thought that things would develop in this direction? When she thought about what kind of taboo combination would occur between Lin Xiu, the devilish boy, and her, the holy girl from the church, Irina's already lustful little brain became even more corrupted. If Irina's head is yellow, then Zenovia's head is the vast earth is white. Irina and Asia, what are you talking about? I don't understand a single word. Hearing this, Irina stood up with a red face and explained in a self-deprecating manner. Really? Zenovia, why are you so stupid? Don't you understand why Lin Xiujun asked the church for us? Of course, it's because he's attracted to your plump, cow-like body. Zenovia was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. I see. Lin Xiu Leviathan, you want to mate with me? Mating? Zenovia, how can you say such a thing so easily? Irina found that although Zenovia was stupid, she was even more outspoken than her in some aspects. Zenovia continued to speak to herself. Indeed, considering he doesn't need my power as a holy sword master, his greatest desire is my body. However, considering that Lin Xiu Leviathan took over our originally fatal mission, repaying him with our bodies is also a pretty good plan. In that case, Irina, why are you so shy? Zenobia really didn't understand why Irina reacted so strongly. You, stupid Zenobia won't understand my feelings. Irina tilted her head, crossed her arms, and swung her dazzling twin ponytails vigorously. Of course it's because Miss Irina has liked Shiokuin from the beginning, right? Asia added with a smile. Oh, so that's how it is. Are you shy because you like her? It seems that I need to be more shy when facing Lin Xiu Leviathan. Otherwise, how can I show my gratitude to him? Zenobia was indeed very grateful to Lin Xiu. She was grateful to Lin Xiu for stopping them from carrying out the dangerous mission, and she was also grateful to Lin Xiu for telling them the truth. Zenobia, if you act shy just out of gratitude, Lin Xiu won't like it, Asia reminded her. Don't worry. In my opinion, since Lin Xiujuan is willing to ask the heavens for someone directly, it means that Lin Xiujuan must like you. So, you just need to show your true selves. Asia gave advice as a senior. Is that so? What you like is really profound, huh? Zenobia stroked her chin and nodded, seeming to understand. But go ahead. I'm also quite satisfied with Lin Xiu Leviathan's appearance and strength. If I have S*X with him for the first time, he will definitely give me a wonderful first night. Irina was stunned by Zenovia's almost unscrupulous words. Virgin night? Zenobia, how can you say such a word when you are still a pure girl? Irina asked stutteringly. Why can't I say it? Irina and I are both virgins. Shouldn't the night a virgin has S*X with a man for the first time be called her first night? Zenobia replied in surprise. Irina was completely speechless. She realized that trying to explain emotional issues to Zenobia was simply humiliating. Papa. Two soft slapping sounds attracted the attention of the two people. Saint Olivia ended the conversation with a smile. Well, my two masters of the holy swords, haven't you noticed the problem that you should have noticed most? What's the problem? Irina and Zenobia both looked up at the silver-haired Saint Olivia. Even though the god has passed away, his will and those who can inherit it still exist. In my opinion, Master Lin Xiu, who possesses the power of revelation, is unaffected by divine power, and can even reincarnate humans into angels, is the Holy Son chosen by the gods. Holy Son? But isn't Lin Xiujuan a devil? Irina frowned slightly. But how can a demon have the ability to reincarnate a human into an angel? Lady Irina, in your eyes, is Lady Lin Xiu just a devil? Olivia's smile was playful. Irina realized something and immediately retorted. No, of course not. Xiujuan is the most special person to me. Irina argued loudly with a red face. Since they are the most special existence, then it is normal for them to be the only parent and child, right? That's perfectly normal. However, even if Lin Xiujun isn't the Holy Son, I'd still be happy to be by his side. As she spoke, Irina lowered her head, which had been held high, again out of embarrassment. Thanks to Asia and Olivia's efforts, Zenobia and Irina both accepted the fact that they would become Lin Xiu's people. Oh, by the way, I remembered 10 things. Asia suddenly burst out with amazing wisdom and said with a smile, Miss Zenobia and Miss Irina, since you have decided to devote yourselves to Lin Xiujun, would you like to try my idea? Irina, What's your idea? Asia, that's it. While the girls in the church were having a heart-to-heart talk, Lin Xiu had already arrived in heaven. Michael was wondering why Lin Xiu only asked him for a coordinate and then told him to wait. The next second, he saw Lin Xiu flashing to the 7th heaven. How is that possible? Even though Michael was knowledgeable, he couldn't help but be surprised by the miracles Lin Xiu showed. This is the 7th heaven. Even if he gave the coordinates, it would be impossible to reach here using only teleportation techniques. Not to mention teleportation. Even gods from other pantheons with spatial powers wouldn't be able to enter heaven so easily. This is the heaven. It's just like what I imagined, filled with divine power and light. Lin Xiu released his aura wantonly while gazing at the extremely brilliant seventh heaven. I see, these techniques can't be listed like this. Through the eye of data, Lin Xiu understood many techniques on the surface of the seventh heaven. Of course, this is just the surface. Even if Lin Xiu's skill in magic has almost reached the pinnacle at the Demon King level, it is impossible for him to see through all the magic techniques arranged by the God of the Bible. However, Lin Xiu also benefited a lot just by understanding these surface techniques. If he could learn all the techniques in the seventh heaven, Lin Xiu even suspected that he could become a being beyond the level of the main god by relying on the techniques. Soon, Michael came in front of Lin Xiu, who was releasing his aura wantonly. Lord Lin Xiu, could you please restrain your aura a little? If the news that there is a demon above the seventh heaven who is wantonly releasing his aura spreads throughout the heaven, it will cause great chaos. Michael asked with a wry smile. Just as Michael said, attracted by Lin Xiu's aura, 3 emissaries with 12 golden wings were leading 10 groups of high-level emissaries flying towards them. Of course, no problem. I'm just doing this to get you to come see me as soon as possible. Lin Xiu glanced at Michael, whose face was filled with bitterness, and retracted his breath. Okay, Michael, can you tell me now what it is that you want to talk to me about in person? Master Lin Xiu, to be honest, it's not me who wants to meet you, but the Almighty Lord. Lord Almighty, what does he want from me? Lin Xiu nodded subtly. Is it omnipotent? If it is really omnipotent, how could it fail? Master Lin Xiu, please follow me. Michael stretched out his hand and guided Lin Xiu on the way. Following Michael's guidance, Lin Xiu and the other 3 seraphim came to the core area of the seventh heaven together. In the deepest part of the seventh heaven, Lin Xiu saw a golden ball of light surrounded by an orbital ring. The energy fluctuations released from this golden ball of light were quite astonishing, surpassing the main god level and reaching the subdragon god level. Master Lin Xiu, what you are about to hear is top secret. Please keep this secret even after you leave the heavens. Well, I know. Just tell me directly. Lin Xiu continued to look at the surrounding techniques. The techniques here are much more advanced than those outside, and basically surpass the level of the main god. This technique surpassed the main god level, and with Lin Xiu's current knowledge and technique level, he couldn't understand it for the time being. However, even though he couldn't understand it, Lin Xiu still faithfully recorded it. Michael sighed and said solemnly, Master Lin Xiu, you should know that the god has passed away, and this is the legacy that the god has left to this world. Michael pointed to the golden jewel in the center. The golden gem radiated eternal brilliance, calmly releasing the ultimate sacred vibration. The golden gem blooms with eternal brilliance, calmly releasing the ultimate sacred fluctuations. In the face of this supremely holy light, even a demon king-level devil would be swiftly annihilated within a few minutes. And this is the effect when the golden gem has not fully exploded. Seeing that Lin Xiu was not affected at all even by this golden jade, Michael nodded with satisfaction. Master Lin Xiu, this precious jade is called the Supreme Jade, and is the essence of power left behind by the god after his death. As long as you can gain the recognition of this Supreme Jade, you can obtain the legacy of the god and become the de facto ruler of the heavens. Lin Xiu gave Michael a speechless look. Isn't it just the Lord of Heaven? What's so exciting about it? From this point alone, it can be seen that Seal's vision is at least 2 or 3 stages behind the broken God of the Bible. From the system's description, it can be seen that the God of the Bible is thinking about the entire world, which is much higher than the realm of the Lord of Heaven in Michael's mind. What I need to do? Lin Xiu asked. You just put your hand on this device. Michael debugged the console, and on the console, a small light ball that was almost identical to the large light ball in the circular orbit gradually appeared from a virtual state. What a convenient device. Lin Xiu had a sense of déjà vu that he was testing his spiritual roots in the world of immortal cultivation. The next second, just one step forward, Lin Xiu came to the control console several meters away from him and stretched out his hand towards the small ball of light. Buzz! The moment it touched Lin Xiu, the small golden ball of light burst into an unprecedented sacred brilliance. At the same time, Lin Xiu seemed to hear a gentle female voice coming from the horizon. Found it. Finally found it. Although time is very urgent, but I can only ask you for help. Buzz. After touching the golden ball of light, the core area of the seventh heaven was completely covered with golden light. Lin Xiu, along with the four seraphim beside him, were all immersed in a sea of holy power. The holy jade has responded. The god has made his choice. Feeling the power of the God of the Bible and recalling the fact that the God of the Bible was dead, the four seraphim shed tears of both emotion and sadness. Lin Xiu sighed. The moment Lin Xiu heard the female voice, he heard the system prompt tone. Ding. Detected that the host is absorbing the sacred bloodline. Do you want to absorb it? As expected, if one obtains the approval of the God of the Bible, one can inherit the power of the God of the Bible. System, will there be any harm after absorbing it? Will it be invaded by the Bible key or something like that? Although Lin Xiu believed that the God of the Bible was a kind deity, he still had to be on guard. Ding. All power absorbed by the host will be processed by the system. After processing, the sacred bloodline and the demonic bloodline will no longer conflict with each other, nor will they have any connection with the God of the Bible. The host can freely use the power of both. However, if the host wishes to fuse the two powers of holy and demon, the host needs to practice diligently. Is that so? Then absorb it. Since there is no harm in it, Lin Xiu always accepts everyone who comes. Ding! Absorption successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline of the God of the Bible, remnant, gold. The bloodline of the God of the Bible, remnant. The bloodline essence gathered from the dead God of the Bible can only reproduce a trace of the glory of the God of the Bible. However, even if it is just a trace of the blood of the God of the Bible, it is enough to help later generations gain a physique capable of fighting against the masters of the main God level. Note, angels, in a sense, are a side topic of the God of the Bible. The bloodline of the God of the Bible is actually the evolved form of the angelic bloodline. Ding! Having obtained the bloodline of the God of the Bible, the host's essence has been enhanced, and his strength has been raised to intermediate demon king. Is it just a gold-level bloodline? The God of the Bible is a bit poor, isn't he? Since it wasn't a system reward, Lin Xiu had anticipated that the God of the Bible wouldn't have much remaining power. After all, if there really was enough power left, the God of the Bible would not have died. If it can improve my strength a little bit, it's worth it. As for the fusion of holy and demonic power, before my strength reaches a bottleneck, I will focus on improving my individual strength. Rather than displaying a stronger combat power at the same level, Lin Xiu preferred to improve his own realm as quickly as possible. He could wait until his strength reached a bottleneck before working on achieving invincibility at the same level. The other side, in full view of everyone, a small golden ball of light floated up directly from the console, transformed into a ball of light, and merged into Lin Xiu's body. The four seraphs? The four seraphim were shocked, and the next second, Lin Xiu was also startled by the voice in his head and opened his eyes. Young man, it's amazing that you can absorb my power perfectly. No matter what, you are indeed my only choice. Even if there is such a small mistake, I have no choice but to continue the test. An ethereal female voice sounded in Lin Xiu's mind, and Lin Xiu's expression became more subtle. Lin Xiu, you the God of the Bible? Saint? No, I am merely a test system set up by the God of the Bible for future generations. The real him is long gone. In any case, respected candidate for Savior, congratulations on passing the first of the sevenfold test. Sevenfold trials. Is this what the God of the Bible has prepared for his successor? Lin Xiu directly ignored the candidate for Savior. SPUA. Savior? Are you kidding? It would be fine if he could save her, but if he couldn't, Lin Xiu would just run away with the people he cared about. Yes, As long as you pass these 7 tests, you can inherit all of his legacy. You have just passed the first of 7 tests. The test requires the TESD to possess a physique that is not restricted by the world and its rules. A physique that is not restricted by the world and its rules is the foundation for transcending the world. After passing the test, you will gain a trace of power left by him. Next, it's the second level of the promotion test. Tilde. In a large light ball in the core area of heaven, a golden gun-shaped shadow gradually took shape and then moved closer to Lin Xiu. The second of the 7 trials, holding the holy spear forged by him, travel to other worlds and capture the glimmer of hope that may save the world. The holy spear he forged, judging from the shape, this spear is somewhat similar to the holy spear of dusk, but it is definitely not the holy spear of dusk. However, what concerns me more is traveling to other worlds. The God of the Bible actually knows the existence of other worlds. Since the system could ensure that he could absorb the power smoothly, Lin Xiu no longer hesitated. He stretched out his hand and grasped the golden holy spear that had condensed from a virtual state into a solid entity. Bite! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gun that pierces the world, unfinished gold. Lance through worlds, unfinished. Developed by the God of the Bible, this holy spear is used to fight enemies that can cross world lines. However, due to its incomplete development, its quality is not high, and it needs to absorb the various possibilities of other worlds in order to continue to evolve. The possibility of other worlds? This must be why the second test requires me to go to that world. But what exactly is this possibility of another world? Ding! Normally, the possibilities of the world are infinite. A world is not a single plane, but rather the entity of that world and a group of possible worlds on an endless timeline. After the protagonist of this world enters the plotline, the system and the Spear of Worlds will automatically collect the possibilities of the world group in this world. In addition to following the original protagonist through the story, the host can also choose to go through the story on their own and then completely conquer that world. For any world the host has conquered, the possibilities of the world group are fixed and converged. The host can freely use this observed possibility and world power. In short, either you follow the protagonist through the main storyline, or you conquer the world completely. Ding! You can understand it this way, Dot. So, I just need to conquer the dungeon world like before. 817. Ding! A reward that can be fused has been detected. Items that can be fused. Explosion magic for the world. Unfinished spear of the world. Possibility of the apocalypse world and Akame/world. Partial possibility of the DxD world. Is the host fused? I can understand the possibility of merging worlds. But what the hell is fusion explosion magic? Ding! It's just that explosion magic for the world version has a strengthening effect on the Holy Lance, so it automatically fuses. After fusion, the host can freely choose to release explosion magic in the original way or the new way. Is that so? Then let's merge. Ding! Fusion function activated. Fusion subject. Spear that penetrates the world unfinished. Fusion materials. Explosion magic, anti-world version. The power of possibility of the apocalypse world and Akame/, and part of the power of possibility of the DxD world. Bite! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Spear of the World, First Edition, Red. Spear of Worlds, First Edition, Red, a conceptual spear that initially integrates the possibilities of other worlds. It is very effective against opponents with the ability to cross boundaries or manipulate world lines. Even if you're not facing an opponent who can manipulate the world line and just use it as an ordinary weapon, it still possesses extraordinary power. Note, the power of possibility can be further enhanced by fusing more worlds. The higher the level of the fused world, the greater the degree of amplification. Boom! After the fusion was completed, Lin Xiu's holy spear burst into an unprecedented holy brilliance. If you look closely, it seems that every ray of light contains a small world. Every flower is a pure land. Every grain of sand is a world. That's about it. Is this the collection complete? Surprised by the speed at which Lin Xiu completed the test, even the program left behind by the God of the Bible was silent for a while. The second of the 7 trials, holding the holy spear forged by him, travel to other worlds and capture the glimmer of hope that may save the world. Only by collecting the possibilities of the world can we block the enemy's ability to manipulate the world line when facing the enemy. After passing the test, you will obtain ownership of the spear that pierces the world. Congratulations on passing the second test. Next, the third of the 7 trials, defeating the 4 great seraphim. While completing the remaining trials, please continue to observe and collect information about the possibilities of other worlds. The current spear of the world is not yet able to cope with the impending crisis. Yeah, I know. Lin Xiu nodded. The upper limit of red-level weapons is Dragon God level. But in the original plot, the evil god of the EXE world is above the Dragon God level. Turning around, Lin Xiu saw Michael with a serious face. Master Lin Xiu, we will be your opponents from now on. Please do not worry about the damage you may cause us, and fight with all your strength. I believe that is what the gods wish to see. Michael and the other 4 seraphim looked at Lin Xiu with respect, because Lin Xiu, who has been recognized by the Supreme Jade, has become the new heir of the heaven in the different space opened up by Michael. Lin Xiu is in opposition to the 4 seraphim. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, the 4 great seraphim, looked at Lin Xiu with eyes full of originality. Because behind Lin Xiu, 10 rose devil black wings and 10 rose holy light wings were born at the same time. This is the successor chosen for them by the God of the Bible, a miraculous young man who is unaffected by the power of the holy demon. Indeed, if he is like this, he might actually be able to create miracles that even the God of the Bible cannot. Feeling the aura of Lin Xiu that was very similar to the God of the Bible, yet different, the 4 seraphim were both relieved and sad. We are relieved because the God of the Bible has finally found a successor who can carry on his legacy. The sadness was because the aura of Lin Xiu proved that the God of the Bible had left them forever. Let's make a quick decision. Lin Xiu saw their sadness, but he didn't feel too much. What if I die? As long as he can complete the strategy for the DxD world, he can directly use the reincarnation pool to pull the god of Sutra out of the dead timeline. In fact, after conquering the world of Akame, Lin Xiu resurrected many people from the past timeline, such as Hill's best friend who betrayed her, Miss Martha who was very kind to Akame, and so on. Instead of dwelling on the past, it is better to think about how to become stronger as soon as possible. Because the reincarnation pool cannot revive someone stronger than itself. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden. Boosted Gear Scale Mail. Boom. Pure dragon spirit energy burst out, and Lin Xiu's strength instantly increased to the peak of the Super Demon King level. Without using Tyrant Dragon, Lin Xiu's strength has reached the pinnacle of the Super Demon King level. Since that's the case, Master Lin Xiu, I'm sorry for offending you. Form a formation. At Michael's command, the 3 seraphim flew in 3 directions respectively. Tilda. The golden sacred triangle formation unfolded, guarding Michael and the land. Without resorting to the methods left by the God of the Bible, Kaigal has already used the full calendar. When the 4 seraphim form a formation, even a peak-level Demon King would be trapped and killed. Then let's have a greeting first. Lin Xiu stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. I Star of Heaven. Pa! After a snap of his fingers, a giant ice ball with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers appeared in the sky and smashed straight down. Master Lin Xiu, do you actually have ice-related abilities? Could it be that Master Lin Xiu's true nature is mutation? Besides mutating himself into pure blood and making himself incapable of fearing holy power, Master Lin Xiu also mutated his water-attributed bloodline into ice-attributed bloodline. Angel's Flame. Michael's golden wings transformed into scarlet gold angel wings of flame, and he fanned towards the giant ice ball in the air. Squeaky, squeaky. Under the extremely hot angel, the giant ice ball evaporated without a trace in just a breath. Lin Xiu certainly didn't expect such a giant ice ball to cause significant damage to Michael and the others. The heavenly ice star was just a trick Lin Xiu used to attract Michael's attention and temporarily disrupt the formation of the four seraphim. While Michael and the others were dealing with Bing Xing, Lin Xiu summoned the legion of super dangerous species that he had subdued in the world of Akame. After establishing his new empire, Lin Xiu launched a conquest of the world. Not only did they conquer human countries, but they also conquered a large number of super dangerous species. The super dangerous species that are already dead but still have their flesh bodies are given life through phantom beast modeling. Those who are not dead, yet are given exceptional chess pieces and fight against Pang. In terms of upper limit, the super dangerous species are obviously not as good as the heroines in the story who are destined to grow to the world's upper limit. However, during the heroine's growth period, these super dangerous species will be Lin Xiu's steadfast support. The protection of Hades. Boom! 1, 2, 3, 10, 100. Countless extremely dangerous species appeared from the void. Among them, the most eye-catching one is undoubtedly a giant, dangerous dragon-shaped creature shrouded in clouds. That giant, dangerous dragon-shaped creature shrouded in mist is called the East Dasha Sea Cloud Dragon. It was this that gave the first emperor body hair powerful enough to tear through space. After being defeated by Lin Xiu forced him to implant a special chess piece. Just like that, the East Sea Dragon became the most powerful of Lin Xiu's super dangerous pets in the world of killing the Red Eyes. Michael was momentarily surprised by the legion of super dangerous species summoned by Lin Xiu. These super dangerous species, at worst, have the strength of a high-level demon king. Among them, there are also many super dangerous species whose strength has reached the super demon king level. The strongest dragon, lingering in the clouds, was even as powerful as him, who was blessed with the power of other seraphim. Or, Master Lin Xiu possesses the ability to create life. Or, Master Lin Xiu subdued these creatures while traveling to another world to collect world possibilities. No matter what the situation is, compared to the Demon King level strength that Lord Lin Xiu has shown to outsiders so far, he is hiding too deeply. Colleagues, spread out your forces. Defeat these alien creatures as quickly as possible. There are hundreds of extremely dangerous species. Since it is impossible to defeat them quickly, Lai Jiala can only choose to divide and conquer. There was no other way. If the other seraphim were to bless him, Lin Xiu would only need to entangle him, and the other seraphim would be in danger in an instant. I fell into a trap. Lin Xiu, what I'm waiting for is the moment when the four great seraphim will separate. Under the protection of the East Dasha Sea Cloud Dragon's clouds, Lin Xiu fought against Michael while surrounding the four seraphim with his water mold. Normally, if Lin Xiu used the water of Leviathan, Michael and the others would have noticed. But now, Lin Xiu was not using the new Leviathan water, but the water vapor after the ice ball formed by the Leviathan water dissipated. After Michael dispersed the heavenly ice star, Lin Xiu's Leviathan water simply evaporated, but did not disappear. If they only used the Leviathan water already present in the venue, the level of secrecy would undoubtedly be the highest. Add to that the Donghai Yunlong, a mastermind who could manipulate clouds and mist, and none of the four seraphim could sense the approaching danger. The ice phoenix flies, freezing the sky. Tyrant charged forward, evolving continuously under the flames of angels. The East Sea Cloud Dragon roared, using the fog to protect its companions while exerting its own powerful physical performance to collide back and forth between the four seraphim. Bang! With the divine kicking skills combined with the power of Amano, Lin Xiu directly shattered the void and caught Michael's gap and kicked him. Pa! As Michael flew backwards, Lin Xiu lightly snapped his fingers. Urgent water demon explodes. Water explosion is the ultimate technique in the Water Explosion Technique series in the Book of Leviathan. The more completely the bloodline is developed, the more powerful it becomes. Taking water explosion as an example, different techniques in the Book of Leviathan have different advancement routes. Water explosion, used by higher-level demons and those below, grants the user the ability to explode Leviathan water, allowing them to control their own deformation. Water demon explosion, used by Demon King level and below, increases the power of the explosion. Water demon shadow increases automatic locking and fusion explosion. Urgent water explosion, used by those at or below the Lord God level. The water droplets created after the explosion can further explode. Furthermore, it can be combined with other skills. The general advanced route is as follows. Water explosion, Nuage Zhao's. Water explosion, urgent water explosion. Dissolving tide, dissolving sea, heaven-eating sea. Abyss serpent, abyss, three-headed dragon, 10-headed leviathan. Rapids, tidal waves, ocean roar. The first generation of Leviathan only proposed the concept and preliminary configuration of the water explosion, but did not fully develop it. Even I combined the immortality and the fog power of the Eastern Sea Cloud Dragon. After conquering the world and studying its laws, I was able to fully complete this unfinished move. Means repeatedly and urgently. The biggest difference between the G water magic explosion and ordinary water magic explosions is that G water magic explosion can explode continuously. The water column and mist that scatter after the explosion can reabsorb the power that forms a chain reaction in the air and can also trigger the corresponding laws of nature, thus causing a secondary explosion and a tertiary explosion. Theoretically, the amount of magic power Lin Xiu distributes in the surrounding space and the amount of energy in the surrounding heaven and earth will determine how many explosions he can make. Bang! There was a huge explosion. However, this is just the beginning. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. After one explosion, there were continuous, seemingly endless explosions. Bang, 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 bang. Under the continuous explosions, the four great seraphim fell from the sky at the same time. Lin Xiu just watched the four seraphim fall. He was well aware of the power of the move he had developed, G water magic explosion. This move not only incorporated part of the true meaning of water magic explosion, but also integrated the understanding of explosive magic, the understanding of water energy and the flow of water molecules, and the observation and application of the laws of the world. If the system were to give a rating, Lin Xiu's self-created move would be worthy of a high rating of above gold but below red. Normally, this move is enough to serve as a killer move for top-level master gods, and it should definitely not be developed by Lin Xiu at a lower level. But Lin Xiu developed it. Lin Xiu has observed all the water-related spells in the DxD world on the unnamed spell document, and has also obtained the Apocalypse world and the Akame world. Although these two worlds are not as powerful as the DxD world, they have also contributed to Lin Xiu's understanding of the rules. It can be said that by studying the unnamed spell document and observing the world rules of the conquered world, Lin Xiu possesses an understanding of the rules far beyond his peers. As Lin Xiu's strength grew and time passed, his understanding of the essence of demon bloodline and the essence of the technique became more and more profound. Sure enough, the demons in today's DxD world are different from the demons in my impression of the DxD world. The system once said that the demons in the DxD world are the bloodline born from the fusion of Lilith, the mother of demons, and Wandao. So, can we assume that the more completely one's bloodline is developed, the closer one is to the myriad laws of heaven and earth? Both the magic and the demon clan are influencing this world in different ways. How to more efficiently exert one's own power and how to more efficiently draw upon the power of heaven and earth or the outside world are both eternal topics in the development of techniques and skills. Ultimately, it all comes down to the understanding of one's own constitution and bloodline, as well as the understanding of Tao. As the seraphim fell, Lin Xiu heard the system's notification tone. Bite! Congratulations to the host for completing the stage-based plot mission, the Test of the God of the Bible. Task requirements. Complete the Test of the God of the Bible. The test is carried out in stages. Every time you complete a test related to the battle, you can participate in a lottery. The third test has been completed, and the first battle-related test has been passed, defeating the 4 great seraphim. Quest level. Gold Red. Defeat the 4 great seraphim at the same time with an absolute advantage. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Eye of Truth, Red. Eye of Truth. Depend on the host's strength and means of use. Theoretically, it can see all beings at or below the Dragon God level. It is the basis for exploring the world. Ding! The Eye of Truth has merged with the Eye of Data, allowing the host to observe the world in a unique way. Eye of Truth. Compared to other red-level rewards, this red-level reward is a bit tasteless. Although improving his understanding of the rules is a good thing, Lin Xiu still wants some combat skills. However, the next second, Lin Xiu found where the Eye of Truth could come into play. After the system prompt sound, there is the prompt sound of the God of the Bible testing the system. The third of the 7 tests. Defeat the 4 seraphim. After passing the test, you will gain management rights over the 7 heavens and the loyalty of all angels. Congratulations on passing the 3rd test. Next, the 4th of the 7 tests, reaching 5% understanding of the God of the Bible. The knowledge of the God of the Bible has been automatically distributed. Please read and study it carefully, candidates for the Savior, so as to form your own understanding of the world and the Tao. Knowledge of the God of the Bible. In that case, the Eye of Truth will be effective. Has your understanding of the God of the Bible reached 5%? This test shouldn't be difficult. Let me see how much I understand now. Lin Xiu glanced at the progress bar in the golden jade. 0.0001%. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. Are you kidding me? 1 in a million? Because of the existence of the unnamed spellbook and the copy world, he has an understanding far beyond his peers. Lin Xiu possessed a master god-level comprehension of water techniques, and his comprehension of other techniques barely reached the Super Demon King level. But it was still only a millionth of what the God of Craftsmanship could offer. Even if the God of the Bible could cultivate dozens of great ways simultaneously, he wouldn't be this awesome, right? Lin Xiu knew that among the 4 great demon kings of the first generation, except for the demon king Lucifer, whose strength barely reached the main god level, the strength of the other first-generation demon kings were all at the peak of Super Demon King level. If the God of the Bible is really that powerful, how could he possibly perish together with the first generation of the devil? As if sensing Lin Xiu's doubts, the Bible God's examination system slowly said, "The Savior candidate, he did not die because of the 4 demon kings. The 4 demon kings were merely his final opponents in life, not the primary cause of his demise. Before facing the 4 great demon kings, he had already gone through countless tribulations. The most dangerous of these were the alteration of the rules of this world by the other world and the interference of the future in the past world. Because the rules of the world have been changed, he is targeted by fate and future timelines. After continuous battles with enemies from another world, he was gradually weakened and finally perished together with the 4 demon kings. It is precisely to prevent those who come after him from encountering the same fate as him that he strictly screens the physique and existence of the candidates for the Savior. Regardless of whether they might be intercepted by enemies from the future world line, the Savior candidate must possess a physique unaffected by the rules of this world. Otherwise, if we simply pick a talented successor at random, we'll end up like him. The next second, an image was transmitted into Lin Xiu's mind. In the endless chaotic battlefield, a sacred figure shining with golden light defeated a hazy shadow from the future. That shadow was extremely powerful and was not restricted by the timeline or world rules. It had obviously surpassed the Dragon God level. Despite being seriously injured, the God of the Bible barely managed to kill him, and his strength fell from the peak of Dragon God level, almost surpassing Dragon God level, to the Sub-Dragon God level. Then, another phantom came across the boundary. Although its strength was not as strong as the last phantom, It also reached the dragon god level. After repelling it with his weakened physical condition, the already weakened body of the god of the Bible became even more withered. Then, he met the released Beast King again. Despite his exhausted body, he successfully sealed the Beast King. Then, she met Heir Tianlong and the 4 Demon Kings. Fate seemed to be against him, forcing him to solve various problems endlessly and keeping him constantly busy. This targeting finally stopped when she entered a dying state. With a heavy heart, Lin Xiu finished watching the images of the biblical god being targeted and ultimately fallen. Requesting flowers 0. I never imagined that the God of the Bible in this world would be so different from the God of the Bible in my mind. He was almost beyond the level of a dragon god. If I'm not mistaken, the future life forms fighting the God of the Bible have obvious mechanical characteristics. Mechanical life forms are typical characteristics of creatures in the DxD world. In other words, the God of the Bible, as the Son of the world, encountered an attack from the DxD world in the future timeline and ultimately fell. If I ever break through the Dragon God level, I'll probably encounter something similar to what happened to the God of the Bible. This situation is like trying to survive in the cracks. The upper limit of the DxD world is the Dragon God level. If you exceed the Dragon God level, you will be blocked by the future. However, if you don't surpass the Dragon God level, you will be slowly waiting for death. I'm afraid that no life form in the DxD world can solve this problem. The only one who can solve this problem is me, who can travel to another world. After realizing his current situation, Lin Xiu became more enthusiastic about picking up girls and following the plot. We have to fight against the other world for this world. So isn't it normal to collect a few more beautiful girls and have fun? 0. Furthermore, both of them involve strategies for the DxD world. Whether it is to integrate the power within the DxD world or to revive the God of the Bible who is a God teammate at first glance, Lin Xiu needs to complete the strategy of the DxD world as soon as possible. From the information I read before crossing over, I have to at least advance the plot to the period of the international competition. With a long sigh, Lin Xiu returned to heaven with a much heavier heart than before. After recovering, the 4 seraphim immediately saluted Lin Xiu. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael Wu, meet His Majesty the Sun. Well, enough talking, I'll start arranging the next stage of work. After his experiences in the worlds of Apocalypse and Akame / Lin Xiu has become very familiar with assigning tasks to others. After hearing Lin Xiu's words, the 4 seraphims' already respectful expressions became even more serious. Obviously, Lin Xiu's words showed that he had accepted his willingness to shoulder the future of the heaven. Since Lin Xiu has made his attitude clear, they, as Lin Xiu's direct subordinates, should also show their own attitude and actions. First, the operations of the heavenly realm are still under Michael's supervision. Aside from proactively restraining the church from going too far, everything remains the same. Secondly, my identity must not be made public. At least, not until I ask you to. If I reveal my identity in the heavens, I will not be able to simultaneously rule the underworld as a demon. Of course, even if it's not public, the heaven realm can show its support for me when the time is right, but it can't completely stand on my side and help me gain sufficient leadership among the 3 major forces. In order to integrate the power of the world, I must first integrate the 3 major forces. Integrate the 3 major forces? The Holy Son is worthy of being the Holy Son. He dares to do things that ordinary people dare not do. Then, what exactly do we need to do? Having gained a new master, Michael's mood, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, rarely showed any ripples. Perhaps this Holy Son can really complete the unfinished work of the Lord God. Half an hour later, Lin Xiu finished arranging the tasks in the heavenly realm. The mission is simple. Everything remains basically the same, but first, friendly messages towards Lin Xiu must be released within the church and the heavens, and then Lin Xiu's position must be gradually strengthened to cooperate with Lin Xiu's plan. Whether I can accumulate enough reputation to climb to a higher position will depend on the upcoming trilateral talks. After obtaining a number of unused holy swords of lower quality than Excalibur from the heavens and upgrading Esther to gold quality, Lin Xiu used the power of Vamana, the incarnation of God, to return home. Seeing Lin Xiu coming back, Ai Xia, who was wearing an apron and cooking, came over with a smile. "Xiu-kun, I've already given Miss Irina and Miss Zenobia a bath and brought them to your bed." Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. If he remembered correctly, he had asked Ai Xia to comfort the two first. How could he have just washed his hands of the matter while comforting them? Seeing this, Asia smiled and explained. "Lin Xiujuan, I know very well that you probably really like the look on a girl's face when she's mentally broken, right? So, in order to keep the original flavor, I didn't interfere too much." Asia's words really touched Lin Xiu's heart. If it weren't for what happened with Michael, he really intended to enjoy the wonderful feeling of the church girl's faith being shattered on the spot. Now, more than half an hour has passed, and the freshness should still be quite high. "Asia, come with Olivia and the others to accompany me in an hour. If I'm 22, I'll deal with Zenobia and Irina first." Hearing this, Asia nodded slightly, and a delicate blush appeared on her fair face. I understand." Although shy, Aisha did not refuse Lin Xiu's request. After so long, she has become very skilled at this kind of thing. When Lin Xiu entered her room, she saw two girls wrapped in white robes of the church, staring blankly at the ceiling. Although he seemed to be in much better condition than before, he didn't look as dazed as if his faith was shattered. However, after realizing Lin Xiu's arrival, Zenobia's dazed eyes flickered slightly, and then quickly returned to her previous dazed state. Lin Xiu, who has obtained the Eye of Truth, would not be unable to see this strange thing. However, Lin Xiu was also happy for Zenobia and Irina to act in front of him. Lin Xiu opened Zenobia's large white robe and asked directly inside without any hesitation. Being in such close contact with Lin Xiu, Zenobia's gaze wavered for a moment. Of course, compared to Zenobia, Irina was much more shaken, because she could never have imagined that when faced with two beautiful girls with fair skin, Lin Xiu would not come to her side first, but go to Zenobia's side first. Where's the childhood sweetheart? Lin Xiu noticed Irina's reaction and smiled happily. "Irina, I like you." After saying this, Lin Xiu directly took away Zenobia's first kiss. Feeling something suddenly enter her mouth, Zenobia froze in place. She must have heard correctly, right? Wasn't Lin Xiu talking about Irina? Why did he suddenly kiss her? Could it be that he made a mistake? As she was puzzled, Zenobia gradually became addicted to the close contact with Lin Xiu. She subconsciously reached out and hugged Lin Xiu, responding enthusiastically. Now, Irina could no longer sit still. "Xiu-kun, I'm Irina." With tears in her eyes, Irina lifted up her white robe and took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu from the side. She didn't understand why Lin Xiu had mistaken her for someone else. She only knew that as Lin Xiu's childhood sweetheart, she couldn't stand this any longer. Feeling Irina's warmth, Lin Xiu finally let go of Zenobia and looked at Irina with a smile. "Irina, are you finally stopping pretending?" Xiu-kun, did you do this on purpose?" After realizing that Lin Xiu did it on purpose, Irina felt so wronged that she almost cried. However, after feeling wronged, Irina felt a great sense of relief. Lin Xiu was just teasing her, not because he didn't like her, nor did he value Zenobia more. "Humph, Xiujuan, you have been a bad man since childhood." Having said that, Irina took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu, wantonly feeling and absorbing Lin Xiu's breath. "Xiujuan, Xiujuan, Xiujuan." So, being intimate with the boy you like can actually give rise to such a happy, inspiring feeling? Irina had indeed stopped pretending, but Zenobia was rather stupid and thought that Lin Xiu had only discovered Irina and not her. Therefore, after breaking away from contact with Lin Xiu, Zenobia quickly returned to her previous dazed state. because she felt that Asia's trick was very effective. In any case, compared to Irina, Lin Xiu still chose her first. After letting go of Lin Xiu, Irina gave Gino a helpless look. Just as she was about to tell Zenobia to stop pretending, Lin Xiu blocked her mouth with her fingers. Seeing the amusement in Lin Xiu's eyes and understanding what Lin Xiu was planning to do, Irina gave up the idea of calling Zenobia. Anyway, this is exactly what she wants. If Zenobia keeps being a wooden figure, there's no way I can compete with her. Finally, Lin Xiu remembered something very important. By the way, Irina, do you remember what you were wearing when you fought Asia today? He's wearing the church's black tight-fitting combat uniform inside and the church's white cloak and hood outside. What's wrong? Irina tilted her head in confusion. Nothing, I just really like the way you fight in your tight combat uniforms, that's all. Lin Xiu smiled playfully and looked at the two men's white robes. The meaning was obvious. He felt something was missing. Irina was stunned for a few seconds. After a few seconds, Irina's face gradually turned red, and she finally reacted. Lin Xiujuan, pervert. Duh. Although Irina was a bit arrogant, after complaining about Lin Xiu's perversion, she snapped her fingers and changed into the church's tight black combat uniform. Zenobia was stunned. What happened? Why did Irina call Lin Xiu a pervert? Zenobia didn't know what Irina was going to do. She only knew that she hadn't been exposed yet. So, she had to persevere. Seeing that Zenobia respected the setting so much, Lin Xiu did not expose her thoughts and took the initiative to help her perform the spell to change clothes and put on the same black tight combat suit as Irina. Looking at the two beautiful girls in black tight combat uniforms, Lin Xiu's expression became more serious. Irina, I have another question. What's the problem? Irina blushed. Originally, she thought there was nothing special about the church's combat uniforms, but after Lin Xiu said she liked them dressed like that, she felt an unprecedented sense of shame. If I ripped a small part of your clothes, you wouldn't be angry, would you? What do you mean by would you be angry if a small part of your clothes was torn off? Lin Xiu, pervert. After realizing what Lin Xiu wanted to do, Irina whispered pervert again. However, I've known since I was a child that Lin Xiujuan is a pervert. So it's okay. Irina smiled gently, approving of Lin Xiu's abnormal behavior. As Lin Xiu's childhood sweetheart, she is prepared to accept all of Lin Xiu's perverted behavior. Sizzle. The sharp reinforced slime passed by, and Lin Xiu opened a hole in Irina's black tight combat suit. Then, Lin Xiu gave the two girls bloody special chess pieces. As the blood-colored energy was absorbed, the two girls who originally believed in gods grew angel wings, as Lin Xiu had expected. Since Zenobia and Irina were much stronger than Asia before their reincarnation, they were reincarnated as the highest-level angels with 8 pure white wings. As expected, Xiujun is the one chosen by the Lord. After shedding a tear to bid farewell to the past, Irina turned to look at Lin Xiu, her eyes more gentle and firm than ever before. Xiujun, actually, since I was little, I have always hoped to become Xiujun's bride. At the same time, with a strong belief and deep love for Lin Xiu, Irina slowly bent down, and the black tight combat suit on her lower abdomen showed an abnormal bulge. 14. The white angel wings suddenly spread open, and Irina's crystal toes curled up instantly, but she hugged Lin Xiu tightly instead. The 8 angel wings folded together to form a white sphere, completely enveloping Irina and Lin Xiu. Zenobia didn't expect that even though everyone was in the same room, Irina would still lock her up in a small dark room. Fortunately, Irina wouldn't be locked up in the small dark room for long. Just 5 minutes later, Irina withdrew her spherical wings powerlessly and suddenly stretched out her wings. Zenobia felt relieved to see Irina back to the light of day. However, she remained motionless, looking as if she was devastated by the news that the god was dead. Normally, even if one knew that the god was dead, one should have regained his faith after being reincarnated as an angel by Lin Xiu. However, Zenobia is special. She is very stubborn and has never changed her mind. Even after she took over Irina's position, Zenobia still looked like a puppet with shattered faith and blank eyes. In response, Lin Xiu's approach was to turn the falsehood into reality. After just over 10 minutes, Zenobia's feigned unconsciousness was transformed into a real unconsciousness by Lin Xiu. Immersed in Lin Xiu's succubus blood, Zenobia's mind grew increasingly hazy, and she instinctively clung to Lin Xiu. As the symbiotic connection of the blood infusion technique deepened, the two angel-winged girls suddenly spread their holy wings. Because of their contact with Lin Xiu, their wings seemed to become more holy. Another wave of blood flowed from the blood infusion method. 14. Zenobia and Irina clasped their hands together, their eyes rolling up uncontrollably as their 8 rose wings suddenly opened. After reaching a certain limit, Zenobia could no longer pretend to be a wooden person and fainted, holding Lin Xiu and Irina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the goal of the previous life, the Holy Sword Master's Double Dance Gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, God's Power, Torn Silver Hand Gold. Torn Silver Hand. The power comes from the God King, Noada. When the power is activated, the flesh and blood hand can be transformed into a silver metal hand. The huge power of the spell is wrapped around the weapon, allowing it to gain the power to create miracles such as splitting the earth, changing the terrain, and breaking the sea. Theoretically, using the torn silver hand, one can unleash a magic sword capable of severing everything. Even if the target isn't a sword, a toothpick or a branch can be transformed into a magic sword. Since Lin Xiu's special chess pieces can reincarnate people into the most suitable race according to their physical constitutions, Zenobia and Irina were reincarnated as angels like Asia. And because the two of them were much stronger than Asia at the beginning, they recovered much faster than Asia. Just the next morning, the two accepted the fact that they had to sleep with Lin Xiu because of the several defeats they had suffered after being dragged into the dungeon world by Lin Xiu. Of course, there are also things that are not accepted. Zenobia couldn't accept that Lin Xiu had been soaking in Irina's body last night, so after waking up early in the morning, Zenobia tiptoed and moved Irina off Lin Xiu. Zenobia didn't have any special hobbies. She just felt that she couldn't lose to Irina. I spent 7 or 8 hours at Irina's place, so I should spend at least 5 or 6 hours here, right? Zenobia didn't have to win over Irina, but she couldn't accept falling behind too much. After moving Irina away, Zenobia successfully contained the symbiote and peacefully lay on Lin Xiu to take a nap. At noon, when Irina woke up, there was another commotion. However, under Zenobia's insistence, Irina had no choice but to accept the fact. Yes, she had slept peacefully for most of the night, and it was indeed time to give Zenobia some time. Asia and Olivia watched the two vying for favor with a smile. They knew very well that this situation would only occur in the early stages. Generally speaking, Lin Xiu's time is more precious, so he usually takes people to the dungeon world when he is doing something and then sends them back after the job is done. After sleeping together, they return to the dungeon world together, then sleep inside someone. Recently, due to Lin Xiu's practice, he mastered the method of stopping the time of the entire world in the Apocalypse world and the Akame world, and the situation became even more uncontrollable. Theoretically, Lin Xiu only needs a few minutes to satisfy all the girls. This method of making the most of time allows almost every one of them to live a fulfilling and satisfying life every day. Plus, Lin Xiu loved experiencing different touches and embraces, and she could quickly cycle through different bodies. Therefore, Asia and Olivia truly viewed the competition between Zenobia and Irina as a senior looking at a junior. Well, it's like this when you're new. It will be fine after a while. Instead of competing for favor, it would be better to think about forming a small group and team up, or even better, to strengthen your own strength so that you can help Lin Xiu in some ways. After resolving the issues with Zenobia and Irina, Lin Xiu came to Juwang Academy in the evening. 8 o'clock. In the gymnasium of Juwang College, a white cat-eared loli had been waiting for Lin Xiu for a long time. The cat-eared loli is named Tachin Kitten and is the chariot of Lin Xiu's fiancée, Rias Gremory. After being severely beaten by Lin Xiu in the castle of the Gremory family, the kitten decided to unlock his own cat god physique and practice his immortal power and demon power. Originally, the kitten's strength was almost about to break through to the upper demon level. Just a few days after releasing himself from the restrictions, the kitten was promoted to a high-level demon. Now, CCB, more than 2 months have passed. In the past 2 months, Rias and her followers have accepted Lin Xiu's chess pieces and went to another world to practice, and their strength has grown rapidly. Among them, Rias' strength has reached the level of Quasi-Demon King, and Kaniko's strength has also reached the peak of the highest level demon, and a breakthrough is imminent. Kitten, next is your final test. Lin Xiu said slowly. Yes, please give me the task, Master Lin Xiu. I will definitely try my best to complete it. Here at Lin Xiu, Kitty has confirmed the results of his practice through many missions. For example, defeat lost demons, defeat the new terrorist organization, the Hollow Cicada organization, defeat the zombies of the world of Apocalypse, and defeat and train dangerous species in the world of Akame / Now, after more than 2 months of training in the DxD world, nearly a year in the dungeon world, Kitten has grown from a cat afraid of power to a warrior who can stand on his own. Recently, a 10-winged fallen angel named Kirkbull seized the church's holy sword and is preparing to come to us to trigger a 3-way war. Considering that I am the strongest person in Jew Academy, he will not be able to take down Rias and Sona unless he gets rid of me. He is very likely to be plotting something against me behind my back. I want you to work with the 2 holy sword masters of the church to bring him to Jiwang Academy. While you're at it, I'll set up a solid barrier at Jiwang College. Once he enters, I'll take action and finish him off. Hearing this, the kitten tightened his fist that was bound with bandages. Understand, Master Lin Xiu, when does the mission begin? As soon as Kitty finished speaking, another girl's voice was heard in the gymnasium. Master Lin Xiu, can I be included in the kitty's mission? In the corner of the gymnasium, Kiba Yumi walked out from the darkness with a gloomy face. Although she had a gloomy face, Kiba Yumi still paid great attention to etiquette and took the initiative to bow to Lin Xiu. Kiba Yumi has always respected Lin Xiu, especially after she absorbed Lin Xiu's chess pieces and became stronger through Lin Xiu's training. She respected Lin Xiu because, in her opinion, it was Lin Xiu who gave her the power to seek revenge. Originally, she didn't want to show a dark look to Lin Xiu, but the person in charge of the Holy Sword Project who killed her companions was right in front of her, and she couldn't help herself. Yumi. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. He had expected Kiba Yumi to volunteer. If you want to go with Kitty. However, don't force yourself. If you encounter any danger, you must call for support immediately. Normally speaking, with Kaniko's current strength at the peak of the highest level of demon, Yumi Kiba at the highest level of demon, and Zenobia and Irina also reaching the highest level of demon, they would not be in any danger even if they faced Kirkbull, and they would still be able to protect themselves. However, Lin Xiu was afraid of abnormal situations. Well, thank you, Master Lin Xiu. Kiba Yumi bit her red lips lightly, and her blue pupils were constantly overflowing with crystal tears. Finally, she can finally avenge her companions. From the beginning to the end, she lived in the world as an avenger. This time, she can finally wield the sword of revenge that she has sharpened for so long. Dong! With a soft sound, Kiba Yumi knelt on one knee and solemnly said in the posture of a knight swearing allegiance, Master Lin Xiu, Yume swears here that after this, I will live solely as your sword, wielding it solely for you. At this moment, there are only 2 words left in Kiba Yumi's heart. Loyalty. She knew very well that Lin Xiu knew what kind of knot she had in her heart, but Lin Xiu had no intention of enlightening her about the knot. He just wanted to help her become stronger and help her get revenge. Lin Xiu knew that after the death of her companions, Kiba Yumi's purpose in living was revenge. Until revenge was complete, her personality would not be complete. Therefore, Lin Xiu was also willing to let her fulfill her wish and get rid of the past. Only in this way could she face the future and live a new life. If there is a grudge, it should be avenged. If there is a grudge that has not been resolved, it should be resolved. Such a pure concept of good and evil has forged Kiba Yumi's absolute loyalty. As for Rias, Kiba Yumi is of course loyal to her. Loyalty to the Lord and loyalty to the mistress are not contradictory, considering that Rias's interests and hobbies are not in being a king. Kiba Yumi wishes her good health and a quick birth of a baby. Oh, there's one more thing. Before Kaneko and Kiba Yumi left, Lin Xiu called them over. Yume, can you tell me where your companions are buried? Kiba Yumi fluttered her eyelashes, not understanding why Lin Xiu asked this. I want to go to the place where they died and pay my respects to them. By the way, when you go looking for Kirkbowl, if you encounter Balpa, remember to take all the Holy Sword factor crystals from him. If you're lucky, you might find fragments of your companions' souls among them. In any case, it would be better to let their bodies and soul fragments rest together, isn't it? Hearing this, tears welled up in Kiba Yumi's eyes. So that's how it is. Lord Lin Xiu's thoughts are indeed much more comprehensive than hers. Indeed, according to the church, if the body and soul are separated at the time of death, it will be impossible to enter the next life of reincarnation. In order to help her companions reincarnate smoothly, she must take back their soul fragments. Kiba Yumi will follow your orders. Moved by this, Kiba Yumi's favorability and loyalty towards Lin Xiu reached a new peak. Not only Kiba Yumi, but even Kitty was surprised by Lin Xiu's meticulousness and thoughtfulness. If Lin Xiu's strength made them feel the so-called sense of security, then Lin Xiu's personality and behavior made them feel the so-called security. Simple strength can make people respect you, but it can also make people fear you. However, if it is strength mixed with tenderness and responsibility, it will only make people feel at ease. Although Lin Xiu wantonly seizes and possesses everything he wants, he does have the sense of responsibility and magnanimity to obtain it all. After pondering for a few seconds, Kaneko gently patted Kiba Yumi's back. Let's go, Yume Senpai. We must find the soul fragments of Yume Senpai's companions and let them rest in peace. In fact, Lin Xiu's idea was not as good as they imagined. Lin Xiu just remembered what happened to him in the world of Akame Jean. In the world of Akame Killer, Lin Xiu completed the collection only after resurrecting Hill's best friend who betrayed her and Martha, who had a profound influence on Akame, and seizing their luck. In order to completely conquer the DxD world, Lin Xiu must do his best. In addition to Tosca, Kiba Yumi's companion, who was originally supposed to be alive, he must also conquer the other Holy Sword users. The other side, just as Lin Xiu said, Kirkbowl was carefully planning to attack Lin Xiu. The reason is very simple. If you want to start a war, the easiest way is to kill the magician Lucifer and the sister of the devil Seraflu. If you want to attack Rias and Sona, you must defeat Lin Xiu, who is stationed in Zhuang Town. And if he wants to defeat Lin Xiu, who is stationed in Zhuang Town, Kirkbowl also has his own way. He thought of the fallen angel Linali stationed in Zhuang Town. According to the information from the fallen angel's headquarters, Linali had started collecting intelligence on Lin Xiu some time ago and also became Lin Xiu's lover. This romantic relationship even continues to this day. Therefore, Kirkbowl planned to use Linali to lure Lin Xiu to a designated location, while Linali was sacrificing herself to attract Lin Xiu's attention. He would then launch a surprise attack on Lin Xiu. It would be best if he could eliminate Lin Xiu right away. By then, he could capture the current Demon King's two sisters and start the war all over again. It's a pity that the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Besides him, there are others who want to take advantage of the relationship between Amano Yuuma and Lin Xiu. Just as Kirkbowl was talking to Amano Yuuma and the others, he ran into the old demon lord who couldn't wait any longer, Katlia Leviathan. Katria Leviathan, descendant of the previous Leviathan Demon King and leader of the current Leviathan faction. In order to regain the throne of the Demon King, she and her companions rebelled against the underworld, formed the Old Demon King faction, joined the Disaster Group, and became the leader of the Levican faction of the Old Demon King faction of the Disaster Group. In the original plot, during the tripartite talks, Katria and other Old Demon Lord from the Old Demon Lord faction attacked together and attempted to assassinate the leaders of the three forces. During her duel with Azazel, Katria uses Ophus's snake to increase her strength. But even so, she was still no match for Azazel. Finally, Katria tried to pull Azazel to her own death, but Azazel broke free from the entanglement and fell. I can only say, her intelligence and arrogance were worthy of what happened to her. The leaders of the three major factions are seasoned fighters. How could a high-ranking demon king who uses a snake to increase his power be qualified to challenge them? Katria's idea was the same as Kirkball's, and she planned to use Amano Yuuma to lure Lin Xiu into the trap they had set. Unlike Kirkball, the Old Demon King faction had already made their plan long ago. However, Amano Yuuma had been dragging his feet on the mission, which had delayed it until now. After learning that Yuuma Amano was neglecting his mission, Katlia decided to go directly to his house. Then, she ran into Kirkball head-on. After just a few words, the two of them understood that the other person had the same idea as themselves. Katria originally wanted to cooperate with Kirkball, but Kirkball was the type of person who believed in fallen angels supreme and directly rejected Katria's cooperation proposal and left angrily. After Kirkball left, Katria gave Linali a final ultimatum, demanding that Linali complete the mission tomorrow. Otherwise, she would personally punish anyone who neglected the mission. After making such harsh remarks, Katlia hesitated for a few seconds before following Kirkball in the direction he had left. Kirkball disliked him, but she liked Kirkball very much, because she also wants to start a three-way war. Only when the three-way war begins will their Old Demon King faction have a chance to overthrow the current Demon King. Then, Katria saw a group of beautiful girls fighting against Kirkball. Before Kirkball could return to his base, he was stopped by several girls with different hair colors. Kaneko, Kiba-Yumi, Zenobia, Irina, and Asia all followed the clues they got from Balpa and went to find Kirkball. Originally, Lin Xiu's plan did not include Asia. However, Asia is kind-hearted and offers to help Zenobia and Irina, two sisters from the church like her. Of course, the more important reason is that Asia wants to have a good relationship with Zenobia and Irina so that they can officially debut as the church trio. Well, the kind of debut that happens in bed. As time went by, Asia also developed a sense of crisis. Although the silver-haired Saint Olivia also accepted her, the saint maids who had been living with her were much closer to each other than she was a newcomer. So, Asia decided to form her own team and start playing together. In front of Kirkball, Kiba-Yumi threw Balpa's body in front of him. After receiving Lin Xiu's mission, Kiba-Yumi immediately found Balpa and killed Balpa and his holy swordsman with absolute strength. After obtaining the holy sword factors from her companions, before handing them over to Lin Xiu, Kiba-Yumi also upgraded her level and successfully activated the holy demon sword. At this time, in front of Kirkball, Asia stood at the front, Zenobia, Irina, and Kiba-Yumi stood behind Asia with holy swords in their hands, and Kaneko stood at the back. Obviously, Asia, who can both heal and tank, is the absolute main force. Zenobia and Kiba-Yumi, who have the strongest attack power, serve as the main C. Irina uses the Holy Sword and Angel Halo as the sub-C, and Xiaomao serves as a mage and assistant in the back. Overall, due to the presence of Asia, the ceiling of this team is quite high. Asia has invincibility and damage immunity below the main god level and super efficient treatment. As long as Asia does not fall, no matter how many times others are knocked down, as long as they are not killed instantly, they can recover quickly. As long as they are willing to spend time in practice, This team can even defeat Super Demon King level masters. What's more, Kirkball's strength is only close to that of the Super Demon King, and has not reached the Super Demon King level. Otherwise, he would not have been easily killed by the White Dragon Emperor in the original plot. At this time, Kirkball didn't know that he was facing an exceptional team, and only thought that they were lucky to have defeated Balpa and the Holy Swordsman. Oh, you actually killed Balpa and his Holy Sword user who could wield the evolved Holy Sword. You're quite powerful. However, you dare to come to me just like this. I really admire your courage. Kirkball made a standard villain-like exclamation. However, before he could finish the process, before his rage subsided, Asia gave the order and the women attacked him together. Hey, do you have any manners or understanding? Don't you know how to let others finish speaking? Requesting flowers. In anger, Kirkball asked the blonde girl who was giving the order and threw a laser gun with all his strength. However, the results were minimal. Forbidden Hands. Holy Dragon Princess's Garden of Love. OJ! The sound of a laser gun being deflected. Clad in crimson gold armor, Asia easily blocked Kirkball's lance and attacked alongside her companions. How is that possible? Kirkball simply couldn't accept it. Besides Lin Xiu, there was actually someone else in Jiwang Town who could withstand his attack head-on. In fact, let alone his attack, even a Super Demon King level attack could not hurt Asia after she turned into a Forbidden Hand. If Asia wasn't a bit biased, with only defense and healing abilities after being disabled, she could have defeated Kirkball alone. Durandar, you are the tyrant of the sword. Show your violence and holiness here. Taking advantage of Kirkball's moment of distraction, Zenobia struck him directly with her holy sword. In a sense, the holy sword is similar to a divine weapon and has the effect of enhancing the user's strength. Before reincarnation, Zenobia and Irina, relying on their mid-level demonic strength, dared to carry out dangerous missions with holy swords because they were confident that they could defeat high-level demons, even the highest-level demons. After being reincarnated as 8-winged angels, their potential was further developed, and they were able to unleash even stronger divine power when wielding the holy sword. Sizzle. Seizing Kirkball's weakness, Zenobia cut a narrow wound on Kirkball's wing. What? The severe pain hit him, and Kirkball staggered. How is that possible? With the strength of the church's holy sword user, even if they used the holy sword to Randall, they wouldn't be able to hurt him, right? Wait, her strength. At this moment, Kirkbalfa discovered that Zenobia was surrounded by a powerful divine power. This divine power has reached the level of the highest level angel. Coupled with the sharpness and power of the holy sword, it successfully penetrated his wing defense. While Kirkball was stunned, Kiba Yumi also rushed over. The holy demon sword of the twin hegemons. Take it, Kirkball. This is the will of me and my companions. Sizzle. With another sword strike, Kuinchang Yume directly slashed at the wound that Genovi had already inflicted. The exposed wound was attacked, and Kirkball felt severe pain. He hadn't felt this pain for many years since the war ended. If that's the case, it's still early. Kirkball injected his own strength into his wings, allowing the veins and muscles on his wings to clamp down on Kiba Yumi's holy demon sword. Then, while Kiba Yumi was being controlled, Kirkball's other wings suddenly flapped over. My companions, I will protect you. Asia naturally would not sit idly by and watch this happen, so she flashed in front of Yumi Kiba and took the attack. Bang, 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 bang. What? Kirkball felt the sluggish power in his body, and his eyes almost popped out. When did a cat-shaped mandrill that could effectively damage him appear in Jiwang Town? Kirkball was surprised to find that everyone here could effectively damage him. In other words, everyone had the means to temporarily increase their attack power to the level of Demon King. This is Jiwang Town. Under the siege of the women, Kirkball was caught off guard and unable to fight back. Everyone attacked the base of Kirkball's wings. That's a characteristic shared by all fallen angels. Zenobia informed everyone through the team's voice communication. Wings are the gathering place of fallen angels' power and their most powerful part. In the original story, the Demon King-class fallen angel Kirkbull could use his wings to easily block the attacks of the Holy Demon Sword and the Holy Sword Durandal. The strength of the wings of the 10 fallen angels is enough to withstand the attack of the Holy Demon Sword and the Holy Sword Durandal. However, no matter how powerful they are, the fallen angels' wings are not invulnerable. The base of the wings is the weak point of the fallen angels' wings. Damage to the wings' roots will not only affect the ability to attack and defend with the wings, but will also affect the flow of power in the body. Kirkbull's power was already hindered by his immortal energy. If his wings were injured, he would basically be defeated. Not good. Kirkbull noticed the shift in their attack direction and realized that they wanted to attack the base of his wings, and he suddenly panicked. If it was before, he would not bother to care. Even if he gave them 22 chopsticks, they would not be able to cut through. But now, Kirkbull really has to take the trouble to protect his weaknesses. That's it. That's the only way. Kirkbull took out a virtual chip and crushed it. The virtual chip transformed into a dreamlike point of light and merged into Kirkbull's body, and his aura instantly surged. As a passionate warmonger who wanted to start a war, Kirkbull naturally wanted to improve his own strength. Therefore, he also spent a huge amount of money to purchase the evolution core. Of course, although he purchased it, Kirkbull never used it because of his inner insistence. He is a noble fallen angel, a survivor of the three-way war. How can he rely on breakthrough items to achieve a breakthrough? Unfortunately, the situation was stronger than him. When he was about to die if he didn't use it, Kirkbull had no choice but to use the core of evolution. Boom! The extremely pure power of light erupted, violently repelling the surrounding girls. This is the kind of enemy Lin Xiu mentioned. As a most senior follower here, Asia knew about the existence of evolution. Xiu told his followers that any enemies using the evolution core that they encountered during battle should be handed over to him for disposal. Everyone, retreat according to the original plan. They have been fighting for so long, but no one has come out to help Kirkbull. In other words, the enemy is most likely only Kirkbull. Now that they have explored the enemy's strength, there is no need for them to continue fighting. At Asia's command, the girls quickly retreated according to their original plan. Of course, Kirkbull would not let them go. In order to defeat these girls, he gave up his persistence as a noble fallen angel. In this way, Kirkbull chased AC and his group all the way. Then he discovered something that made him even more depressed. He discovered that even though his strength had risen to the Super Demon King level, he still couldn't cause any effective damage to Asia. Damn, where on earth did this blonde freak come from? Although she has no offensive power, her terrifying defense and healing abilities are simply despairing. At this point, I must first destroy this artifact user. Otherwise, if she joins forces with Lin Xiu Leviathan, even if I have evolved into a 12-winged fallen angel, I will be in big trouble. After realizing this, Kirkbull launched attacks on Asia more frequently. Soon, Kirkbull saw hope. On the way to Ju Academy, Asia's aura grew weaker and weaker, to the point where she couldn't even maintain her forbidden hand armor. As expected, divine weapons are unreliable. With combat effectiveness like this that can't last long, what use can it have in war? Why would that be D. Azazel invest so many resources into the research and development of divine weapons? After complaining bitterly, Kirkbull stepped into the Juwang Academy, which had a slightly strange atmosphere, without hesitation. In his opinion, there is no better opportunity than this. If he waited for the blonde girl to recover and then attacked together with Lin Xiu Leviathan and these girls, then even if he used the evolution core, he would still be in great danger. Kirkbauer's idea is undoubtedly correct. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Asia's forbidden hand had actually been able to be maintained for a long time. She pretended that it couldn't be maintained, just a means to lure him into Juwang Academy. He also didn't expect that even if he used the core of evolution, it would be impossible for him to survive in the copy of Juwang Academy, given the current difficulty of the Juwang Academy dungeon. Not to mention him, even if Azazel came in person, he would be defeated by the siege of Lin Xiu's followers. As soon as he arrived at Juwang College, Kurt Bull felt a chill and suddenly looked up at the sky. In the sky, the barrier that had already completed its basic construction instantly enveloped this space. We've fallen into a trap. Just as he realized this, the green light of the Dragon Emperor flashed in the sky. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden Hand. Red Dragon Emperor's Armor. Boosted Gear Scale Mail. The Red Dragon Emperor's armor was instantly put on, and Lin Xiu fell straight from the air at an astonishing speed. Divine Kicking Technique. Flying Kick. Bang! The next second, the tall Kurt Bull turned into a crow, falling to the ground. After falling from the sky, Lin Xiu's 10 rose devil wings simultaneously trapped Kurt Bull's 12 fallen angel wings. Then, Lin Xiu grabbed 2 of the wings and suddenly pulled them apart. Sizzle. Under the violent pull, Kurt Bull's pair of black wings were directly plucked off. It hurt so much, so much, so much, so much, so much. 0149093322, Philo 141011201. You are Lin Xiu Leviathan. Kurt Bull clearly felt Lin Xiu's strength, which even surpassed Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels. There was no time to ask why this happened. Kurt Bull just wanted to escape quickly. Of course, given the current situation, even escaping is a luxury for him. Puff! The golden spear that pierces the world easily pierced through Kirkborn's sturdy body, which had reached the Super Demon King level. Even without using the power against the world, in terms of holy power alone, the spear that pierces the world also possesses the highest level of holy power. What kind of weapon is this? Kurt Bull didn't even see what kind of weapon it was before he lost all his strength due to the absolute restraint of the holy power. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. After pulling out all of Kurt Bull's wings, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt sound. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, collecting the fragments of the core of the world. Quest level, gold. Objective collection, Kurt Bull. Bite. Congratulations to the host for receiving a corresponding level enhancement. Bite. The Demon King's Holy Sword, Remnant, purple, has been upgraded to the Demon King's Holy Sword, gold. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline quest, the Holy Sword Master of the Church. Quest requirements. Leave behind the Church's 2 Holy Sword users and defeat the fallen angel Kurt Bull. Quest level, purple gold, staying behind and conquering 2 Holy Sword Masters of the Church and killing the fallen angel Kurt Bull. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Divine Gift, Multi-Mind Communication, gold. Divine Gift, Multi-Mind. As the name suggests, it is a divine talent that allows the host to handle multiple things at the same time. With multi-mind communication, the host can complete multiple tasks at the same time. No matter how many tasks are carried out at the same time, the host's speed in completing other tasks will not slow down. As long as the host wants, he can simultaneously complete multiple operations such as cultivation, researching techniques, absorbing the knowledge of the 543rd God of the Bible, researching artifacts, fighting, taking exams, and capturing beautiful girls. Telepathy? I really need something like that right now. Although Lin Xiu was confident in his extraordinary learning ability, it still took too much time for him to absorb the endless knowledge of the God of the Bible, which almost surpassed the Dragon God level. Although theoretically Lin Xiu had 5 times the time to practice and could temporarily stop time in the dungeon world, thus saving time spent in bed, it was still a bit too urgent. After knowing that the God of the Bible was sniped because he was too powerful, Lin Xiu has always been afraid of the DxD world. When Lin Xiu took Kurt Bull in, Kunbami noticed the girls standing at the door of the old school building. Looking at those extremely familiar figures, Kiba Yumi began to doubt her life. Master Lin Xiu, this is, if she was not mistaken, These were her former companions? Yumi, it's been such a long time. Tosca rushed over and hugged Kiba Yumi, shedding tears of encouragement at the reunion with her good friend. Tosca, how did you grow so big? Kiba Yumi asked with tears in her eyes, looking a little surprised. Her other companions still maintained the appearance of their teenage years, very immature, but Tosca was different. She had grown into a graceful and beautiful girl. Tosca wiped away her tears and explained why she was different from others. Through Tosca's explanation, Kiba Yumi finally understood the whole story. She remembered correctly that Tosca was indeed killed by the researcher because she could not bear the torture of the experiment. However, she was only seriously injured and on the verge of death, and was not really dead. On the verge of death, a solid barrier-type artifact awakened in her body, making it impossible for Balpa and other researchers to take action against her. They were forced to place her in a secret room and put her into a state of suspended animation. Later, Lin Xiu found her and rescued her. In the original plot, Tosca is a character that will appear in the later period. After being discovered during the facility search, Tosca was able to see the light of day again after the barrier was lifted through the artifact technology of the Fallen Angel camp. However, now, Tosca automatically released the protection of the artifact because of Lin Xiu's chess piece. After absorbing Lin Xiu's chess piece, Tosca not only recovered from his suspended animation, but his body, which had been extremely weak and stopped developing due to the long-term suspended animation, also fully recovered. Sure enough, it's Master Lin Xiu. That sir, he really can create any miracle. Kiba Yumi smiled happily and came to Lin Xiu. The blonde holy demon sword girl knelt down on her knees, placed the holy demon sword in front of her forehead, and placed her hands on the ground, with her forehead completely touching her hands, in a posture of complete submission. Master Lin Xiu, I will never forget your kindness. From now on, Yume will be your sword to destroy all your enemies. This oath will never fade, even if the seas dry up and the rocks crumble. Kiba Yumi was already very loyal. After learning that Lin Xiu had resurrected her companions, Kiba Yumi's loyalty and emotion were beyond words. Of course, she didn't mean to say anything bad about Rias, but compared to Lin Xiu, both the Lord type of Rias and the King type of Song were somewhat overshadowed. Okay, Yume, I received your kindness, but you don't have to be like this, because I need something in return for saving people. I won't do anything without reward. If you are saved by me, you must offer your body and loyalty to me. Lin Xiu waved his hand and explained. Come to think of it, he always felt that the sight of Kiba Yumi holding the holy sword horizontally and bowing with both hands on her forehead was very familiar. He had seen many pictures of this posture before traveling through time. Of course, there are still many differences between Kiba Yumi and those pictures. Most of the cosplayers in the pictures are naked, wearing only wigs for COS, with all other costumes neatly placed aside, thus showing their complete submission to the characters they cosplay. Lin Xiu felt that with Kiba Yumi's current loyalty, if he asked Kiba Yumi to do the same, she would definitely do it without hesitation. Outside Kuwon College, Katria watched helplessly as Kirkbull entered Juwon College and never came out again. After a few minutes, the barrier dissipated. Realizing that she would be discovered if she stayed any longer, Katlia fled in a hurry. Kirkbull has used the evolution item, but he still hasn't left Jiwang Academy. Lin Xiu Leviathan has become even stronger than before, most likely reaching the level of a super demon lord. We must be fully prepared before attacking him. By the way, a group called the Shuchan Organization recently joined the Misfortune Group. They're very keen on researching various artifacts. Most importantly, they have a powerful tool that can counter dragon artifacts. If it's the Second Eye's Gauntlet, it should be able to attract their attention. Because her opponent was too powerful, Katlia gradually began to give up the arrogance that belonged to the old Demon King. Unlike Kirkbull, who has always been in a high position, the old Demon King has been taught a lesson by reality many times. Fighting against the reformist demons and then being defeated, betraying the underworld, joining the group of disasters, using the core of evolution. Every time they experience these things, the arrogance of the old demon kings will be destroyed a little. At this point, apart from their obsession with the position of demon king, the old demon kings have long lost their so-called dignity. P.S. The Shuchan organization is an evil organization in the DxD work Fallen Dog God, which is similar to the old demon king faction in the DxD worldview. I will write about some of the Fallen Dog God content later, but I know that many people don't like to read it, so I will just fast forward to the content related to the Fallen Dog God. Because the timeline is a little inconsistent, in order to participate in the event, the timeline of the Dog God has been slightly modified. The other side, outside of Ju's city, on Azazel's side, Azazel, who was fishing, suddenly received a call from the Demon King. Lord Lucifer. Although he was puzzled, Azazel quickly answered the call. Sazikes, deliberately contacting the fallen angel's governor privately before the three-party talks, doesn't seem like something a qualified demon lord would do. Although Azazel has a high degree of favorability towards the demon clan, he also recognizes the achievements of Surzex and others as reformers. But, no matter what, Surzex really shouldn't have contacted him privately at this time. If he did this, what if Tian Yong misunderstood Chun-Li? Surzex knew what Azazel meant and said slowly, Azazel, I'm looking for you purely for business. Did you know that a cadre-level fallen angel named Kirk Bowl is planning to start a war before the trilateral talks? Kirk Bowl? You're looking for me about him. Of course, Azazel knew that Kirk Bowl was planning to cause trouble, so he specially arranged for Emperor Bolong to take him down at the right time. It seems that there's no need to send out Vala now. So, you know what he's going to do? Sarjex's voice remained calm. No, I don't know what he did. However, if he really wants to disrupt the upcoming three-party talks, the Fallen Angel clan will take responsibility and eliminate him as an unstable factor. Of course, Azazel could not admit the facts at this time. Take responsibility? That's no longer necessary. My brother-in-law has already cleared the way for you fallen angels. Your brother-in-law? Is he the one called Lin Xiu? Azazel was very familiar with Lin Xiu. During this period, the White Dragon Emperor had mentioned Lin Xiu countless times in front of him. Yes, Lin Xiu has killed Kirk Bowl and frozen his soul. Is that so? This generation of the Red Dragon Emperor is quite powerful and has reached the level of being able to defeat the cadre-level fallen angels. Azazel felt that he had foreseen the future. Soon, Su Longdi and Yu Lonely will definitely engage in an unprecedented fierce battle. Azazel, you should know that I didn't contact you to hear this. Surzex reminded him. Okay, I get it. The fallen angel will take responsibility. Not only responsibility, what I want is sincerity. Azazel howled to the sky in exhaustion. It seemed that the devil Lucifer was determined to blackmail him today. Okay, tell me, what should I do to show my sincerity? Well, regarding this, my thoughts are... Suzuki's briefly explained her plans. In the underworld, the four demon kings have already discussed establishing a supervisory agency with law enforcement authority over the three major forces. I intend to have Lin Xiu serve as the leader of this supervisory agency to pave the way for his future. The future? Do you value your brother-in-law so much because you want him to take over the position of a demon king in the future? Who knows? Okay, no matter what your plan is, I agree to this matter. Azazel promised. After discussing some follow-up matters and handover, Azazel hung up the call and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Considering that two of the four great demon kings are relatives, which would have a negative impact, the demon king Lucifer most likely intends to let Lin Xiu inherit his position instead of inheriting the throne of the demon king Leviathan, which was originally his. Interesting, really interesting. The White Dragon Emperor is the descendant of the former demon king Lucifer, while the Red Dragon Emperor is the brother-in-law of the current demon king Lucifer, and is even more likely to be the future demon king Lucifer. If these two could fight and improve together, they might be able to develop the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor to unprecedented levels. Azazel really hoped that he could study their artifacts thoroughly at that time. Therefore, before Lin Xiu fully grew up, Azazel was still happy to give him some face. The other side, when the devil Lucifer asked the fallen angel governor for the reward that Lin Xiu deserved, Lin Xiu also received other rewards that she deserved in this incident. While Lin Xiu was being intimate with a group of girls from the church, Yumi was a little confused. Yumi thought for a long time and felt that it was not enough to express her gratitude to Lin Xiu with just such vague things as oaths and allegiance. After asking Himejima Aquino smiled and told her that Lin Xiu should be quite interested in her body. So, without any hesitation, Yumi prepared herself mentally that night and came to the door of Lin Xiu's room. As soon as she arrived at Lin Xiu's door, Yumi vaguely heard a very faint girl's voice. It sounds like Tosca's voice. Could it be that Nono is saying that Master Lin Xiu is talking to Jessica and the others? Yumi swallowed and felt hot all over. However, she still mustered up the courage to take a step forward. Just one step. Yumi just took one step forward, and the next second, she walked through the door and came in front of Lin Xiu. Yumi stared blankly at Tosca, sitting in Lin Xiu's arms, and slowly took off her white uniform. Just like before, Yumi once again placed her hands on her forehead, knelt down on both knees to Lin Xiu, and offered her loyalty. The difference is that this time, what Yumi placed in front of her was not the holy demon sword, but her uniform shop at Ku Academy. Half an hour later, Tosca and Yume sat opposite each other, hands clasped together, and together endured the impact of Lin Xiu's blood infusion method. Perhaps this is the true salvation. Yumi felt like her brain was about to melt, and she fell down powerlessly. However, even after losing consciousness, she still held her friend Tosca's hand. This shows that she cherishes her resurrected friend very much. The next day, Yumi Kiba and Tosca and their group returned to the DxD world from the world of Akame Kill. This is also the rule set by Lin Xiu. Except for the first night, when the venue will not be moved, try to solve it in the dungeon world at other times. After all, the speed of time in the copy world is different, and Lin Xiu can also stop the time of the copy world for a short period of time. After returning to the DxD world, at the first meeting, May was surrounded by her fellow church members. Yume, please take good care of me from now on. Yume, as our sword instructor, you must train us well. Yume, are you very favored by Master Lin Xiu? Lin Xiu has never had the habit of letting his subordinates just eat and do nothing and act like a vase. Therefore, Lin Xiu first used the prototype of the Holy Sword to differentiate a number of unknown holy swords obtained from the heaven, and then bestowed these holy sword upon the girls of the Holy Sword Project. And Yumi is their swordsmanship instructor. After all, Yumi is most familiar with them, and the holy sword factor they already possessed was awakened after obtaining the chess pieces. Finally, although their bodies have matured due to the special chess pieces, their minds are still relatively immature, and they are still in the stage of just entering adolescence, and they always need someone to take care of them. There is no doubt that Yumi is the most suitable person to take care of them. Okay, I got it. Everyone come one by one. Don't be anxious. I will answer your questions one by one. Yumi raised her hands a little awkwardly, signaling her companions not to be anxious. Last night, because everyone's energy was focused on serving Lin Xiu, they really didn't have a good time to reminisce about the past. She also understood her companion's feelings. In this way, although Yumi Kiba was tired, she happily recalled the past and looked forward to the future with her companions. Because she had studied under Okita Tsuji, Yumi Kiba's swordsmanship level was quite high. After the chat, Yumi Kiba began her teaching work in an orderly manner. The other side, Lin Xiu is also conducting training and teaching. The person she trained was Rias's servant, the mixed-blood vampire girl Gasper. Like Yumi, Gasper in this world was born a girl. Originally, Lin Xiu didn't have much time to train his followers. The training he had with Kaneko and Yumi was more about cultivating relationships than training, and was part of the conquest process. But now, after obtaining the multi-heartedness, Lin Xiu can take care of multiple tasks such as cultivation, learning, research, and development at the same time, so Lin Xiu's usual time is free. This is the first time I've been so free since my memory awakened. Since he had nothing to do, Lin Xiu decided to speed up the progress of his strategy in all aspects. Training Gasper is one of them. At this time, opposite Gasper, the kitten from Taching had garlic hanging around his neck and a holy sword in his hand, looking like he was going to hunt vampires. Although she couldn't use the holy sword, it didn't stop Kitty from borrowing it to pretend. Because scaring Gasper is so much fun. It is one of her few hobbies. Ah, Kaneko-chan, just using your fist is fine. But why did you have to use the holy sword? Gasper could only run away quickly. What a joke. She's a vampire. Even a half-blood vampire will be severely purified if he touches the holy sword. Jiajun, don't be afraid. When you encounter difficulties, you should face them head-on. The kitten's eyes turned into cute little dots, as if it was doing this for your own good. Indeed, with Lin Xiu by my side, even if I was hit by the holy sword, I would be fine. However, it wouldn't hurt that much. Although Gasper had been trained to not be afraid of normal pain, he still felt fear when facing the holy sword. Looking at this somewhat amusing chase scene, Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head, then said, Gasper, you've been practicing very hard recently. I can say that you've reached the standard in terms of strength. I'm going to teach you my last lesson now, the last lesson of the day. It's called Heavy Chi. As long as you can stop the holy sword 10 times in a row, you will have completed your training. Just as Lin Xiu said, Gasper was very hard-working in his normal training courses. His own magic power had reached the upper demon level, and he was quite skilled in the use of artifacts. The probability of stopping training to use a tennis ball had reached more than 99%. However, Gasper was still afraid of many things, such as blood, the holy sword, and sunlight. Therefore, Lin Xiu and Rias developed a training plan specifically based on Gasper's weaknesses. Now, Gasper has overcome the fear of sunlight and the fear of bleeding, and the only thing left is the fear of holy power. Yes, Master Lin Xiu, I will try my best. Gasper shouted back with his eyes closed. Long periods of training have made her accustomed to following Lin Xiu's instructions. Unlike the gentle Rias, Lin Xiu carries a sense of majesty that Gasper dares not disobey. Under Lin Xiu's watchful eye, she had no choice but to carry out a series of training sessions. However, Gasper was fortunate that although Lin Xiu was very strict, she was always able to solve all the accidents she encountered during training. Whether she was injured or her time-stopping ability accidentally got out of control, Lin Xiu was always able to resolve it immediately. Over time, Lin Xiu gradually became the person who made Gasper feel at ease and respected the most. In this way, everyone was carrying out relevant training throughout the morning. Outside the gymnasium, Leah, who had finished her morning exercise, came to visit Lin Xiu and his group with breakfast. How's everyone's training going? Xiuquan, how about having some breakfast I made first? Rias, dressed in her morning exercise clothes, smiled and waved hello. A few minutes later, everyone was dining together. Lin Xiu spoke highly of the sandwiches and steaks made by Leah. Rias is worthy of being Rias. She has only learned cooking for such a short time, but she can cook so delicious. Isn't that natural? Rias crossed her arms and had a smug look on her face. She is practicing the love skills she learned from Grayfia. If you want to keep a man's heart, you must keep his stomach. This principle is indeed correct. The only problem is Grayfia has never had a true relationship before and doesn't know the so-called relationship skills at all. She happened to see these simple truths on a TV program. Xiujun, you didn't wipe the corner of your mouth clean. Leah noticed the milk at the corner of Lin Xiu's mouth and reminded her with a smile. Well, that's true. So what are you going to do, Rias? Lin Xiu looked into Rias's azure eyes. No problem. Leave it to me. Leah licked her red lips and used her mouth to clean the milk from the corner of Lin Xiu's mouth. However, after the cleaning was completed, Rias had no intention of stopping. She reached in along the corner of Lin Xiu's mouth and felt the taste of Lin Xiu wantonly. Requesting flowers. Lin Xiu did not dodge, but instead held Rias's head and skillfully played a game of chase. How dazzling. Are these the couple in their passionate love period? Gasper covered her eyes. She felt that she was blinded by the two of them. However, the actual situation was that although Gasper covered his eyes, he opened the gaps between his fingers as wide as possible, as if he was trying to cover up his crime. Minister Rias is indeed Minister Rias. The kitten was quite calm. She had seen the lewd scene after Leah and Lin Xiu made love, so a mere kissing scene could no longer shake her mind. However, no matter how calm and peaceful the situation was, there was a hint of heat hidden deep in the kitten's golden pupils. She discovered that as her bloodline developed more and more, her body would sometimes enter a strange state. Normally it was fine, but after seeing Lin Xiu, especially after seeing Lin Xiu being intimate with other girls, she always had a strange feeling in her heart. If she guessed correctly, she should be an estrus. Because she was really shy, this time, when the kitten had health problems, she did not choose to ask Lin Xiu for help, but chose to endure it silently. 0. Nowadays, the kitten's strength has increased a lot, and it can force itself to hold back even during the estrus period. Theoretically, after the kitten's strength was promoted to the highest demon level, it could gradually control its estrus period. But she met Lin Xiu. Under the influence of the succubus bloodline, the kitten's estrus switch cannot be turned off no matter how hard it tries. As Xiao Mao cares more and more about Lin Xiu, this string will eventually break. By then, it will probably be like a dam that has been storing water for a long time, releasing water, and it will be out of control. Breakfast time was over, and Lin Xiu handed a bloody chess piece to Rias. Rias, if Gasper completes his training, give her this chess piece. As for me, I have to go to my appointment with Amano Yuuma first. Okay, I understand. Leave it to me. Taking Lin Xiu's chess piece, Rias nodded fiercely. At first, she was still a little upset about Lin Xiu's plan to use her family as a pawn again. But now, she no longer has this feeling. Anyway, her followers were Lin Xiu's followers, and she was just using chess pieces to become stronger, not forcing them to sleep with her, so Rias didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After breakfast, Lin Xiu went to the station, ready to take the tram to the next city with Amano Yuuma. You actually invited me to play in the next city. Your purpose is a little too obvious. However, since it has come to this, it means that Amano Yuuma has made the final decision. Let me see, are you planning to lure me to a predetermined location, or are you planning to confront me? Because of his Vamana, the incarnation of God, Lin Xiu was not afraid of any barriers and could move freely in space. Therefore, he was not afraid of any traps set by the old Demon King faction against him. Xiu Jun, here. Outside the station, Amano Yuuma excitedly waved her hands and greeted Lin Xiu. Today, Amano Yuuma was not wearing the clothes Lin Xiu gave her as usual, but was wearing the K uniform she wore when she first met Lin Xiu. It seems that Amano Yuuma also understands that today will be a memorable day. Next door city. According to the pre-planned plan, Lin Xiu and Amano Yuuma started dating. The style of the next door city is quite different from that of Zhuang City, which makes Lin Xiu feel quite novel. In terms of area and population, Zhuang Town, where Zhuang Town is located, is definitely not small. So it is normal that there are cultural differences between it and the neighboring city. Kuo City has Kuo University, Kuo High School, and Kuo Junior High School. Many cities have their own junior high and high schools. But, generally speaking, a city with its own university can definitely be called a big city. In the cinema, in front of the claw machine, Lin Xiu easily lifted up a black and gray panda and gave it to Amano Yuuma. Looking at this black doll that suits her perfectly, and remembering her identity as a fallen angel, Amano Yuuma was stunned for several seconds before she smiled and accepted Lin Xiu's gift. Planetarium, a place for couples to have a private room. One seat was vacant, and on the other seat, Amano Yuuma was lying on Lin Xiu's thighs. Feeling the boundless starry sky and recalling his current helpless situation, Amano Yuuma fell into deep thought. Yesterday, the son of God Monitor at the Fallen Angels headquarters sent her a task, asking her to try to expose her identity as a fallen angel to Lin Xiu, and preferably to have it done with Lin Xiu at the same time. Because the fallen angels are preparing for peace talks with the demons, Lin Xiu's identity is very important, and they need to win him over to improve his favorability towards the fallen angels. And she was the gift assigned to Lin Xiu by the fallen angels in order to win over Lin Xiu. Also yesterday, earlier, Katlia came to her house in person and asked her to lead Lin Xiu to the target location. If she didn't do as 22 said, the restriction that Katlia had placed on her would explode at 12 o'clock this morning. But Amano Yuuma really doesn't want to do it, because she found that neither the disaster group nor the fallen angels had ever seen her value. The one they have their eyes on is always Lin Xiu, and she was just a tool they used to approach or persecute Lin Xiu. After realizing this, Amano Yuuma fell into unprecedented loss and confusion. This, with a gentle sound, Amano Yuuma felt a warm touch on his face. When she looked up, Lin Xiu was looking at her with a smile. Without waiting for her response, Lin Xiu leaned down again and captured the girl's red lips. Amano Yuuma knew that Lin Xiu noticed that something was wrong with her mood, so she chose to comfort her in this way. After hesitating for just a moment, Amano Yuuma hugged Lin Xiu tightly with both hands and responded enthusiastically. Only with Lin Xiu could she feel the meaning of her existence. Since accepting her confession, Lin Xiujuan not only confessed his love to her in return, but also brought her many unprecedented experiences. Only with Lin Xiu could she feel the warmth of being a living being. A full half-hour later, the two of them walked out of the cinema. After replenishing some energy from Lin Xiu, Amano Yuuma barely recovered and continued the date. No matter what, today's date must go well. Amano Yuuma made up her mind that at least today, at least now, she should stop worrying about those trivial matters and concentrate on enjoying her date with Lin Xiu. So, in the following date, Amano Yuuma showed unprecedented enthusiasm. Lin Xiujuan on him on the snack street. Amano Yuuma smiled and asked Lin Xiu to open her mouth. Lin Xiujuan, what situation do you think is better? In the photo studio, Amano Yuuma was wearing a gorgeous fallen angel-style outfit and asked Lin Xiu to take a photo of her. However, she did not reveal her true form. She simply used the studio's clothing to show her true self. The more extremely oppressive the environment, the more likely living organisms will behave in ways they would not normally do. If Amano Yuuma had just started dating Lin Xiu, she would never do something as risky as going to a photo studio to take a fallen angel-themed photo album, which is tantamount to self-destruction. At a wuxia restaurant, Amano Yuuma excitedly raised a plate of mapo tofu. Xiujun, I heard this is super spicy. Should we try it? As the hot mixture of red and white entered her stomach, Amano Yuma's fair face instantly turned red. Letting a fallen angel whose taste is close to that of the Japanese eat mapo tofu is a bit too novel and exciting for her. As for Lin Xiu, the moment she saw the mapo tofu, she felt her DNA was triggered and she subconsciously looked around. After looking around and not seeing any mapo priest, Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't the Type Moon universe, so how could there be a mapo priest in the same place as mapo tofu? Next, with Amano Yuuma feeding them, the two shared the plate of signature mapo tofu that had just come out of the pot. The high temperature of the casserole was nothing to Lin Xiu. Amano Yuuma seemed to have forgotten to hide her identity and ate the hot food openly. It tastes good, but I think it's still not as good as what I make. Lin Xiu commented. Not as good as what Xiujun made. Is Xiujun even good at wuxia dishes like mapo tofu? Amano Yuuma knew that Lin Xiu could cook. After all, Lin Xiu had brought her breakfast. Well, whether it's wuxia cuisine or gachi wuxia, I'm good at both. Lin Xiu explained. Wuxia cuisine is wuxia cuisine that has been modified by Japan. Although it is called wuxia cuisine, it is actually a dish that has been modified to be more in line with the tastes of local people. Gachi wuxia cuisine is the real wuxia cuisine, Both the ingredients and the cooking methods are the most authentic. As for Lin Xiu, she is good at almost all mainstream cuisines in the world, including French, Turkish, Italian, Japanese, Mexican, etc. Xiukun, you have the potential to be a house husband, Amano Yuuma praised sincerely. House husband. If Shima-san is willing to support me after we get married, I can also be a house husband. So, classmate Ma, have you ever thought about marrying me? Lin Xiu smiled and shook her head. Get married. When it comes to the topic of marriage, Amano Yuuma fell silent again. If I could really marry Xiu-jun, it would seem not bad at all. Lin Xiu is the only person of the opposite as *X she has ever met who makes her feel happy and want to stay with him forever. As for Azazel, whom she once admired, as she came into contact with Lin Xiu, Amano Yuuma also realized that she only admired Azazel and there was no so-called romantic relationship between them. When she thought about how she used to mistake respect and admiration for her idol for love, Amano Yuuma found it a little funny. Today, a result must be produced. After talking about the topic of marriage, Amano Yuuma finally made up her mind. She is going to have a showdown today. In this way, the two dated along the way, experiencing the different customs of the neighboring city and Zhuang City. Amano Yuuma stopped in front of a love hotel. Xiu-jun, I've always been interested in this kind of shop. Can you accompany me to take a look? Obviously, this was not in their dating plans. However, how could Lin Xiu refuse when a girl took the initiative to invite him to a love hotel? Really? Actually, I'm also quite interested in the structure inside. How about we go and take a look together? After saying that, Lin Xiu took Amano Yuma's hand and walked into the hotel together. After some thought, the two chose the theme of campus style. It's rare that Amano Yuuma is wearing the JK uniform she wore when she first met Lin Xiu, so it would be a waste not to choose a campus-style one. As soon as they entered the large college-style room, Amano Yuuma threw Lin Xiu onto the large bed that looked like a lecture table. Xiu-jun, can you hold me? The girl with black hair and purple eyes opened her red lips slightly, issuing the most direct invitation. In Fusong, the word hug has another meaning besides its most basic meaning. Between making the final decision and concluding the matter with Lin Xiu first, this was Amano Yuma's final choice after thinking for a long time. No matter what the result is today, no matter whether Lin Xiu will accept her after she shows her hand to her, she wants to complete the last step before negotiating with Lin Xiu. Yes, if you're willing, Yuuma-san. As he spoke, Lin Xiu skillfully held the girl's red lips, and Amano Yuuma also responded skillfully. In the past 2 months, she and Lin Xiu kissed almost every day, but this time, she was more devoted and nervous than ever before. As they kissed, 2 hearts seemed to appear in Amano Yuma's eyes, and only Lin Xiu was left in his eyes. Leaning close to Lin Xiu's ear, Amano Yuuma whispered softly, Lin Xiu-kun should like the way I look in uniform, right? So, it's okay to leave it like this. After saying words that were extremely lethal to men, Amano Yuuma gently climbed onto Lin Xiu. A silky touch came from her hand to Amano Yuma's mind. Just as she said, it was okay like this. She just sat down with her waist lowered in her uniform. The pure girl in the JK uniform rolled her beautiful eyes slightly, and her toes in the white socks instantly tensed. After taking a long breath, Amano Yuma's already charming eyes became even more moist. While shedding tears of joy and release, Amano Yuuma held Lin Xiu's hands tightly, afraid that Lin Xiu would let her go. Amano Yuuma has indeed been living a very depressing life recently. It was obvious that Lin Xiu was just getting stronger on his own, but the speed at which he became stronger was too fast. In just over 2 months, he became so strong that no one could ignore him. In this situation, her identity as Lin Xiu's lover became her most valuable asset. Even her best friend was putting pressure on her. And now, this pressure has finally been released. Joy mixed with release, tension mixed with emotion. Amano Yuma's purple eyes gradually turned upwards, and the jade toes wrapped in white socks kept curling up, almost bursting the white socks. Lin Xiu just let Amano Yuuma do what she wanted, admiring the girl's most beautiful and true side. However, Lin Xiu knew that Amano Yuuma had not yet truly reached the final stage, and Amano Yuuma was still suppressing herself. Lin Xiu has experimented many times on Asia, Zenobia, Irina, and others. When an angel is truly released to the extreme, its unused wings will definitely react. But as for Amano Yuuma, although her toes kept exerting force and her thighs were clamped together, plump and elastic, but she had never stretched her wings. Lin Xiu shook his head, held Amano Yuma's slender waist, and continued to press down. Although he really liked the feeling of first love that Amano Yuuma brought him, but now it was time to come clean. Due to the dual effects of the succubus bloodline and the symbiote, Amano Yuma's mouth spread out weakly, and her purple eyes turned completely white, but her legs were still locked tightly, and the fingers that were clasped with Lin Xiu were still strong. Soon, under the influence of the blood perfusion method, Amano Yuuma lost consciousness and collapsed on Lin Xiu. However, she still did not stretch out her fallen angel wings. There is no doubt that even at this moment, Amano Yuuma is still suppressing herself. Looking at Amano Yuuma, who was still holding him tightly even after fainting, not letting him get away, Lin Xiu shook his head helplessly. "Shima-san, I have to admit that your persistence in this regard is beyond my imagination." In response, Lin Xiu looked in a certain direction of Lincoln City. There, he saw the members of the Shuchan organization and the Sun Demon King faction gathering. If I'm not mistaken, these are the people that Katlia has gathered to fight me. There are only 2 Super Demon King-level masters. I have to say they're quite shabby. Since she was tightly locked inside by Amano Yuuma, Lin Xiu had no intention of forcing herself out. The next second, countless golden points of light flew out of Lin Xiu's body, and a phantom of the incarnation of God condensed outside his body. Kusanagi Gadu can directly manifest the incarnation of Velaslana, so Lin Xiu can naturally do it as well. Swoosh! The next second, under Lin Xiu's control, the incarnation of God took a step forward and disappeared in the room. The old Demon King is in his base in Lincoln City. Katria is planning a trap for Lin Xiu. The person who chose to cooperate with her this time was Jijima Tongdi, the leader of the Hyakuken organization, who had just joined Huozibi. The Shuchan organization is composed of descendants of the 5 major clans who were exiled because they had no family background. Carrying resentment, 693 intends to take revenge on the 5 major clans. In the Fallen Dog God plot, the Shuchan organization collaborates with the fallen angels who betrayed the son of God's watchdog and the witches of Oz to research artifacts. They plan to collect the 4 evil artifacts and create a cruise ship accident that killed 233 students of Lincoln High School, Tojo S. Sasaki, Maeda Nobushige, kidnapping the students and their parents to conduct research on an artificial artifact called the Shuchan artifact. However, due to the intervention of the Son of God, the Shuchan agency missed the 4 evils artifacts. The Shuchan agency sent out Lincoln High School students transformed into Shuchan and their monsters to capture the escaped 4 evils and other Lincoln High School students who possessed the artifacts. Finally, because the Son of God's monitor reported the organization's hiding place to the 5 major clans, the Shuchan organization was destroyed by people sent by the 5 major clans. Originally, the Hollow Cicada agency should have been destroyed before the main storyline with Rias took place. However, something strange seems to have happened in the world where Lin Xiu lives. At this time, the leader of the Hollow Cicada organization, who belongs to the same Himejima family as Himejima Akino and is nicknamed the abandoned child of the Himejima family, Himejima Tongdi, is talking to Katlia. "Katria, we agreed that the Security Eyes Gauntlet would be given to me." Himejima Tongdi is very confident about this cooperation because his virtual organization recently obtained a treasure that can deal with the Bed Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor. With this treasure in hand, not to mention the current Red Dragon Emperor, Even if the second heavenly dragon were to be resurrected, he would fall into his hands. Okay, no problem, but as agreed, I'll only give you the artifact. As for Lin Xiu himself, leave it to me. Katlia adjusted her burgundy glasses, a hint of amusement on her face, as if she had remembered something. The old Demon King Leviathan's faction has decided to capture Lin Xiu and torture him to produce dozens of offspring who will inherit Lin Xiu's physique. Yesterday, Katria saw Kirkbull walk into Jiwon College and watched him never come out. She knew very well that compared to 2 months ago, Lin Xiu's strength had made great progress, and he was already able to defeat Kirkbull after using the evolution core. This rate of progress, coupled with Lin Xiu's extremely high blood purity, made Katlia envious. Katria didn't care what kind of man she would find in the future, even if it was Lin Xiu, the man she was already engaged to. As long as the man's bloodline was strong enough for her to conceive a strong enough offspring, that would be all that mattered. Catching Lin Xiu and using him as a stud would not only allow her to regain the title of the most orthodox Leviathan, but would also allow her to experience the pleasure of revenge against the devil Lucifer, which was truly pleasing to her. The other side, perhaps because Katria's desire was too pure, the moment the incarnation of God arrived, the system notification sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. Bite! Congratulations to the host for triggering the stage-type plot quest, Revenge of the Old Demon, Lord Leviathan. Quest level, gold, red dot. Mission description. As the host continues to grow stronger, the Old Demon Lord Leviathan has changed his policy towards the host. From the previous policy of killing or imprisoning the host, he has now changed his policy of taking the host away. It would be best if she could give birth to a large number of children who would inherit the host's mutated, high-purity bloodline and bring shame to the devil Lucifer. This kind of behavior of treating people like studs should definitely be severely retaliated against. Task requirements. Collect the female Leviathans that appeared in the plot. Stage 1. Collect Katria Leviathan and Ingver Leviathan. Phase 2. Collect the first-generation Leviathan and the second-generation Leviathan. Note: collecting other female demons with Leviathan blood, such as other female Leviathans from the old Demon King Leviathan faction, can also provide a certain bonus to the mission. The Leviathans that can be collected in each time and space are as follows. Ingver Leviathan, a low-level demon king, a descendant of Leviathan who has experienced atavism. He possesses the powerful song of the Emerald Sea of the End that can control dragons and the ocean. He is located in the host time control. The first Leviathan, the pinnacle of the Ultra Demon Lord. One of the first 4 Demon Lords, the most powerful pure-blooded Leviathan in history, possessing the status of a true Demon Lord, possesses immense bonuses when fighting in the underworld, and has been united with the biblical god. This world is set in the time and space of the biblical god era. Zufami, Treyarch Leviathan, a beginner-level super demon king, daughter of the first Leviathan. Possessing a bluish-black aura, she bears a striking resemblance to the first Leviathan. She can easily unleash floods that can submerge a city, possessing water magic powerful enough to consume an army of 10,000 demons in a single breath. Located in the time and space of the Demon Civil War. Looking at this task, Lin Xiu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Although he was in a good mood after completing a red-level task, he seemed to be able to complete the gold-level prerequisite task C at this stage. If you want to complete the subsequent red-level missions, you have to wait until I finish conquering the DxD world. Ding! Once the host completes the main storyline missions of the DxD world and ultimately wins the international rating game competition, they will be considered to have completed the strategy for the DxD world. After completing the strategy for the DxD world, the host can travel to any time node in the DxD world while fixing the current world line. Is that really the case? Lin Xiu sighed. After winning the Rating International competition, you could travel to other time points, which means that you cannot travel before that time. However, considering this mission is a phased one, and you'll receive some rewards after reaching a certain level of completion, it's still necessary to start preparing now. Lin Xiu looked down. Through the outer barrier, Lin Xiu saw Katria discussing tactics with Himejima Tangdi. In terms of appearance and temperament, although Katlia is not a standard Japanese beautiful girl, she is also the type with quite elegant temperament. Katria has the typical dark-skinned queen look, with long flaxen hair and red glasses, naturally exuding a proud, aristocratic temperament. 2 flaxen braids fell from her proud face, but were pushed up by her proud breast curve. The special Demon King costume didn't completely cover her eye-catching long legs, even though she wore burgundy stockings. This perfectly showcased her long legs. It would definitely feel great if I could wrap this pair of long, slender, black legs around my waist. Lin Xiu was very interested in playing with Katria's long legs while turning her pigtails into reins and driving her hard. But, as expected, she also used the evolution core. How ugly! The old Demon King faction seems to have sacrificed their dignity for the sake of power, cooperating with humans and accepting the control of another world. Since you've already given up your dignity to this extent, why not give it up more completely? Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden. Boosted Gear Scale Mail. With Lin Xiu as the center, a barrier covering the entire Lincoln city quickly formed. First, there was a giant barrier that covered the entire Lincoln city, and then there was a small barrier that precisely covered the old Demon King's faction's base. In order to prevent the leader of the Shuchan organization and the leader of the old Demon Lord Leviathan faction from escaping, Lin Xiu made adequate preparations. After you are ready, pa! A gentle snap of fingers. Explosion, the world. Explosion magic world version. Boom! The colorful black magic ball continued to expand, instantly swallowing up the base where Himejima Tangdi and Katria were. What? Before they could react, the barrier protecting them disappeared instantly. A few seconds later, when they regained daylight, they were immediately shocked by the terrifying fluctuations of the red armor in the air. Even if they had used the evolution core to improve their strength, they were still far from reaching this level. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Spray. Next, it's time to harvest. Lin Xiu looked at Jidao Tangdi and the experimental materials around Jidao Tangdi. He held back just to accept the achievements of Jijima Tangdi. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Xiu's figure flashed several times. With each flash, a large number of experimental subjects disappeared from the base. When they met Lin Xiu again, they discovered that all the useful materials in the base had disappeared. They had all been taken away by Lin Xiu in Xiangzhou. This even includes the female student from Lincoln High School, some of the female protagonists in Dog God, who possessed a powerful divine weapon and whom he had just captured in a terrorist attack.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.